Chapter 1. The aptitude stone was warm beneath Wei Liang's palm. That surprised him. He had expected cold. Everyone described it as cold, a slab of spiritual quartz that drew heat from the body while it read the soul. But it sat against his skin like a hearthstone, and the warmth climbed his wrist as the formation inside it stirred. He kept his expression still. Around him, 100 other 16-year-olds watched. Some had already finished. They wore the colored bands that marked their results. Green for wood, blue for water, red for fire, white for metal, brown for earth. One boy across the yard had walked away with 2 bands, green and white, and the crowd around him had not stopped buzzing since. Wei Liang had no bands. The stone was still warm. Master Assessor Xianxia leaned forward from his seat above the platform. His robes carried the iron root sect's sigil, a tree with roots that reached farther than its branches. He was not a patient man. "Release it," he said. Wei Liang released the stone. The formation inside it went dark. No color, no element reading. The senior disciple beside the assessor checked the ledger, added a mark, and said in a voice designed to carry no feeling, "Null result. No elemental affinity. No cultivable spiritual root." He had known this was possible. He had not known how it would sound when someone said it aloud. "Wei Liang," Assessor Xianxia said. "Your father was Lei Jiangwen?" "Yes. He served this sect for 11 years. Elder Zhao has spoken on your behalf." A pause. "You will be assigned as a labor disciple. Quarters in the Eastern Annex. Report to the head groundskeeper tomorrow at first light." Wei Liang nodded once and walked off the platform. He found his room in the Eastern Annex as dusk fell. It was small, a sleeping mat, a desk, a window that faced the mountain wall instead of the courtyard. On the desk someone had left a candle and a piece of flint. Wei Liang lit the candle. The flame rose, thin and orange, and he sat on the edge of the mat and stared at it because he had nothing else to do. The assessor's words were still settling somewhere in him, not yet painful, just heavy. Null result. He turned the phrase over in his mind the way he turned problems over, methodically, looking for the angle where light came through. The candle flame bent slightly in a draft he couldn't feel, and then he saw the words. They appeared over the flame the way heat haze appeared over a summer road. Present, but not quite solid, trembling at the edges. 3 characters in a script he almost recognized. Ancient seal script, like the inscriptions on the sect's older buildings, but sharper, more deliberate. He did not move. The characters stayed. He leaned forward, just slightly, and looked at them the way he looked at things he wasn't sure were real, without committing, without blinking, without doing anything that would disturb whatever delicate condition was making them visible. He could not read them. He had studied basic characters for 2 years in the village school, but these were not standard writing. They were something older, or something that only looked like writing. After a long moment, he got up, found the desk's drawer, and retrieved a paper scrap. He copied the characters down as carefully as he could manage. Then he sat back and looked at the candle again. It was still burning. He had lit it perhaps 20 minutes ago, and it had not shortened by a single hair. The candle was not consuming itself. Wei Liang set the paper down on the desk and looked at the 3 characters he had copied. He did not know what they meant. He did not know what the warm aptitude stone had meant, or the words in the air, or the undiminishing flame. What he knew was that something was happening, and that he was the only one in this room. He blew out the candle. In the dark, the characters lingered in his vision for exactly 3 heartbeats, then faded. He lay down on the mat and stared at the ceiling. He was going to need more paper. Chapter 2. The Technique Library occupied the 3rd floor of the main archive hall, accessible to outer disciples and above. Wei Liang was not an outer disciple. He was a labor disciple, and labor disciples cleaned the floors. This turned out to be useful. He arrived before dawn, as instructed, with a mop and a bucket of water that smelled faintly of mineral salts. The groundskeeper, an older man named Brother Fun who communicated primarily through pointing, directed him to the library floor and left. Wei Liang began mopping. He had gone 3 steps before he stopped. The walls were covered in formation inscriptions, subtle, barely visible in normal light, pressed into the stone during construction. He had seen formation marks before, in the village, cheap wardwork that kept insects out of grain storage. These were not cheap. They were dense, layered, precise, and every single one of them had words above it. Not the same kind of words as the candle. These were sharper, more complex. Some were short, 2 characters. Some ran to 7 or 8. They hovered at the boundary of the inscriptions, perfectly still, perfectly silent. He walked the length of the wall and read what he could identify. Most of it was beyond his schooling. But some characters he knew: fire, seal, boundary, hold. He assembled fragments. This one inscription held something, sealed something, held it from spreading. He started mopping again, slower than necessary, reading walls. By the time he reached the inner archive room, he had a dozen fragments documented on the paper scraps he'd folded inside his work robe. He pushed open the inner room's door and went very still. The shelves went to the ceiling. Hundreds of scrolls, each one sleeved in formation-marked covers, each one with a name floating above it. The room was quiet and cool and absolutely full of words that no one else could see. He took 3 steps inside and stood in the middle of the room, turning slowly. An inner disciple appeared from between the shelves. Young, maybe 17, with the blue shoulder band that marked water element foundation work. He was carrying 3 scrolls stacked in his arms, and he stopped when he saw Wei Liang. "Labor disciple," he said. "This is the inner collection. You don't belong in here." Wei Liang looked at the storage ring on the disciple's right hand. He had been looking at it because it had a name floating above it, 2 characters, and one of those characters was one he recognized. Stolen. He read the full 2-character compound, stolen vessel. He thought about that for a moment. Then he said, "I followed the cleaning assignment to this door. I'll return to the outer hall." He backed out. The inner disciple watched him go with the slightly too careful attention of someone who has something to protect. Wei Liang noted this as he resumed mopping the outer hall. He noted it the same way he noted the candle, the wall inscriptions, the scrolls. He was building something, though he didn't yet know what it would become. He kept the paper scraps. 2 days later, he was summoned before the archive overseer and presented with his paper scraps as evidence that he had been defacing library property with unauthorized markings. The inner disciple had reported him. The scraps were confiscated. Wei Liang stood before the overseer and did not argue. He had already copied everything on those scraps to 3 other locations. Chapter 3. Tianshan entered Wei Liang's life sideways, which would later prove to be characteristic. The body-tempering courtyard occupied the western section of the outer disciple training grounds. Labor disciples were not assigned there, but the path between the eastern annex and the groundskeeper's tool storage ran along one edge of it, close enough that the sparring sometimes spilled over. Tianshan was mid-form when he overbalanced on a pivot. The correction sent him into a step he hadn't planned, and that step carried him directly into Wei Liang's path, and the collision sent both of them into the sparring ring's chalk boundary. The senior disciple, supervising body tempering, looked at them both. He said, with the weary authority of someone who has seen this before, "Since you're already in the ring." Tianshan was stocky, broad-shouldered, with the kind of cultivation base that expressed itself as density rather than speed. Wei Liang was not in the ring voluntarily and had never trained formally in anything. This should have been a very short match. It was not short. Wei Liang spent the first exchange watching Tianshan's stance, the weight distribution, the angle of his forearms, the lead position of his left foot. He saw the name above the stance, Body Tempering Iron Foundation, 4th level. He read its component characters. One of them he translated immediately as limit. He kept the others. Tianshan hit him twice, cleanly, and Wei Liang went down both times. But he got up from the second fall with a new piece of information. Iron Foundation, 4th level, could not redirect lateral force without resetting the stance first. The reset took about 1.5 seconds. He waited for the 3rd exchange, and when it came, he moved laterally instead of back. Tianshan's follow-through went wide. His stance reset. For 1.5 seconds, his weight was distributed incorrectly for any forward motion. Wei Liang, who had no cultivation base and no fighting training, used those 1.5 seconds to land the only clean hit he would manage in the entire match. Open palm to the floating rib, not hard enough to injure, hard enough to register. The senior disciple raised his eyebrows. Tianshan looked at Wei Liang from 2 paces away, one hand pressed to his side, his expression caught between irritation and something more interested. "How did you know to do that? Your left foot repositions before your weight shifts," Wei Liang said. "You have about 1.5 seconds between the two." This was not an explanation of how he actually knew, but it was true, and Tianshan accepted it as an athlete accepts a useful observation about his own body, with mild annoyance and immediate cataloging. "I'm Tianshan," he said. "Wei Liang. The null. That's what they're calling me." Tianshan shrugged, as if the appellation was less interesting than the question of why his weight shift was telegraphed. He said, "Same time tomorrow? I want to test something." Wei Liang had body tempering technique names to collect, and Tianshan would demonstrate them without realizing that was what he was doing. "Same time tomorrow," he said. Chapter 4. Ho Chun arrived at the communal meal the following week with 2 things: a full chi condensation rank 7 cultivation base, and the social instincts of someone who had been the most powerful person in every room he'd entered for the past 2 years. Wei Liang had been seated at the end of the long table with Tianshan when Ho Chun's group came in. He read Ho Chun in the first 5 seconds. Cultivation technique floating above his head, multiple formation marks on his equipment, the particular way he scanned a room, door, exits, power rankings in order. The technique's name was 7-star compression form. Its limit character was one Wei Liang hadn't seen before. He stored it for later translation. Ho Chin's skin reached Wei Liang and paused. The null, he said. Not to Wei Liang. To his group. Announcements framed as observations were a specific kind of performance. Wei Liang continued eating. I heard the labor disciple passed his archive assignment without completing it. Ho Chin continued, still to his group, still loud enough. Apparently, he was found in the inner collection making marks on paper. They've assigned him supervised cleaning rotations now. A pause. Maybe the groundskeeping will suit someone with no usable talent. Wei Liang set down his chopsticks. Not because he was affected, because he was paying attention, and his hands worked better still. 7-star compression form. He had the name. He had the limit character, not yet translated. He needed the vector, the direction of the technique's intent. That would tell him what it was designed to do. He watched Ho Chun cross to his table, hands relaxed, posture casual, and identified 3 more technique components from body language alone. Ho Chun stopped beside Wei Liang's seat. He picked up the bowl of vegetable soup Wei Liang had not yet touched, a slow, deliberate movement that gave anyone watching time to see what was happening, and poured it into Wei Liang's lap. The table went quiet. Wei Liang looked down at the soup soaking into his work robe. He looked up at Ho Chun. He did not say anything. He did not reach for anything. He sat with the soup on him and looked at Ho Chun the way he looked at inscriptions he was working on translating, carefully, without urgency, with his full attention and no apparent reaction. Ho Chun had expected anger, or flinching, or the specific social collapse of someone who has been marked as a target. He had not expected to be studied. The look lasted perhaps 4 seconds. Ho Chun left, his group following, their noise filling the table behind them. Tan Shan began cursing under his breath and reaching for napkins. Wei Liang accepted the napkins and blotted at his robe. He had translated the limit character. 7-star compression form's limit. It required 3 consecutive applications to reach full power. The first 2 were demonstrably weaker. If the opponent survived the first 2, the third was resistible. Wei Liang noted this and filed it with the rest. He smiled once, quietly, looking at his cleaned robe. Tan Shan had been watching. He said, "You're not angry." "Of course I'm angry," Wei Liang said. "That was my soup." Tan Shan looked at the smile. "That's not what an angry person looks like." Wei Liang considered this. "I'm patient," he said. Chapter 5. The sparring grounds were open to observation during practice hours, and a labor disciple watching from the perimeter path wasn't unusual enough to draw attention. Wei Liang had spent 2 weeks watching, logging names. He had a system now. Paper scraps stored in his boot, a shorthand notation he'd developed for the characters he couldn't fully read yet, a cross-reference list that matched technique names to practitioners. He was building what he privately called the registry, a catalog of every cultivated technique he could see from the outside. His count, at the end of the second week, was 47 unique entries. He noticed 3 things across those 47. First, techniques with the same root character behaved similarly at their limit. Not identically, but consistently. A technique whose root meant compress would always have its limit somewhere in the release mechanism. A technique whose root min extend would always limit at the point of maximum extension. Second, 2 techniques in the outer disciple curriculum shared a vector character with one of the entries from the ancestors' hall wall inscriptions he'd copied before his notes were confiscated. That character, which he'd been unable to translate, appeared in a water-type suppression technique. In context, it translated as drawn through. Third, a senior disciple named Brother Luo used a technique called, apparently, void step approach. Its name was fine, standard movement cultivation, but the name had something extra, a 4th character, appended after the 3 standard components, that Wei Liang had never seen in any other technique. He couldn't translate it, but it was there, and it was different, and when Brother Luo used the technique in a practice match, the air around him didn't bend the way it should for that kind of movement cultivation. Wei Liang watched void step approach from 3 different angles over 5 days. On the 5th day, Brother Luo noticed him watching. He walked over. "Labor disciple," he said, not unkindly. "You've been standing in that spot a lot." "Observation pass," Wei Liang said, which was not a real thing, but sounded plausible. Brother Luo looked at him for a moment. He was older than most disciples, mid-20s, with a flat, considered face. He didn't look aggressive. He looked curious. "Do you understand what we're doing out there?" "Some of it," Wei Liang said. Brother Luo nodded and returned to the grounds. Wei Liang went back to watching. The 4th character in void step approach's name stayed unreadable, but it frightened him, faintly, in a way he could not explain. Not the character itself. The feeling that the technique was carrying something it hadn't been designed to hold. He wrote the character down again in his boot-stored notes, and circled it 3 times. He would come back to this. Chapter 6. The Ancestors' Hall stood at the northeast corner of the main peak, separated from the training grounds by a grove of old pine. Labor disciples were assigned to clean it once per month, sweeping the flagstones, refreshing the incense, wiping the memorial plaques. Wei Liang had been requesting this rotation since his first week at the sect. He got it on a Thursday, alone, with 3 hours before midday assembly. The hall was long and low, older than everything around it. The walls were original stone, not resurfaced, and the inscriptions pressed into them were genuine antique work, not the clean formation marks of modern construction, but something rougher, carved by hand rather than stamped. Wei Liang moved through the hall slowly, reading. Most of the inscriptions were standard memorial work, names, ranks, dates, brief records of deed. Their true names were straightforward: memorial holds, preservation formations, minor ward work to maintain the room's atmosphere. He catalogued all of them out of habit. He found the anomaly on the north wall, behind the 3rd row of memorial tablets. The inscription was damaged, not by neglect, but by something that had struck the stone with force, leaving a spiderweb crack across the lower section. The formation that had been pressed into that section was gone, broken apart by the crack. But the upper portion of the inscription remained, and above it, in the space where a true name should float, there was one. Incomplete. Standard true names had a fixed structure: root, vector, limit, totaling between 2 and 12 characters. This name began correctly: root character, vector character, and then stopped mid-sequence. 3 characters. The remaining characters should have been there, but where they would have appeared was just absence. Blank space. Not hidden, not suppressed, gone, worn away with whatever had cracked the stone. Wei Liang looked at the incomplete name for a long time. He copied the 2 visible characters very carefully onto a paper scrap. He copied the crack pattern below. He wrote a small note beside the copy. 3 characters missing: EST, location, north wall, behind 3rd row tablets. The 2 characters he could read meant, roughly, to see. And then something else, something the vector character was reaching toward that he could not find because the name wasn't finished. To see blank. To see into blank. To see the thing that is not. His head began to hurt. Not a dull ache. A specific pain, sharp behind his left eye, the kind that came with forcing attention on something that didn't want to be read. He stepped back from the inscription, and the pain subsided slightly. He tucked the paper scrap away and finished sweeping the hall. The headache lasted 3 days. Chapter 7. The Outer Disciple Assessment Schedule posted at the beginning of each month. Wei Liang was not an outer disciple, but labor disciples who had not yet taken the aptitude test reassessment were permitted to enter formal sparring assignments as observers in practice, a bureaucratic category that technically allowed them to enter matches if no outer disciple needed the slot. Wei Liang spent a week studying the sign-up sheet. He entered a slot on a Thursday afternoon. His assigned match partner was a labor disciple like himself, a girl named Song Rui, who had a Qi condensation rank 1 cultivation base and a water element affinity, and who spent most of their match apologizing in advance for winning. She won, decisively, but Wei Liang had not entered the match to win. He had entered to test a specific theory. He had been holding the true name of Song Rui's water-type technique in his mind since the moment he saw it, and he wanted to know if holding a name, not copying the technique, just holding its true name as a focused concept, had any effect on how his body moved. The answer, after 3 rounds of losing cleanly, was yes, but badly. When he held the name of her technique while she cast it, his body tried to respond in a way that matched the technique's limit, the specific direction the technique couldn't follow. The response came from his legs and his torso independently of his mind, as if his spiritual energy was trying to do something it didn't have the capacity to do. He moved in the right direction 3 times. He also fell twice from the effort. The spiritual energy expenditure was notable. By the end of the match, his hands were trembling and his legs felt hollow, and he'd used resources he hadn't yet measured properly. But the movement had been right. The match referee noted something in the record that week. He wrote it out carefully, in the spare language of formal assessment. Spiritual energy signature fluctuated in non-standard pattern during rounds 2 and 3. No cultivation explanation available. Wei Liang read the record when it was pinned up on the assessment board. He was not surprised. He started carrying extra food to training. Chapter 8. Master Zhou Hanxing sent a junior disciple with a written summons on a Wednesday morning. The note was formal and brief. Please come to Cultivation Hall 3 at the 2nd hour of afternoon. It was signed with Zhou's disciple seal. Wei Liang went. Zhou Hanxing's cultivation hall was at the inner rim of the main peak, between the elder residences and the formation study rooms. It was small for a master's space, 1 room, with a desk covered in notes, two meditation cushions facing each other, and walls lined with physical bookshelves rather than formation-sealed scroll storage. The man himself sat behind the desk. He was perhaps 60, with the deliberate stillness of a cultivator who had stopped needing to move quickly a long time ago and had not missed it. He gestured to the empty cushion without looking up from his notes. Wei Liang sat. Zhou Hanqing finished what he was writing and set down his brush. He looked at Wei Liang. He did not introduce himself, did not ask any questions, did not explain why Wei Liang was here. He simply looked. Wei Liang, who had developed the habit of scanning new rooms immediately, read what he could. The desk had 3 formation-marked items on it: an appraisal crystal, a boundary seal, and a jade slip in a wooden case. The bookshelves had true names floating above each physical text. He had never seen true names over physical books before. It meant these books had cultivation value, had been used in formation work, had absorbed enough spiritual energy over decades to carry identifiable names. That was unusual. Master Zhou's own technique was visible, the way any cultivated practitioner's was. Its name was, Wei Liang noticed, and then moved past, out of courtesy, and then he came back to it because the name had something in it he recognized. The root character was the same as the ancestors' hall inscription. The same character. He did not react. He sat still and let Zhou Hanqing look at him. After perhaps an hour of this, not uncomfortable silence, not comfortable either, just presence, Zhou said, "Tell me what you see when you look around this room." Wei Liang described what he saw. He was careful and methodical and left nothing out. He described the true names above every object, every book, every formation inscription. He described the root character in Zhou's technique and what he thought it connected to, without speculating about why. He described the feeling of holding a true name in his mind, briefly, the trembling that came after, the way his body had tried to respond in the sparring match. He talked for perhaps 20 minutes. Zhou Hanqing did not interrupt. When Wei Liang finished, Zhou sat for a long moment. His hands, resting on the desk, were perfectly still. His face was perfectly still. But his hands, Wei Liang had learned to watch hands, pressed very flat against the wood, the kind of flat that comes from deliberate controlled pressure, the kind that stops trembling. "Return to your duties," Zhou said. "Come again next Wednesday." Wei Liang stood, bowed, and left. At the door, he paused and looked back, because something had caught his eye. Zhou Hanqing's cultivation technique was still floating above the man's head, and its root character, the same one as the ancestors' hall inscription, had a secondary character appended to it, a character that hadn't been visible when Wei Liang first looked. It read, in context, "Teacher. Chapter 9 The Qi Condensation Rank 3 Breakthrough arrived without announcement." Wei Liang had been meditating, not in the formal seated position the cultivation manuals described, but lying on his back in the narrow strip of open stone behind the eastern annex, staring at the night sky. He had been holding 12 true names in his mind simultaneously, rotating through them the way a student rotates through vocabulary, testing whether the characters connected to anything when arranged in sequence. The 12th name and the first name connected. He felt it the way you feel a key turn in a lock you've been fiddling with for months. A click, real and physical, running up from his spiritual core to the base of his skull. Then heat, the same heat as the aptitude stone but diffuse now, spread through his meridians, finding pathways that hadn't been opened before. He lay still and let it happen. Qi condensation rank 3. He knew the rank because the true names in his mind sharpened at the moment of breakthrough, clarifying in the way a lens clarifies when you stop trying to focus it and let your eyes relax. He hadn't been reading names by concentrating. He had been concentrating because he was trying to compensate for something. Now he didn't need to. The sight stabilized. He stayed on his back until the heat faded, then sat up and looked around. The eastern annex courtyard was empty and dark, lit by a single oil lamp above the door. Above the lamp's formation mark, a true name floated, steady as print. He read it without effort. Sustained light, 2nd grade, no limit detected. He looked at the wall of the annex. 14 formation marks, each with its name, each readable without concentration. He read them all in perhaps 30 seconds. He stood up and walked along the perimeter of the annex. The formation that enclosed the sect's grounds, the outer boundary ward, was not visible to the eye, but he could read it now. Its name floated at the boundary line, precise and long. He stood at the edge and read it slowly. At the end of the boundary ward's name, appended after the standard components, the way the 4th character on Brother Luo's technique was appended, there was an additional element. Not a limit character. Something else. It was directional. It pointed toward the northeast quarter of the sect's inner grounds. Like a signpost. Wei Liang looked northeast. He couldn't see anything unusual from here. But the boundary ward, which had been built to keep outsiders out, had something in it pointing inward. He wrote this down and went to bed. Chapter 10. The promotion from labor disciple to outer disciple was handled through a brief administrative ceremony in Elder Hung Xiu's office, with no audience and a form to sign. The reassessment had been straightforward. Qi condensation rank 3, no elemental affinity, but rank 3 was the threshold, and rank was rank. Wei Liang signed the form. He was given a gray outer disciple robe and a basic entry token for the outer disciple library. He walked out of the elder's office as a different category of person than he had been 40 minutes before. Ho Chun was in the corridor. He had obviously been waiting, or at least standing in the corridor for reasons that happened to coincide with this moment. He looked at the gray robe. His expression moved through several things before settling on something Wei Liang recognized as controlled discomfort. Rank 3, Ho Chun said. Unusual for someone without a root. It is, Wei Liang agreed. Ho Chun had filed a petition, reportedly, to have Wei Liang expelled before the breakthrough. He would have known about the breakthrough before Wei Liang's robe changed color. News moved quickly in the outer disciple quarters. He had had perhaps 12 hours to adjust to a reality where the labored disciple who'd watched him with that look over a bowl of spilled soup was now up here. The outer library, Ho Chun said, is for outer disciples. I know, Wei Liang said. He held up the entry token. I was just issued this. Ho Chun said nothing more. He left. Wei Liang went to the library. He spent the next 7 days there. He signed out every technique manual in the outer collection, read each one, returned them in the same condition. He took no notes. His memory for true names was excellent and getting better. By the end of the week, he had a mental catalog of 214 unique true names, cross-referenced against their root, vector, and limit components. He noticed 3 things across those 214. First, 3 techniques in the library shared a root character. That root character was also present in the formation around the sect's treasury, the one he'd read from outside the building during his morning walks. The root meant something like holds or contains, but with the specific sense of holding under authority. Possession, not just containment. Second, the 3 techniques with that root were all classified as restricted outer disciple curriculum, which meant they were available, but with records kept. Third, Brother Luo's void step approach was not in the outer library. It should have been. It was an outer disciple technique by rank. But its name wasn't there. He'd been searching for it all week. He filed this. He had a lot of things filed. He was starting to see how they connected. If you enjoy a story where the weakest kid in the room ends up knowing more than anyone, subscribe to the channel and hit the bell. Every upload arrives right to your feed. And if you like what you hear today, leave a like. It takes 1 second, and it tells me you want more of this. Chapter 11. The Outer Disciple Monthly Assessment ran across 3 days. Physical cultivation check, technique demonstration, a written form on sect rules, and 2 mandatory sparring matches against assigned opponents. Wei Liang's assigned opponents were Disciple Jiang Pei, Qi Condensation Rank 4, Wood Element, and Disciple Mo Lihua, Qi Condensation Rank 5, Fire Element. He could beat both of them. He was certain of this. He had read their techniques during library week, identified their limit points, and mapped the specific angles of approach that would nullify their strongest methods. He decided not to. This required care. Losing badly would be unconvincing. The match records would show his sparring against Tin Shan, and a student who could consistently identify Tin Shan's weight shifts wouldn't suddenly be unable to move. Losing credibly required performing exactly at Qi Condensation Rank 3 with no additional information advantage visible. He let Jiang Pei win the first match. He moved correctly for his nominal rank, slightly slow, readable footwork, a standard Qi Condensation 3 pattern, and let a technique he could have avoided connect with his left shoulder. He went down on impact. He got up once and lost the second exchange cleanly. Mo Lihua's match was harder to calibrate. Her fire-type technique had a limit he'd identified. It couldn't adjust mid-arc, so lateral movement before the cast resolved would dodge it completely. But he couldn't use lateral movement without revealing that he knew where the cast would resolve before it did. He ate the technique twice and won the third exchange through a conventional Qi condensation counter, the kind of move that was in every manual. He passed the assessment. The record showed Qi condensation rank 3, no elemental affinity, limited technique exposure, passing performance. Jiang Pei was going to be useful later. He had a loose tongue, and he reported to the inner disciple quarters for his assignments, which meant he'd have access to gossip Wei Liang could not otherwise reach. Wei Liang had identified this 3 days ago and arranged the match calibration specifically to leave Jiang Pei with a sense of easy victory and mild good feeling. He walked away from the 3rd day assessment and noticed Rin Xiao watching from the upper terrace. She was inner disciple, Foundation Establishment Rank 2. She was watching the outer disciple matches the way a person watches a performance they find boring, waiting for something interesting. Her arms were crossed and her expression was closed. She was not paying attention to the match Wei Liang had just lost. She was watching him walk away from it. He noted this. He filed it. Chapter 12. Master Zhou Hanqing held the jade slip in both hands when he brought it out. He placed it on the desk between them with the particular care of someone handling something that meant more than its material suggested. Take this, he said. Wei Liang picked it up. A standard-sized jade slip, sealed with a formation wrap, the kind used for long-term storage of cultivation information. The seal was old work, years old, careful and precise. Above the slip's surface, a true name floated. The name of the seal, not the name of the slip's contents, which were hidden behind the wrap. Except, he looked more carefully. Through the formation seal, faintly, like seeing a candle through paper, there was a second name. Not the contents. He couldn't read that. Not through a proper seal, not at his current level. But the outer surface of the slip itself, the jade, had a character that wasn't part of the seal and wasn't part of whatever was inside. It had been pressed into the jade directly. 2 characters. Not yet. Open it when you can name what's inside without breaking the seal, Zhou said. Wei Liang looked up from the slip. Zhou was watching him with the same expression he'd worn during the first meeting, attentive, still, giving nothing but receiving everything. The seal is yours, Wei Liang said. The characters pressed into the jade aren't. Zhou said nothing. Someone else put those 2 characters there. Wei Liang turned the slip over. Same characters on the reverse side, same impression. Before you had it. Zhou said, keep it safe. Wei Liang put the slip in the inner pocket of his robe, against his chest. The formation seal was cold through the fabric. He sat with the not yet of it for a moment, and then said, the root character in your cultivation technique is the same as the north wall inscription in the ancestors' hall. Zhou said, yes. You know about the inscription. I know about the inscription. Wei Liang waited. Zhou did not elaborate. Same time next Wednesday, Wei Liang said. Yes, Zhou said. Wei Liang left. He walked the long way back to the outer disciple quarters, past the ancestors' hall, and stood outside it for a moment without going in. He could read the hall's outer formation from here. Its true name floated above the entrance arch in large, settled characters. Memorial of the preceding. Standard. But behind the main formation, layered under it, the same way the not yet was layered under the slip seal, there was something else. He'd been reading this building for months and hadn't caught it until now because his sight was sharper since the breakthrough. A second formation. Older. Its name was still resolving. He couldn't read the full sequence at this distance, just the first character. Root. Chapter 13. The accusation reached Wei Liang on a Tuesday in the form of a summons from the outer disciple council elder, a thin woman named Elder Zhao Lan who ran assessments with the cheerless efficiency of someone who had seen every form of misbehavior and been impressed by none of it. Disciple Wei, she said. He was seated across from her desk. 2 other outer disciples were present as witnesses, procedural requirement. Ho Chen was not in the room. He couldn't be, as the petitioner in an accusation. But someone representing his interest was. A pill has gone missing from disciple Rong Feng's personal storage. Rong Feng reports that only one person accessed his room between when the pill was last seen and when it was noticed missing. Elder Zhao Lan paused. You, Wei Liang said. When? 3 days ago. Between the 2nd and 3rd hour of afternoon. I was in the library between the 2nd and 4th hour of afternoon, Wei Liang said. The entry token records timestamps. The entry records were checked, the elder said. You signed in at the 2nd hour and out at the 4th. This is consistent with your claim. However, she set a paper on the desk. Disciple Rong Feng's room key is a formation-locked seal. The cultivation technique used to open it leaves a residual signature. The signature recovered from the door is Qi condensation rank 3, no elemental affinity. Wei Liang looked at the paper. He read the true name of the document above it. False account. Not the report's name, the name of what the document was. He did not say this aloud. He thought carefully for 3 seconds and said, May I see the storage pouch the pill was kept in? Elder Zhao Lan raised an eyebrow. The pouch is Rong Feng's property. I cannot compel its examination. Not compel, Wei Liang said. Ask. He looked at the second witness, a girl he didn't know. Then at the first witness, Jiang Pei, who was, as expected, present for his usual gossip collection. A storage pouch that's been opened recently retains the spiritual signature of the person who opened it. Different from a door seal, it's on the interior weave. If the pouch was last opened by the thief, it will have the thief's signature. This was not a technique he had. He was describing, accurately, a property of storage pouch formation weaves that he had read about in the library this week, anticipating this conversation. Elder Zhao Lan was quiet for a moment. You are suggesting that whoever opened the pouch will have a different signature than whoever opened the door. If the same person committed both actions, the signatures will match. If they don't match, that's informative. He paused. You could also check the cultivation technique used to open the door. Qi condensation rank 3, no elemental affinity. That describes many people. But a technique has a specific vector pattern. Mine is documented from 2 weeks of assessment sparring. If the residual signature's vector doesn't match my assessed pattern, it wasn't me. Zhang Pei made a small sound. He would be reporting this conversation in detail to 6 people within the hour. The elder looked at Wei Liang for a long moment. Then she closed the file. The investigation ran for 4 days. Wei Liang waited. He was exonerated on a Thursday. The cultivation technique signature on Rongfeng's door matched not Wei Liang's vector pattern, but a signature consistent with a Qi condensation rank 5 practitioner, 2 full ranks above Wei Liang, using a suppression technique to mimic a lower signature. Someone had deliberately falsified a rank 3 signature. The council elder noted in the record that Wei Liang had reasoned the exoneration pathway himself. The record read, demonstrated analytical faculty significantly exceeding rank expectation. He had used only things that were true. He had not revealed anything about true name site. He had simply known where to point. Chapter 14. The sect's outer boundary formation was not designed to be studied from outside. Wei Liang studied it from outside anyway. He chose the morning walking route, a perimeter path that labor and outer disciples used for exercise, a circuit of the main peak that took 40 minutes at a moderate pace. It brought him close enough to the formation boundary markers, stones set at intervals, formation marks pressed into their surfaces, to read the true names at each marker. He walked the circuit every morning for 2 weeks, reading 1 marker per circuit, and by the end he had assembled the full picture. The outer formation was a standard sect boundary ward, nothing unusual in its main structure. Repel intrusion. Record passage. Alert the watch. Its overall name was what he expected, Iron Root Boundary, 3rd grade. Fine. But the sect's formation array was not just the boundary. Inside the boundary, the formation network branched, connecting the outer perimeter to internal control points, to the library, to the treasury, to the elder residences. He had been reading those internal branches for months, 1 piece at a time. On day 14, he had enough to see the architecture of the whole thing. There was a layer he hadn't been able to read before. Not hidden. His sight had simply been too new, too unsteady to resolve it. Now, at Qi condensation rank 3 with weeks of daily practice, he could hold the entire formation network in his mind at once and read the pattern of all its component names. The hidden layer's formation name was short, only 4 characters. He translated them slowly, because he wanted to be precise. Remember? Who? You. Oh. It was not a security formation. It was a record. Someone had built a reminder into the sect's infrastructure, not visible to the formation masters who maintained the array, not referenced in any maintenance record, but present, alive, running continuously, presumably since it was placed. Remember who you owe. He thought about the Cloudspine sect. He thought about Meiyu mentioning her family's debt. He thought about the signpost at the boundary, pointing northeast. He added the hidden layer to his registry and stood for a long time at the 14th morning marker, looking at the mountain. Chapter 15. Rin Xiao found him in the outer training courtyard on a Thursday afternoon, when most disciples were in formal session and the space was empty enough to hear footsteps. She walked with the deliberate efficiency of someone who had decided something and was not interested in reconsidering. She was 2 years older than Wei Liang, with the kind of foundation establishment ranked 2 cultivation base that expressed itself as contained pressure, the sense that she was always slightly holding back. Her technique names were complex and well-developed, more so than her rank should have explained. Sparring match, she said, as if this was already agreed. Wei Liang looked at her. Now. She walked to the center of the courtyard and turned to face him. I want to see what you actually do. He followed her to the center. You have cultivation access to foundation establishment techniques. Yes. She took her opening stance. The true name above it resolved in his vision. Mountain gate form, 2nd level. Clean technique, well-developed, no unusual extensions. Its limit, it cannot generate force from a stationary front foot. You're using a technique 2 ranks above mine, he said. Yes, she said. I'll use it anyway. She moved. She was fast, faster than the technique's name suggested, which meant she'd added refinements not in the standard curriculum. The strike came in from a high angle, forcing his shoulder down. He read the true name in the first second of the exchange, identified the limit, and stepped laterally. Not backward, not sideways, specifically the direction where her front foot could not generate follow-through force from its current position. The strike went wide by 3 inches. She reset. She was already in the second form of mountain gate. Her weight shifted. He hadn't seen the transition because he'd been watching her front foot. She hit him in the next exchange. Cleanly. He'd moved too slowly. She'd changed her weight distribution between exchanges in a way that invalidated his read on the front foot position, and by the time he registered the change, she was already inside his guard. He went down. Got up. She hit him in the third exchange. Got up. She hit him in the fourth. He was not landing any more clean sidesteps. She stopped. 3 more, she said. He lost 3 more exchanges cleanly, and then she stopped again and looked at him with a different expression than she'd started with. You knew where to step, she said. Yes. You've used it once. Why not again? I read your front foot. You changed your weight shift after the first exchange. I was watching the wrong thing. She was quiet for a moment. What were you watching for? The technique's limit is the front foot, but you can compensate for the limit by changing the weight sequence. Once I saw you do that, I need to read your whole body pattern, not just the foot. I don't have the speed for that yet. Rin Xiao looked at him. The look was not contemptuous. It was the look of someone recalibrating. What did you see, she said. It wasn't quite a question. Wei Liang considered how much to say. The technique has a specific limit, he said. It can't generate force from a stationary front foot. I stepped into that limit in the first exchange. You compensated in subsequent exchanges. How do you know the technique's limit? I read a lot, he said. She looked at him for another moment. She said, that's not a real answer. No, he said. It's not. She left without saying anything else. He watched her go and noted that she had not pushed further. She had filed the non-answer as deliberately non-responsive and chosen to observe rather than press. She was paying close attention now. Chapter 16 Qi Condensation Rank 5 arrived 6 weeks after Rank 3, which was faster than anyone expected, and which Wei Liang had timed carefully to appear fast, but not inexplicably fast. The breakthrough happened in the meditation chamber, in the approved formal posture, during an assigned cultivation session. He had been holding back the last 2 steps of the advancement deliberately, waiting until the right conditions, the right audience. The right audience was no one. The chamber was empty of other disciples. The assigned overseer had stepped out for 5 minutes. Those 5 minutes were when Wei Liang allowed the advancement to complete. He walked out of the chamber with rank 5 spiritual pressure, accepted a formal record of the breakthrough, and went directly to the outer library. He had been thinking about copy for 3 weeks. True name sight, as he understood it, had 3 functions. He had confirmed the first, reading names, identifying limits. He had partially confirmed the second. Holding a name in his mind could guide his body toward a technique's limit, creating a countering effect. The third function, the one he kept returning to, was the most significant. If the name defined the technique completely, then holding the name with sufficient spiritual energy should allow him to replicate the technique. Not copy in the sense of learning it through practice. Copy in the sense of wearing the name and doing what the name described. He found an empty corridor in the outer library storage wing and looked at the true name of the nearest formation mark. It was a light seal, 1st grade, the same kind that powered the lamps throughout the building. Simple structure. Short name. He had read this name 100 times. He held it in his mind. Root character, sustain. Vector character, emit. He drew spiritual energy up from his core and channeled it not through his own techniques. He had none, formally, but through the vector he was holding. The formation mark on the wall guttered. A faint light appeared in his palm. Not the lamp light, the same light. Something that lasted precisely 2 seconds before his spiritual energy gave out completely. He sat down on the floor. His hands were shaking. His vision had the particular washed-out quality of someone who had emptied their spiritual reserves in a brief, concentrated effort. He sat on the floor for 5 minutes waiting to be able to stand again. In those 2 seconds, the light had been exactly what the true name promised. Sustained. Emitting. 1st grade. No deviation. He got up. He wrote a note that said, in his shorthand, copy functional. Duration, 2s. Cost, full reserve. Adjust as rank advances. The name on the formation mark was sitting in his vision as steadily as always, unchanged by what he'd done with it. Names were not consumed by being read. Chapter 17 Ho Chen's third move was physical. Wei Liang had expected something eventually. The pattern of harassment had escalated gradually, from verbal to social to the false accusation, and the false accusation had failed visibly. Ho Chun had lost resources, credibility with Elder Xiaolan, the goodwill of some fellow disciples who found the failed frame-up distasteful. Men who lose resources through failed attacks do not stop attacking. They recalibrate. The recalibration was 2 accomplices on the mountain path at the 2nd hour of evening. Wei Liang was returning from the library. He had a few seconds of warning. The path curved. and he heard the particular quality of silence that comes before people who have been waiting decide to move. He had time to stop, to assess, and to make a decision. He could leave the path. The secondary routes would add 40 minutes, but were unmonitored. He could call for help, unlikely to arrive in time, and the cost of being seen as someone who needed rescuing was a problem he'd rather not create. He could fight. He couldn't win. Ho Chen alone was rank 7, with 2 accomplices, all of whom had elemental affinity and developed techniques. This was not a match Wei Liang could force in his favor regardless of what he could read. He walked forward. They were waiting in the widest section of the path, good ground for 3-on-1, limiting his angles. Ho Chen was in the center with the particular looseness of someone who has done this before. The accomplices were rank 5 and rank 6. Wei Liang stopped at the edge of the wide section and looked at all 3 of them. He read every technique name visible. Ho Chen, 7-star compression form plus 2 supplementary techniques he hadn't used in public before. Left accomplice, a metal element cutting form, rank 5, standard curriculum. Right accomplice, a wood element binding technique, rank 6. With an unusual extension he filed immediately. He registered the limit of every technique in the next 4 seconds. Then he let Ho Chen's first strike connect. He was already moving in the direction it would push him, adding to the force rather than taking it fully, so the strike threw him against the path stone wall instead of knocking him down. He went into the wall, steadied himself, and turned back. He read the second technique as it was forming. He was too slow to dodge it. Ho Chen's rank 7 cultivation was genuinely faster than his rank 5 response, but he tucked his right side in and caught the technique's force along his ribs instead of his spine. 2 ribs cracked. He felt this precisely, a sharp bilateral snap, pain arriving a full second after the impact, the particular deep quality of broken rather than bruised. He went down. He lay on the path stones for approximately 3 seconds, listening to the footsteps approach, and then stop. He was not unconscious. He was filing. 7-star compression form, true form. The first 2 strikes were consistently weaker because the technique was designed for 3-strike accumulation. He had now confirmed this empirically. He had also confirmed the limit of the wood element binding technique. It required the target to be stationary for a full second before completion. And the metal element cutting form had a specific startup motion he had now seen twice. He memorized the true name of the technique that had broken his ribs. Then he lay still and let them decide they were done. Ho Chen said something. Wei Liang did not respond. They left. He lay on the path in the dark and felt the particular steady pain of cracked ribs and thought about 7-star compression form. He was smiling under the blood from a split lip. He had the full picture now. Chapter 18. The formal process began with a technique analysis submitted to Master Zhou Hanqing's office. Wei Liang did not sign it. He used a different paper and a slightly varied handwriting. He had practiced this and delivered it as an anonymous note through the suggestion drop at the technique study hall. The content was precise. An analysis of 7-star compression form's cultivation lineage, citing 2 specific character elements in its root that were not present in any sanctioned outer disciple technique, but were documented in a restricted formation manual that described the lineage of a cultivation method placed on the sect's prohibited list 40 years ago. He had found the restricted manual. It had been in the secondary stacks, mislabeled, which was why it hadn't been restricted properly. He had read it and returned it to the wrong shelf. The analysis was accurate. It cited real page references, real character matching, real lineage documentation. An investigation would confirm every claim. He submitted it on a Wednesday. By Friday, a cultivation review panel had been quietly opened on Ho Chen's 7-star compression form. The second part required more care. Wei Liang identified disciple Song Jun, junior outer disciple, rank 4, currently learning a standard foundation strike technique. He spent 1 hour at the sparring grounds observing Song Jun's practice session and identifying the gap in his technique. His highline strikes were consistently late because he was loading his shoulder wrong. He approached Song Jun after the session and offered to demonstrate a correction. Song Jun, who was a straightforward person without complicated motivations, said yes. Wei Liang corrected Song Jun's shoulder loading in 20 minutes. He also, incidentally, showed Song Jun the specific angle of approach for his strikes that would bring him inside Ho Chen's 7-star compression form before the form's 3rd accumulation strike could land. He framed this as useful general principle for engaging someone bigger than you. He did not tell Song Jun who he was thinking of. 12 days later, Song Jun and Ho Chen happened to be assigned to the same sparring slot. Song Jun used the approach Wei Liang had demonstrated and hit Ho Chen cleanly before the 7-star compression form reached full power. It happened in front of 30 disciples. Ho Chen stood in the sparring ring, breathing hard, one hand pressed to the impact point. He looked across the ring at Song Jun and then, slowly, with the particular intelligence of someone connecting pieces he doesn't want to connect, he looked toward the observation perimeter. Wei Liang was not at the observation perimeter, but Ho Chin's expression, when he looked toward where Wei Liang might have been standing, was the expression of someone who is afraid for the first time. Wei Liang heard about this secondhand from Jiang Pei, who reported it with considerable enthusiasm. Chapter 19 Elder Xin Wuk moved through the outer disciple area the way a cloud moves across a hillside, covering distance without appearing to rush, his presence changing the light without making a sound. Wei Liang was in the outer courtyard running his morning cultivation cycle when the inspection arrived. He recognized Xin Wuk by the technique names floating above him. Multiple, layered, more complex than any single practitioner he had encountered, each one developed to a level that suggested decades of deliberate refinement. The elder was well into core formation, possibly beyond. His spiritual pressure, even held in, was detectable. The inspection team moved through the courtyard. Disciples straightened their posture and their cultivation. The usual performance. Xin Wuk paused near Wei Liang. He did not look at Wei Liang directly. He stood perhaps 3 paces away, facing the courtyard in general, and was quiet for a moment. Wei Liang continued his cultivation cycle, which required no particular attention and allowed him to read the elder's personal artifacts. Xin Wuk carried 6. 4 were standard elder-level equipment: protective seals, a communication formation, a cultivation enhancement ring. 1 was unusual, a modified detection artifact he had never seen the type of before, and 1 was a formation plate, small, pressed against the inside of his left sleeve. He read the formation plate's true name. Nothing new under heaven. The vector of that name resolved as he held it. It was not a description. It was a directive. Nothing new under heaven. Meaning, let nothing new emerge without being seen. A monitoring formation. Personal. The elder had been monitoring for emerging abilities. Wei Liang kept his cultivation cycle running without any visible change in his posture or his breath. Xin Wuk moved on after a moment, without speaking. Wei Liang watched the inspection team continue through the courtyard. He thought about the hidden formation layer in the sect boundary. Remember who you owe. He thought about nothing new under heaven. He thought about the document in the Ancestors' Hall and the incomplete name on the crumbling wall. He had been thinking of his true name site as his own private territory, a lens he held that nobody else knew about. It was occurring to him that someone had been looking for exactly this kind of lens for a long time. He was going to need to be careful about what he showed and what he held back. Chapter 20 The sect ranking tournament announcement arrived in the 3rd week of the month, posted at all 4 of the main peaks public boards simultaneously. 7 days of competition, outer disciple division, all ranks from Qi condensation 3 through foundation establishment, formal records kept. Wei Liang signed up. His name on the registration sheet, directly below 3 foundation establishment rank 1 participants, attracted no particular comment. The null disciple who had made some noise in the assessment sparring was signing up for the tournament. Interesting maybe, not alarming. His first match was against disciple Ru Hao, Qi condensation rank 7. The match was scheduled for the 3rd morning, in the outer training ring, with 2 elder-level arbiters and an audience that had grown since the preliminary results suggested an unusual bracket. Ru Hao was well-regarded, not flashy, but consistent, with a rank 7 cultivation base and an earth-type pressure technique that most rank 6 opponents couldn't work around. Wei Liang entered the ring. He read Ru Hao's technique immediately. Earth-type pressure cultivation, foundation approach form, rank 7. True name visible, limit clear. It required continuous ground contact to sustain the pressure field. If the user's feet left the ground, the field collapsed. Briefly, Ru Hao began the match with standard form, building pressure, steady, letting the cultivation gap do the work. Wei Liang circled. He was at rank 5, 2 full ranks below. The pressure was real and physical, the kind that made his knees want to bend. He waited. He was not waiting to find the right moment to dodge. He was waiting for Ru Hao to advance, because the advance required a specific step sequence, and in the 3rd step of that sequence there was a half second where Ru Hao's back foot was transitioning weight from heel to ball. That transition moved his back foot off the ground. It lasted perhaps 0.2 of a second. Not long enough to see, not long enough to feel. But Wei Liang had read the technique's true name. He knew the transition point precisely. He pushed his spiritual energy up through his arm and into the channel the technique's true name described, not copying the technique, not countering it in the traditional sense. He was inserting his own energy into the limit point of the technique at the exact moment the limit opened. The spiritual energy entered the pressure field. The field recognized the intrusion, not as an attack, but as a structural inconsistency, something that didn't belong in its architecture. It collapsed inward. Not slowly. In one breath. Ru Hao staggered as his own cultivation technique folded. He wasn't harmed. The collapse was clean, not violent. But his rank 7 cultivation base was suddenly just a rank 7 cultivation base without its technique. And in the 3 seconds it took him to reassemble his approach, Wei Liang moved inside his guard and touched 2 fingers to Ru Hao's sternum. The arbiter's flag went up. The match was over. The audience was silent. Wei Liang stood in the center of the ring and read the crowd's reaction the way he read walls, methodically, without judgment. He counted 12 people who had shifted to more attentive postures. He counted 3 who were already talking quietly to neighbors. He counted 1, at the far edge of the observation gallery, who had not moved at all, had not changed his expression, and whose hands were folded very still in his lap. Master Zhou Hanqing closed his eyes. When he opened them, Wei Liang was still looking at him. Zhou said, quietly, to himself or to the empty air beside him, "He's found the edge. Now let's see if he falls off it." Wei Liang had read his lips from 30 paces. He had not fallen off any edge. He left the ring and went to read the next match's bracket. Chapter 21. The tournament's second day opened under low clouds and a crowd that had doubled overnight. Word had traveled through the outer disciple quarters with the speed that significant things always traveled. Through shared meals, morning cultivation sessions, the informal network of people who watched matches and then went back to their rooms and talked. By the time Wei Liang arrived at the tournament registration desk, the shape of the previous day's rumors was already visible in how people stood around him. The watching was different, more concentrated. The way you watch something when you had already decided it was unusual, but were not yet sure what category of unusual to put it in. He registered for his second match and went to the observation area to work. His second match was against a wind-type acceleration practitioner at Qi Condensation 6. The technique was called splitting wind form, 4-character true name. Vector aimed at speed conversion, limit being that the technique could not sustain acceleration through a directional change sharper than 45 degrees without losing structural cohesion. Wei Liang watched the match arbiter confirm the formation boundary seals and thought, 9 moves, maybe 11. He was accounting for the possibility that his opponent had made individualized modifications he hadn't yet read, which was a variable he always left room for. It took 8. The 6th move was when he applied pressure at the directional limit, a sharp lateral shift that forced the acceleration technique to choose between sustaining speed and maintaining cohesion. The technique chose speed, which was the correct choice for the technique's design priorities and the wrong choice for the specific geometry Wei Liang had set up. Splitting wind form fractured at the 43-degree angle he had created. He logged 3 true name entries afterward, collected his breath, and moved to the next ring. His third match was against a fire-type combustion form, a disciple named Pao Wei who had won his group stage match by forward aggression and visible confidence. Pao Wei opened with a full combustion activation, maximum output, the kind of technique deployment that assumed cultivation gap would decide things quickly. The technique's true name blazed clear in Wei Liang's sight. Searing circuit chain, 6 characters, a technique built to run through 3 ignition stages in rapid sequence. Wei Liang spent 2 minutes absorbing strikes that stung and would leave bruises and did not drop him. He was reading. Fire-type combustion forms had a specific architecture around their sequential ignition stages. Each stage burned through a channel, and the channel could not reignite within the same activation cycle. You could not force a second use from a burn circuit. The channel required time to recover its conductivity before it could carry another ignition. The technique was designed for overwhelming force in the first 3 stages, betting on a decisive outcome before the channels needed to rest. He found the third stage's channel and worked it differently than the first 2. Instead of absorbing the strike as he had with the preceding stages, he inserted a thread of neutral element spiritual energy precisely at the activation threshold, not enough to block the ignition, but enough to prompt it into firing prematurely, before the sequential chain had built to full third stage power. The channel burned through its cycle in 1 partial burst. Then it went quiet. Pao Wei stared at his own hands for 2 full seconds. The expression was the one Wei Liang had begun categorizing as technique failure confusion. The cultivator expected to feel the third stage activate and felt nothing, and the absence was somehow more disorienting than a physical impact. Match over. Wei Liang advanced to the top 8 and went to sit at the edge of the observation area with his catalog notes. He was mid-entry on the intersection theory hypothesis between splitting wind forms speed conversion vector and searing circuit chains ignition staging when a shadow fell across his pages. He recognized the approach before he looked up. Foundation establishment 1 or 2. He read the layered technique signature that suggested years of deliberate refinement, the particular weight of someone who was accustomed to having things respond when he chose to be noticed. Feng Ryu stood there in inner disciple colors, deep blue with silver trim at the cuffs, tailored rather than issued. He was taller than Wei Liang by half a head and held himself with the ease of a cultivator whose relevance had never required justification. His cultivation technique's true name was clearly readable in full. 3 primary characters, 2 secondary. The vector pointed inward, a form designed to amplify what it already held rather than drawing from external sources. Not an aggressive method, a conservative one, built for accumulation and retention. He said nothing immediately. He looked at Wei Liang with the particular expression of a man reading a document he wasn't certain he understood. Outer disciple Wei, Feng Ryu said. I've been watching your matches. I know, Wei Liang said, and turned back to his notes. The pause that followed had texture. Feng Ryu was not accustomed to people resuming their activities after he spoke. Wei Liang could read the recalibration in his posture, a slight adjustment of weight, a reordering of his planned approach, without looking up. He had prepared for several possible responses to his opening. None of them had been this one. I've submitted a bracket request, Feng Ryu said. The semifinal placement should put us opposite each other. Wei Liang made a note about the combustion technique's third stage channel width and how the premature ignition had interacted with the natural channel timing. I see. I wanted you to be aware of this. You also wanted to observe my reaction to being told, Wei Liang said. He kept his eyes on his notes. My reaction is that I've noted the information. I don't have anything to add. A longer silence. Different quality. The silence of a man who was genuinely recalibrating rather than waiting to continue a prepared sequence. Most people, Wei Liang had found, produced silence as a pause in talking. Feng Ryu produced silence as a mode of operation. You're not what I expected, Feng Ryu said. Wei Liang looked up then. He let his focus settle on Feng Ryu's bracelet artifact, gold inlaid with dark jade, worn on the right wrist, the kind of object that was carried every day against the skin. The true name was partially obscured by the sleeve hem. He could read the root character clearly. Cannot hold what it does not own. The secondary characters confirmed a vector directed inward, constraining the wearer's own cultivation technique rather than functioning against external targets. Feng Ryu carried a limiter on his own method. He had placed it deliberately. The formation work on the bracelet was precise and intentional, not accidental. Most practitioners sought to expand their techniques, not contain them. Placing a self-limiter on a technique indicated that the practitioner had understood something specific about the method's tendency, something it would do if unconstrained that the practitioner had decided should not be permitted. I rarely am, Wei Liang said. Was there something else? Feng Ryu studied him for 3 more seconds with the focused intensity of someone running a full assessment and finding that the subject was not cooperating with the categories he had prepared. Then he turned and walked away toward the upper terrace without ceremony. Wei Liang watched him go, tracked the movement quality, cataloged the posture information. Then he returned to his notes. That visit had not been a threat. It had not been social. It had been a calibration exercise. Feng Ryu wanted to see how Wei Liang responded to direct attention from a higher-rank cultivator in a low-stakes context, before any real stakes were in play. He had wanted to identify the emotional register, deference, performance of confidence, anxiety, indifference. He had wanted to know which one Wei Liang was performing. He had gotten genuine indifference, which was the response that gave him the least material to work with. Wei Liang wrote in his catalog, Feng Ryu, bracelet artifact, cannot hold what it does not own, vector inward, constrains own cultivation method. Not a weapon against others. A reminder, or a management tool for a technique that has a specific structural tendency. What does his technique naturally try to hold? The constraint was placed deliberately by someone who understood the method's tendency well enough to manage it from outside. He has been working around a fundamental characteristic of his own cultivation for years. Everything he builds, whatever political network, whatever information channels, may be compensation for a technique that cannot retain what falls outside its control structure. He turned the page and kept working. Feng Ryu would return, not to the tournament, but to him, and Wei Liang had 17 minutes to finish the entries before the next match, which meant 17 minutes less than he needed to work out what form that return would take. Chapter 22. The tournament pause between group stage and quarterfinals gave Wei Liang 2 days. He used the first morning at the outer training grounds, running copy attempts in methodical sequence. He had been testing copy for 6 weeks. The progress was real and the limitation was real. At his current rank, each attempt drained approximately 60% of his spiritual energy in under 3 seconds. The technique activated correctly, which was the significant finding, then collapsed from resource exhaustion before he could do anything useful with it. The activation worked. The cost was unsustainable. He was developing a theory about this. The foundation establishment threshold was not arbitrary. The copy mechanism required a base cultivation density that qi condensation could not maintain. He was not doing something wrong. He was doing something that required a foundation that didn't yet exist at his current rank. The solution was not more practice. It was advancement. He held this understanding and kept practicing anyway. Not because the practice would solve the immediate problem, but because the practice was teaching him the shape of the cost curve, which category of techniques consumed the least energy per second of activation, which consumed the most, and what the mid-range looked like. That information would be valuable when his base could finally sustain longer attempts. On his 9th failed sustained attempt, sitting against the training ring's boundary stones with his forearms darkened and the familiar depletion headache building behind his eyes, he heard footsteps on the packed earth. Wind step, flowing cloud variant. He recognized the true name's signature before he turned. The 4th appended character still visible, still unexplained, written in the older script style that matched the boundary formation and the Ancestors' Hall wall, but did not belong to the Wind Step's core 3 character form. He had been cataloging that appended character for months without resolution. The script style placed it in the same era and tradition as several formations he had found inside the sect's oldest structures. Whatever it meant, it had not originated in Chun Meiyu's own cultivation development. She sat down uninvited in the grass a few feet from him, cross-legged, watching the training ground with the proprietary ease of a practitioner who considered this ground as much hers as anyone's. "You look terrible," she said. "I've been overextending my cultivation base repeatedly," Wei Liang said. "It tends to produce cosmetic consequences. Are you training for the quarterfinals?" "Indirectly. The direct training is for a different problem." He met her gaze when she turned to look at him. "I'm working on something that doesn't have a solution at my current rank. I'm documenting the structure of the problem in the meantime." She considered this without filling the silence immediately. That was one of her characteristics he had cataloged since the first time they'd spoken in month 2. She actually thought about what she heard before she responded. Most people were formulating their next sentence while the previous one was still being spoken. She was not doing that. She was listening, and then she was thinking, and then she was responding. The sequence was visible in the way her expression moved. "I've been watching your matches," she said eventually. "Not because of the wins. Because of how you moved in the 3rd match. You weren't dodging in any pattern I recognized. You weren't reading momentum the standard way. You were waiting for something specific, and when it came, you were already positioned." She paused. "It looked like you knew what was going to happen before it happened." Wei Liang looked at her directly. She was Qi Condensation rank 6, 1 rank above him. Her wind step refined to the level that had earned a formal commendation from the inner technique examiner. She had earned that commendation through genuine work. He had watched her practice at these grounds several times, and she trained with the engaged focus of someone who found the technique itself interesting, not just the rank advancement it would produce. She cared about the form. Not about being seen caring about the form. There was a difference, and it was visible. "What are you looking for?" he asked. "Training partner," she said. "Specifically for a problem I can't locate. My wind step has an inconsistency in the transition between its 2 application contexts. I've shown it to 2 senior disciples and an inner technique examiner. They told me my form was clean, and I was probably imagining the inconsistency." "You're not imagining it," he said. She went very still. "How do you know that?" He focused his sight on her wind step's true name again, reading it in full. The 3 core characters were exactly as they should be, precisely maintained, consistently trained, carrying the marks of a practitioner who had worked the foundation thoroughly. The vector was functional and well-maintained. The technique was genuinely good. But the 4th appended character, the one that shouldn't be there, was written in the institutional script style he had been tracking across multiple locations. It was not a natural evolution of her wind step through personal cultivation development. It had been placed from outside, at some point, by someone with the formation skill to insert a modification into a living technique without the practitioner noticing the addition. Beneath that external addition, though, the core technique itself had a genuine structural issue. She had been training in enclosed spaces for an extended period, probably the Eastern Mountain Practice Caves, based on the direction of the modification's compression signature, compensating around the wind step's upper movement component that required open air above the practitioner. The compensation had worked well enough that it had been incorporated into the technique's base structure. Her wind step now carried 2 variant forms, but they had developed conflicting activation points. The technique couldn't decide which form it was choosing in the initiation moment, and that uncertainty produced the inconsistency she was feeling. "Your wind step has developed a secondary form through your enclosed space training," he said. The The compensation you developed for spaces without ceiling clearance was effective enough to become part of the technique structure. You now have two variant forms. They conflict at the activation initiation point, which creates the inconsistency you're sensing in the transition. May you looked at him with the expression of someone whose framework for a problem has just shifted completely. I trained in the practice caves under the Eastern Mountain for 3 months. Senior disciple and said the enclosed training would strengthen my foundational form. It did strengthen one form. It also generated a second one, by accident. That's not senior disciple and's fault. It's an unusual outcome. Most practitioners don't develop enough technical precision in a secondary context to accidentally generate a variant. They develop workarounds, not new forms. You were working precisely enough in the caves that the modification became structural. He paused. You trained too well in the wrong environment. That sounds like a very specific compliment attached to a problem. It is both things. He considered how much to add. You can't remove the variant at this stage. It's integrated into the foundation work. But you could treat both forms as intentional stances rather than a corruption. Most people who fight wind step have trained against the open-air form. The enclosed space variant uses different timing and a different angle of weight transfer. Used deliberately, the dual form creates opportunities the standard single-form approach doesn't have. She sat with this for a moment, processing on a large scale. He could see her mind working, not in the way that showed as visible distraction, but with a focused inwardness that was very present while also turning something over beneath the surface. Then she stood and moved into Wind Step's opening stance. Show me the conflict point in the activation sequence, she said. He stood. He had perhaps 30% of his spiritual energy remaining, not enough for a copy attempt. He walked her through the structural description using body position and hand reference, explaining the moment in the activation where the technique's architecture was uncertain between its two forms. What the energy felt like in that moment. How to recognize when the technique was choosing for her versus when she was choosing for it. How to begin the process of deliberately directing that choice rather than waiting for it to happen. They worked for 2 hours. The form improved measurably just from awareness. The technique began moving with intention between forms rather than stumbling at the transition. When they stopped, she sat back down in the grass. The morning had advanced to midday. The training ground had filled and partially emptied again around them. The fourth character in my Wind Step's name, she said. You mentioned an extra character earlier. What does it say? He looked at the appended character again. Its root structure matched the boundary formation and the crumbling wall in the North Passage, both places where he had noted it without reaching a full translation. He had the root structure, the script style, and 3 locations where it appeared. He did not have a complete translation he trusted. I don't know its full meaning yet, he said. This was true. I've seen the root structure in 2 other contexts. I'm still working on the translation. But you're certain it's an addition? Not part of the original form? Certain. The script style is different from the core 3 characters. Someone placed it there. It wasn't part of the technique's development history. She absorbed this with the considered silence of someone who understood that some information arrived in pieces. She did not push further. They parted with a plan to continue working together before the quarterfinal. Wei Liang sat back down against the boundary stones after she left and looked at the empty ground. The appended character in her technique was not simply a curiosity anymore. It was in the boundary formation. It was in the incomplete name he had copied from the North Wall inscription in month 2. And now it was in her Wind Step, a personal cultivation technique, something she had been developing for years, something that should have been entirely her own. 3 locations in the same script style, with the same root structure, connected by something he did not yet have enough pieces to name. The connection was real. The meaning was not yet available. He was going to have to find a translation before he could understand what purpose the character served. And he was developing a certainty, not yet provable, but growing louder, that whoever had placed it there had not done so for her benefit. Chapter 23. The quarterfinals drew a crowd that required active management. Disciples 3 deep along the observation rails. Inner disciples claiming the upper terrace positions early, a pair of senior elder observers in the formal assessment gallery above the East Ring. Wei Liang's assigned opponent was Bao Linfeng, Qi Condensation rank 7, 2 full ranks above Wei Liang's current 6. The crowd had been calculating this matchup since the bracket posted that morning. They had watched the null disciple defeat a rank 7 in his first match, so they were not assuming an automatic outcome. But the prevailing analysis was clear enough that Wei Liang could read it in how people positioned themselves at the railings. Whatever trick the null disciple had used against earth-type pressure probably did not apply to water-type suppression. You could dodge precision. You could not dodge volume. Wei Liang had read Bao Linfeng's technique, tidal restraint cultivation, During the preliminary rounds when he was cataloging every technique he could observe, he had added it to his catalog with full reading. 6 characters, vector aimed at elemental resonance amplification. Limit being that the suppression mechanism resonated with the target's elemental energy signature to create its feedback collapse. Against an earth-type cultivator, the resonance was direct and overwhelming. Against a water-type, there was shared resonance to manage. Against a cultivator with no elemental affinity at all, there was nothing to resonate with. The suppression pressed and found no purchase. He had been thinking about this. The outcome was clear before the match began. The question was how to produce it in a way that revealed minimum information about his method while still demonstrating the results clearly enough to advance. Walking through full suppression output without deflecting, it was dramatic. It was also accurate. There was nothing to deflect, because tidal restraint's mechanism required a purchase it could not find. He was not doing anything technically sophisticated. He was simply being what he already was. He stepped into the ring. Bao Linfeng was already positioned at the center, cycling his cultivation energy for the opening. His posture carried the settled confidence of a cultivator who knew exactly what his technique would do to most opponents and had no reason to expect an exception. He assessed Wei Liang with the direct professional gaze of a cultivator doing his job, nodded once, and settled into the water-drawing stance. Wei Liang bowed. Bao Linfeng bowed. The arbiter confirmed the seals. Full tidal restraint activation. Maximum output from the opening second. No probing, no gradual escalation. The spiritual pressure hit Wei Liang like a physical wave, dense and heavy, the kind of force that made the air itself feel thicker and resistant. The ambient moisture in the air around the ring was being drawn into the technique's field, amplifying the suppression medium. Against any elemental cultivator, the resonance would have found them immediately. Wei Liang had no elemental signature for it to find. He walked forward. The crowd noise changed. Not gradually. Immediately, a sharp cut in the ambient murmur, replaced by the collective silence of people watching something that didn't fit any of their working models. Bao Linfeng stepped up his output. More volume, more pressure, the ring's boundary formation lighting up along its edge markings as the spiritual density inside the enclosed space increased to levels that would be overwhelming for any normal cultivator at Wei Liang's rank. The formation's assessment monitoring was registering it. The observers in the gallery were leaning forward. Wei Liang kept walking. At 2 paces from Bao Linfeng, he stopped. He let the suppression press against him from all sides. He said, "Your technique's limit applies at any output level." He said it quietly, not for the audience. As a description of what was happening, stated to the person it concerned. Bao Linfeng's technique, still active, still burning through his spiritual reserves at maximum rate, pressed against the absence at the center of Wei Liang's cultivation signature and found nothing. No elemental signature to resonate with. No feedback loop to amplify. The suppression was doing everything it was designed to do and finding that the thing it was designed to suppress did not exist in the required form. Wei Liang reached forward and placed 2 fingers against Bao Linfeng's sternum in the light contact that ended formal matches. The arbiter's flag went up. 20 seconds. He had sustained an entire match in under 20 seconds, including the slow walk forward. The crowd noise after that was not celebration. It was the particular sound of an audience that has watched something they do not have a category for and is urgently trying to build one. Wei Liang walked out of the ring and went directly to sit in the observation area before the crowd noise could decide anything for him. He sat down, opened his catalog, and noted the energy expenditure for the match. Minimal. Less than 10% of his reserves. Almost entirely from the 2 minutes of tournament formalities and the sustained reading of Bao Linfeng's technique from the opening stance. He was aware, running his methodical perimeter read, that the match arbiter was consulting the formal records with a colleague and making notations. He was aware that the elder in the assessment gallery had leaned forward and was no longer performing the routine oversight expression of someone watching expected events. He was aware that Feng Ruyu had closed his tournament bracket notebook and was watching Wei Liang with a quality of full and undivided attention that had not been present during any of the previous matches. He had disclosed 2 significant things. First, his cultivation carried no elemental affinity in any accessible form. Second, this absence functioned as complete immunity to elemental suppression techniques. Every cultivator who watched that match had just received those 2 data points. Their conclusions about what else the absence implied would vary. Most would draw wrong conclusions. Some would draw useful ones for their own purposes. Feng Ruyu would work through the implications more thoroughly than anyone else in the building. He needed to think carefully about what Feng Ruyu's model would assemble next, and whether there was anything he could do to shape that assembly. The semi-final bracket was posted that evening. He was also notified separately that his cultivation rank had advanced during the match. The ring's assessment formation had registered it. A breakthrough under pressure, unplanned, triggered by the intensity of tidal restraints, maximum output spiritual energy density interacting with his cultivation structure in a moment of perfect stillness. Qi condensation rank 7. He was still 2 ranks below foundation establishment, but the gap was narrowing. He spent the evening re-cataloging true names he had been reading at partial resolution, finding that the additional rank clarity filled in significant detail he had previously been estimating. For entries that had been labeled as incomplete could now be completed. 3 intersection theory hypotheses that had been flagged as uncertain could now be confirmed or refuted. 2 confirmed, 1 refuted, which he corrected without frustration. Inaccurate catalog entries were a problem, and correcting them was simply work. He also wrote a short analysis section he had been deferring for 2 weeks. Subject: what it meant that his cultivation had advanced not through dedicated advancement sessions, but through the concentrated pressure of reading and responding to a complex cultivation technique in real time, under competitive conditions. He had achieved rank 2 and now rank 7, not through formal breakthrough attempts, but through operational use of his ability in high-stakes contexts. This suggested his advancement mechanism might be different from the standard spiritual energy accumulation model. Not necessarily better, he had no comparative data yet, but different in a way worth tracking. If his advancements were tied to operational stress peaks rather than accumulation, the rate would be unpredictable. He couldn't plan for the next breakthrough the way he could plan for the next catalog entry. By midnight, 41 new catalog entries were complete, and he had a new section in his personal assessment file that he did not yet know what to do with. But Feng Ryu, he suspected, was in no such doubt about what he would do with the equivalent information he had gathered today. Chapter 24. The semifinal was scheduled for the 5th morning in the main ring. Wei Liang arrived at the correct time with his name entered in the arbiter's log. He stretched, ran his standard cultivation cycle check, reviewed the true names of the 3 techniques he planned to use in sequence against foundation establishment level opposition. He had spent the previous evening rebuilding his strategic framework around the assumption that Feng Ryu would fight at Foundation Establishment 1, and that the primary variable would be finding where that cultivation method's inward-directed vector created a gap in its external threat responsiveness. His opponent did not appear. After the formal 10-minute waiting interval, the arbiter stood at the ring's edge and announced, "Inner disciple Feng Ryu had submitted a tournament withdrawal on grounds of insufficient interest in the current bracket composition." The tournament title passed to Wei Liang by default. Wei Liang received the trophy from the senior tournament arbiter, a jade-inlaid rank marker with the sect's formal seal, heavier than it looked. He thanked the arbiter with the correct words. He held the trophy for a moment in the empty ring while the arbiter packed up the documentation. Insufficient interest in the current bracket composition. This was an insult that required no translation, and Feng Ryu had known it when he chose those words. He had chosen to absorb the public embarrassment of a tournament withdrawal. The phrase would be discussed throughout the inner disciple complex within hours, and the discussion would not be flattering to the man who said it. In order to preserve an informational advantage, fighting Wei Liang would have revealed how Wei Liang's ability functioned under genuine high-pressure combat against a practitioner with real cultivation power. Feng Ryu wanted that information later, on better terms, in a context where he controlled the variables. This was intelligent. Wei Liang allowed himself to acknowledge it. He carried the trophy back to his quarters and set it on the shelf alongside his catalog notebooks. It sat there with the modest company of useful things. He sat at his desk and thought carefully about what the withdrawal had shown him. A man willing to absorb a public embarrassment to preserve an informational advantage was a man who thought in campaigns rather than confrontations. He planned in months and years, not in exchanges. Patience was structural to his approach. Not a virtue he was exercising, but a feature of his fundamental orientation. Patient opponents were the most difficult kind. They did not have obvious pressure points. They could not be rushed into mistakes through applied urgency. The mistakes they eventually made were subtle, distant from the original provocation, and difficult to connect to any specific action on Wei Liang's part. This meant the usual approach of creating situations that forced errors in real time was limited in its effectiveness. Wei Liang began building the framework for the longer problem. Not a plan, a set of variables. What did Feng Ryu most value? The bracelet's constraint name described it precisely. He could not retain what existed outside his ownership structure. The cultivation technique's vector said, expands through acquisition, retains through control structure. The inward-directed design indicated that the technique worked by making its gains permanent through internalization rather than by continuing to reach outward. He valued controlled structures. He valued the security of things he had fully accounted for. He needed assurance that what he held was genuinely his and would remain so. The bracelet limiter suggested he understood this about himself, understood it enough to place a visible reminder on his wrist. Wei Liang sat with this thought across the full span of the afternoon. Tanshan appeared at his door 2 hours later with food from the outer kitchen. He ate with efficient focus and his assessment of events arrived between bites. Feng Ruyu withdrew, Tanshan said. Yes. That's going to look bad for him for at least a month. Yes. He doesn't do things that look bad for him without a reason. Tanshan was chewing and thinking simultaneously, which was characteristic of him. What's the reason? He wants to understand my method better before we face each other directly. Fighting me in the tournament would have given me information about his cultivation technique under real pressure, which is when techniques reveal their limits most clearly, while giving him limited information about mine. I was reading and managing the situation. He would have been under pressure. Better terms for him means better terms for him. Wei Liang set down his fork. He's intelligent. His decision to withdraw was correct given his information and objectives. Tanshan absorbed this. So he'll come at you eventually. Yes. Do you know how? Not yet. I need to understand what he values most with more precision. The general shape isn't sufficient leverage. A man who values controlled structures and fears losing his holdings has multiple ways to threaten someone who operates outside those structures. He paused. His bracelet artifact. The name on it tells me something about his cultivation technique's fundamental characteristic, a limit he's placed on his own method. That points to something specific about what his technique naturally tries to do when unconstrained. I need more context before I can build a complete enough picture to know which pressure would be most effective. Tanshan nodded, filing this information without requesting elaboration. He trusted Wei Liang's judgment on things he didn't fully understand. That trust was a resource. It was also, Wei Liang was beginning to understand, potentially something more complicated than that. Something that required a different kind of attention than resources usually required. He made a note to examine this more carefully. After Tanshan left, Wei Liang sat at his desk with his catalog open and thought about the Feng Ruyu problem more systematically than he had been able to during the conversation. The bracelet's inscribed limit. The technique, ascending spiral without axis. The withdrawal from the tournament. 3 data points, and each pointed in the same direction. Feng Ruyu was a man who built systems to manage his own limitations, systems to control what might otherwise slip out of control. The bracelet managed the technique. The withdrawal managed information. Everything he did was about managing information, managing access, managing the terms on which things happened. What did Wei Liang represent to a man like that? Something that existed entirely outside any management system Feng Ruyu had built. Something that saw things Feng Ruyu wanted kept unseen. Something that could read the true name of Feng Ruyu's bracelet and understand what the bracelet was for. Not a threat to his cultivation power. Feng Ruyu was foundation establishment. Wei Liang was qi condensation. The power gap was enormous and real. A threat to his information control, his certainty about what was visible and what was hidden, his ability to operate with the confidence that certain things about him were unknown to the people around him. That was the category of threat Wei Liang represented. And threats to information control, he was beginning to understand, were more alarming to certain kinds of people than threats to physical safety. You could defeat a physical threat through power. You could not defeat an information threat through power. Feng Ruyu was going to come at him in a way that addressed the information threat specifically. He was going to try to make Wei Liang's ability known and registered and controlled, contained within a framework he could see the shape of and work within. The tournament withdrawal was step 1. Making Wei Liang explicable, or forcing Wei Liang to make himself explicable, was the next step. He wrote this down carefully and added it to the Feng Ruyu file. Then he put the trophy on the shelf and went to sleep. He slept well, which was information about himself. He did not feel anxiety about what was coming. He felt the particular steadiness of a cultivator who has found the real problem and the real opponent simultaneously, and understands that neither of them will go away on their own. Chapter 25. 3 days after the tournament, Shen Meiyu found him at the outer library entrance. He was returning a formation reference text. She was retrieving a supplementary technique manual from the outer stacks. They walked the east circuit together without quite deciding to. The east circuit was the longer path around the main peak. It wound through the herb garden and the equipment storage buildings, past 2 training areas that were empty at this time of morning, and eventually reached the overlook point above the lower valley. The circuit was used when people had something to say and wanted the length of the walk to set the pace for saying it. He had come to understand this not from general knowledge about the circuit's purpose, but from watching how people's behavior changed when they suggested this particular route rather than the shorter north path. She congratulated him on the tournament win. He acknowledged it. She mentioned that her wind step had continued improving since their training session. The transition between forms was cleaner, and a sparring session with another outer disciple had gone noticeably better than previous comparable sessions. Senior disciple Luo had commented on the improvement during a recent evaluation and asked who had been helping her. I told him I'd worked it out myself, she said. It wasn't quite a question. That was the correct choice strategically, he said. Attributing the technique analysis to me would generate questions neither of us benefits from answering in detail right now. You could just say yes, thank you for thinking of it. He considered this. Yes, thank you for thinking of it. She looked briefly satisfied in the way she looked when he made an attempt at a register she had been asking for. They walked through the herb garden where she named 3 cultivation-grade plants she had been cultivating for medicinal properties, an interest she had apparently maintained since childhood, learned from her family's community in Linquan province. He listened with genuine attention. Formation interaction with actively growing cultivated plants was a category he had read about but not studied thoroughly. Her practical knowledge was more specific than his theoretical understanding. At the storage building junction, something in her pace shifted. Not slower, more deliberate. He had cataloged this pattern across enough walks with her to recognize it. She was arriving at a topic she had been considering whether to address, and she had made the decision to address it. My family is from Linquan province, she said. The southeast. There's a small cultivation community there, not a formal sect. Several related families with compatible meridian structures who've been developing their cultivation methods collectively for 4 generations. They're not on any formal cultivation map. I know the province, Wei Liang said. I haven't studied the southeast community specifically. There's no particular reason you would have. She was quiet for a moment, watching the path ahead. My family carries an old debt. My grandfather's generation incurred it with the Cloud Spine sect, a cultivation resource obligation with attached terms. The terms are structured in a way that prevents clean settlement. Each time the balance approaches resolution, a new obligation is generated and attached. The debt is designed to persist through normal repayment. Wei Liang maintained his pace and recorded this with the flat operational attention that was his instinct when information was significant. Cloud Spine sect. He turned the name in his catalog. 3 appearances. The hidden formation layer in the sect boundary. Remember who you owe. The formation manual section about intersect alliance protocol. And now, specifically and personally, may use family, a persistent debt designed not to resolve. He filed these cross-references without pausing in his step. Has the obligation been called recently? He asked. Not since before I came to Iron Root sect. Part of why I came here was the distance from Linquan province. It put me outside Cloud Spine's day-to-day operational reach. A pause. I'm aware the obligation still exists. I'm aware it can be invoked at any point. She was quiet again, longer than the previous pauses. I'm telling you this because you seem to understand situations before they become obvious to everyone else. And if there's a moment where my family's obligation intersects with something you're working on, I would rather you have the context than be operating around an unknown. Wei Liang stopped walking at the overlook point. The lower valley was visible in the morning light, the formation lines of 2 agricultural villages faintly visible as the cultivation inscriptions picked up the angle of the sun. The appended character in her wind step's true name. He had been holding it as an unexplained connection between 3 locations, the boundary formation, the distributed incomplete true name in the North Passage, her cultivation technique. He was reclassifying it now. The character was in the boundary formation because the boundary formation contained elements of a larger system. It was in the Ancestors' Hall inscription because that inscription was part of the same system's infrastructure. And it was in her wind step's name because someone had added it to her personal cultivation technique as an instrument of the obligation. A cultivation binding embedded in her own method, using the technique as an enforcement mechanism. She was not simply connected to the debt through family obligation. The debt's contract structure had been inscribed into her wind step at some point, likely without her knowledge, making her cultivation technique itself part of the binding. This was a more serious situation than he had understood 30 minutes ago. I appreciate the context, he said. He meant it precisely. It was exactly the word. Context had changed his picture of the situation significantly. You can just say thank you, she said. Thank you, he said. I genuinely mean it. She seemed satisfied, not with the specific form of the words, but with the fact that he was making the attempt at the register she was asking for rather than defaulting entirely to acknowledgement of information phrasing. They continued the circuit in a different kind of quiet. Wei Liang was thinking about the appended character, about what a cultivation binding embedded in a living technique implied about its enforcement mechanism, about whether there was a method for removing external additions from an integrated cultivation technique without destabilizing the base structure. He didn't know. He needed to find out before he said anything more to her. Telling her about the binding without being able to do something about it would create fear he couldn't resolve, and fear that couldn't be resolved was a liability he wasn't willing to hand her. You went quiet, she observed. I'm thinking about something I can't fully explain yet, he said. When I can explain it, I will. She studied him for a moment. Then she nodded in the way she nodded when she had decided to accept something without pressing it. The path curved toward the main peak's lower slope. They walked the rest of the circuit in the companionable version of silence rather than the careful one, and Wei Liang was already building the list of restricted texts he would need to access before this particular problem could be addressed. He filed one more cross-reference in his catalog before they parted. Cloud Spine Sect. Connection to Meiyu's family debt. Appended character in her wind step. Root structure identical across all 3 locations. Script style indicates institutional formation work rather than personal cultivation evolution. The debt is not merely financial or resource-based. It is written into her technique. It has a physical reach. That night, he spent 2 hours researching technique modification theory in the outer library, specifically, documentation on removing external formation additions from cultivated techniques without destabilizing the base structure. The texts were limited. The technique had been documented in 2 cases. Both required significant formation expertise. Neither of the previous practitioners who had attempted it had done so on a technique as refined as Meiyu's wind step. He noted this honestly in his working notes and continued reading. He would need considerably more expertise than he currently had before he could address what he had found in her technique. This was not comfortable information, but it was accurate, and accurate was more useful than comfortable. He returned to his quarters and added a section to his priority list: technique modification, external formation removal, technical research required before approach. The question he could not yet answer was whether the formation would resist removal, or whether removal would trigger something worse than its continued presence. Chapter 26. The Inner Disciple Promotion Ceremony was held in the main hall on the first clear morning after the tournament's formal close. Wei Liang stood in line with 5 other newly promoted disciples and kept his true name sight moving across the room while the officiating elder recited the formal obligations and privileges. The hall smelled of lacquer and incense burned in amounts calibrated to signal ceremony, without excess. He had been in this room before, during sect functions as an outer disciple, but his rank advancement to Qi Condensation 7 had clarified his reading depth considerably since those earlier visits. The main hall was old. Not just architecturally old, spiritually old, in the cultivation sense, which meant the formation inscriptions on the walls had been accumulating for generations. Each generation refreshed what they understood and left the older work visible beneath, the way sediment accumulates in layers along a riverbank. At his previous reading depth, the older layers had been partially obscured by cultivation noise. Now they were accessible, if he was patient with the reading. He found 3 new characters in the oldest formation layer during the ceremony. They were in the inscriptions on the north wall, which predated Iron Root Sect's founding by at least 3 generations based on the script style. He was using the incomplete name from the crumbling North Passage wall as his calibration point, working backward from that known old reference. 2 of the characters were new to his catalog. The third stopped his systematic read in place. It was one of the partial components from the Ancestors' Hall inscription, a piece of the incomplete true name he had been carrying since month 2, the one on the crumbling wall that had been missing 3 characters. He had assumed, because that was the obvious assumption, that the characters had worn away with time. Physical erosion of an old inscription on a wall that had been deteriorating for generations. He was revising that assumption now, standing in the promotion ceremony with the elder reciting formal obligations. 3 characters missing from the hub name in month 2. One of them was here, on this north wall, inscribed in a formation that predated the sect's founding. The characters had not worn away. They had been placed somewhere else, and the distribution was not accidental. Characters from the same incomplete name were located at specific points across the sect structures. The characters were not missing. They had been distributed. He received his inner disciple token when his name was called, a jade marker, heavier than the outer disciple one, carved with a different seal. He thanked the officiating elder with the correct words and walked directly to the inner library. He spent 3 full days there. The inner library held 900 texts compared to the outer library's 240. Wei Liang worked through them in the systematic pattern he had developed over 2 years of library work. Formation manuals first, then technique catalogs, then theory texts, then supplementary materials. 6-hour blocks, 2 cultivation maintenance breaks, approximately 4 hours of sleep each night. He was not trying to read everything. He was building coverage of the highest true name density sections while cataloging the structure of what he still needed to access. By the end of the 3rd day, he had added 512 new true name entries. He had found 14 new intersection theory pairs through cross-reference, 2 of which were strong enough to qualify as operational hypotheses rather than speculative notes. He had read a formation manual dated 3 generations back that contained a diagram of the sect boundary formation's hidden monitoring layer, the same layer he had read directly from the boundary itself in his 2nd month here. The diagram labeled the hidden layer as an auxiliary monitoring function, installed by the sect's 2nd generation of formation masters. The true name was given in abbreviated form, 1st character only. But the 1st character matched exactly. Same root, same stroke proportion, same historical placement in the character generation sequence he had been building. The monitoring layer had been officially documented at some point in the sect's history. Then it had been classified into the inner library, made inaccessible to the outer disciples who maintained the boundary formation daily without knowing what they were maintaining. Someone had decided to make this knowledge less accessible while leaving the monitoring function fully active. He copied the manual's classification number and thought carefully about this. The monitoring layer predated Iron Root sect's founding if his script-style analysis was accurate, which meant the sect had found it already in place, incorporated it into their boundary structure, and then classified the documentation so that the disciples maintaining the boundary daily would not know the full nature of what they were working with. This was consistent with a specific kind of inheritance. Receiving infrastructure without understanding it, maintaining it because it seemed important, obscuring knowledge of it because the full picture was unsettling. The question was, who had built the monitoring layer originally? And what was it monitoring? He returned to his quarters that evening and wrote in his catalog, Inner Library, Day 3, 512 new entries. Hidden layer documentation located, dated 3 generations back, classified into restricted inner library access. Decision to classify was deliberate, by someone with classification authority. Effect: outer disciple maintenance personnel cannot know the full nature of what they maintain. This is not standard information security. Standard information security protects valuable techniques from competing sections. This protects knowledge of a monitoring function from the people who are closest to the monitored boundary. Someone needed the monitoring to continue without the local population understanding what was being watched. He looked at this notation for a long moment. Then he added, 1st distributed character of the Ancestors' Hall, incomplete name, found in main hall north wall formation. Characters were not eroded. They were placed separately. The incomplete name is a distributed formation. Each piece is embedded in a different location across the sect structures. He put the pen down and thought about what a distributed formation meant in practice. A distributed formation was a formation system whose components were placed in different physical locations, operating as a unified system through their shared root characters and networked vectors. The individual components appeared to be separate, unrelated formations. Only someone who could read all of the true names simultaneously and track their cross-references could see that they were one system. The Ancestors' Hall inscription was not a damaged name. It was the hub of a distributed formation system that had been deliberately embedded across the sect structures at various points in the building's history. Each piece placed in a location that made it appear to be a normal structural inscription, part of the wall, part of the boundary formation, part of the main hall's historical layer. The question was what the distributed formation did. He had the root of the hub name, partially. He had one distributed component character from the main hall, which gave him the 1st character of the 3 missing components. He needed the other 2 distributed characters before he could read the complete name and understand the formation's function. He also needed to find them without alerting whoever had placed them that someone was reading the distribution as a system. He went to sleep with this problem active in the part of his attention that kept working while he rested. He had found that some problems were best approached this way. Set up the framework before sleep. Note what was needed on waking. The systematic work was more reliable than the inspired work, but the inspired work occasionally arrived in the transition between sleeping and waking, when whatever managed the synthesis of information was less constrained by deliberate thought. He had found this to be particularly reliable when the problem was structural rather than factual, when what he needed was a new way of organizing what he already knew rather than more data. The distributed formation was a structural problem, one whose remaining components were embedded somewhere in the sect, waiting to be found by someone who didn't yet know what he was looking for. He gave it over to the synthesis and went to sleep. Chapter 27 The invitation to Feng Ryu's personal cultivation hall arrived through official inner disciple channels on a Thursday morning. framed as a courtesy meeting between newly coordinated inner disciples, the format that made refusal require a documented justification. Wei Liang accepted. He arrived at the appointed time and spent the first 4 minutes of the meeting reading everything in the room. Feng Ryu gave no indication that this was unusual, which meant he expected it, or had not yet identified that it was happening. The space was larger than Wei Liang's standard allocation, eastern wing, morning light, a formal garden visible through the window. The size communicated something below the threshold of recordable paperwork, long-established family relationships with the elder council, the kind of arrangement that operated through comfortable precedent rather than formal mandate. He cataloged the technical assets in sequence. A cultivation enhancement ring on Feng Ruoyu's left hand, standard inner disciple quality. 3 storage artifacts, smallest on his person, 2 larger ones placed on the shelves in positions that suggested regular use rather than display. A privacy screen formation embedded in the north wall, recent installation, high quality, designed to block external listening technique intrusion. A personal communication jade of a grade Wei Liang had not seen in any other disciple's possession. A protective formation plate concealed behind the landscape painting on the north wall, a standard precautionary measure for cultivators who were also political targets. And the bracelet. He read its true name in full now, with nothing obscuring the sleeve. Cannot hold what it does not own. The vector was clear, inward, constraining the wearer's own cultivation method rather than functioning against external objects. The secondary characters confirmed the constraint was deliberate and self-applied. Feng Ryu had placed a limiter on his own technique, and had worn that limiter against his skin long enough that the formation had settled deeply into the bracelet's jade structure. This was not a recent addition. It was old. "Thank you for coming," Feng Ryu said. He said it the way a person says a word they know is required, correctly and without investment. The social register of someone completing an expected step in a sequence. "You framed it as a courtesy meeting," Wei Liang said. That was accurate. Feng Ryu recalibrated. A small adjustment in posture toward direct address. He had prepared for several possible conversation openings, and this was not among them. Wei Liang could read the recalibration without needing to see his expression change. "Your ability in the tournament," Feng Ryu said. "I want to understand the mechanism. Many people do. I'm in a position to offer something in exchange. 3 elder council members take my perspective seriously on inner disciple administrative matters." He said this simply, as though noting a weather condition. Someone whose ability attracts administrative attention might find that kind of standing access valuable. This was not an empty offer. Wei Liang took the 6 seconds that genuine consideration required. He let Feng Ruoyu watch him take them. "What specifically do you want to know?" Wei Liang asked. "Start with what you see when you observe a technique being executed." Feng Ryu leaned slightly forward, not aggressive, focused. "In the Ruhao match, you waited until a specific moment in his movement sequence. The Bao Linfeng match, you walked through maximum suppression output without deflecting it at all. In the Wang Dao match from the group stage, you activated an energy pattern that the ring boundaries assessment formation logged as identical to 3 Rivers Convergence's first stage output. That match was 2 days ago. A technique signature inside the ring's classification threshold. A signature match." He paused with the patience of a man who had been refining that sentence for days. "What do you see?" "I study cultivation theory thoroughly," Wei Liang said. "Particularly the interaction of vector components between different technique categories. When you've cataloged enough technique structures in that framework, identifying predictable behavioral patterns in novel executions becomes more reliable. I read momentum differently than most practitioners because I understand the underlying structure rather than just the surface motion." Feng Ruoyu absorbed this. It was true. It said nothing useful to him, and he was too careful an observer to accept it as complete. "That explains reading momentum and predicting timing," Feng Ryu said. "It doesn't explain copying. The ring boundaries assessment formation doesn't register near-identical signatures within its classification threshold by accident. It registered a match. 4 seconds is a substantial window for a registered match." His eyes held the patient precision of a practitioner who had done real research before this conversation. "I accessed the ring's formal assessment records yesterday. That was unexpected." Wei Liang had known Feng Ryu was thorough, but accessing formal tournament assessment records required a specific request process. He had submitted that request the day after the match. He had been planning this conversation that far in advance. The assessment formation has a classification threshold that depends on the sensitivity calibration set by the maintenance team at the last annual adjustment, Wei Liang said. At current calibration, energy signatures within a certain margin register as equivalent matches. I applied a simplified variant of the ground anchoring pressure concept from Earth-type body cultivation. The margin may have been wider than standard at current calibration settings. Feng Ryu studied him with the specific quality of attention of someone who knows they are being given accurate information in a deliberately incomplete form. He understood what Wei Liang was doing. He also knew he could not press further without revealing how much he had already assumed, and revealing assumptions was giving away information. Think about my offer, Feng Ryu said. The council review window opens in 6 weeks. Wei Liang thanked him for his time and left. He walked directly to his quarters and opened his catalog to the Feng Ryu entry. He added everything new: privacy screen installation timing and quality grade, communication jade grade, protection plate location and formation type, bracelet vector confirmation at full read depth, the detail that he had accessed the ring's formal assessment records before this meeting. Then below the technical notes he wrote, he placed a self-limiter on his own cultivation technique. The limiter's name describes the method's structural flaw in 4 characters. What does his cultivation method naturally try to hold? He has been managing around a fundamental characteristic of his own method for years. Everything he builds, the political network, the information channels, the acquisition effort, the administrative relationships, is compensation for a technique that cannot retain what falls outside its control structure. He is afraid of losing control. He builds structures to prevent that. The bracelet reminds him of this every day against his skin. And I am something his method cannot possess. Something that exists and functions entirely outside any structure he has built or could build. By the logic of his own limit, I am the thing he cannot stop thinking about. This is information. I am not yet certain how to use it correctly without making it into something else. He sat with this for a while longer. The notation was accurate, but it was missing something. He was describing the problem from the outside, from the technique structure, the bracelet's name, the observable behavior pattern. He was reading the formation accurately. He was not reading the person. Feng Ryu's technique could not hold what it did not own. That was the limit. But what did Feng Ryu, as a person rather than as a cultivation practitioner, do when he encountered the limit? Did he accept it and work around it, as the bracelet suggested? Did he push against it, trying to extend the technique's range past its own design? Did he experience the limit as a source of anger, or as a source of information, or as something so normalized by years of management that it no longer produced a strong response? Wei Liang could not read this from the technique's true name. The true name told him what the technique was. It did not tell him what Feng Ryu felt about being someone whose method had this limit. He wrote one more line. The gap between reading the technique and reading the practitioner is the most significant blind spot in my current approach. I read what exists. I cannot yet read what responds. And Feng Ryu, he suspected, was building his next move precisely in that gap. Chapter 28 Master Zhou's Foundation Establishment Preparation Reading List arrived on Wei Liang's desk 11 days after his promotion to inner disciple, written in Zhou's careful hand on a full sheet of thick practice paper, no accompanying note. 12 texts, some in the outer library, some requiring inner library clearance, 2 in the restricted section that needed a formal request process. Standard Foundation Establishment Preparation Curriculum ran 5 texts in a standard sequence. Wei Liang had reviewed that curriculum after his Rank 7 breakthrough, identified its gaps, and compiled a supplementary list of 4 additional texts he was already planning to access. Zhou had listed 12, in a specific order, with no explanation. He spent one full evening analyzing the sequence before he began reading. Most cultivation reading lists were organized by topic category, formation theory, then technique integration, then practice applications. Zhou had organized by something different. Wei Liang identified the organizing principle by the end of his 3rd day reading. Each text addressed a conceptual gap that the previous text created. Not a gap in knowledge. A gap in the reader's existing framework. A specific place where the previous text had built understanding that was now straining at a new edge. The next text on the list addressed exactly that strain point. Zhou had built this list by mapping the argument the 12 texts collectively made, then ordering them in the sequence that would construct that argument most clearly in a specific reader's mind. The list was customized, not to his cultivation type, to his thinking pattern. The argument, as Wei Liang assembled it over 3 weeks, foundation establishment was not a power threshold. It was a comprehension threshold. Practitioners who had accumulated sufficient spiritual energy but failed the breakthrough had failed not because of insufficiency. They had enough spiritual energy accumulated. They had failed because the consolidation process required sustained clarity of intent about what they were building. Not general readiness. Not adequate accumulation. A precise and stable understanding of the structure being created during the breakthrough's active consolidation window. The container had to be clear before the breakthrough would use it. This was consistent with everything his true name site had been showing him about technique architecture. What a technique was at its root was exactly what it became, neither more nor less. The true name described the intent at the moment of creation, not the ideal potential or the statistical average, but the specific, precise intent. Foundation establishment was creating a new architectural intent. That intent had to be formed before the building could begin. He finished the list in 3 weeks instead of the expected 6. He sent Zhou a single-line note. I need to explain it to myself. Zhou's response arrived the next morning. Come for tea. Don't explain it to me. Explain it to yourself, and I'll listen. He came. He explained. For 40 minutes, he described the argument the 12 texts constructed, the way the comprehension threshold operated differently from a power threshold, the specific kind of internal clarity that the foundation establishment breakthrough required. Zhou listened without speaking. He asked no questions. When Wei Liang finished, Zhou said, Good. The comprehension is present. The container needs work. Sustained stability under external pressure, not just clarity at rest. They parted. Wei Liang went back to work. He developed a sustained load practice approach, holding the foundation establishment comprehension framework in active memory while running through cultivation cycles with external distractions present. Not the controlled quiet of a formal meditation session. The outer courtyard during busy practice periods, when 15 or 20 disciples were running techniques nearby, and the true name environment was saturated and demanding. He read true names while maintaining the framework. He maintained the framework while Tanshan sparred with him, generating physical contact and impact stress. He maintained the framework while the administrative tasks of inner disciple life made demands on his attention. After 2 weeks, his maintenance window had extended from 40 minutes to 3 hours. The framework was beginning to hold under sustained load. Tanshan raised something Wei Liang had been monitoring as a potential exposure vector during a sparring break. I've been counting, Tanshan said. Counting what? How often you move right before something happens? Tanshan was not performing the conversation. He was having it directly, which was his way. Not after you see the action start. Before. In sparring sessions. In the courtyard when people cross your path. When someone starts a technique you haven't visibly reacted to yet. You adjust your position before the thing happens. He paused. 17 times in 6 weeks. I've been keeping a record. Wei Liang assessed this quickly. Tanshan had been watching him more systematically than he had realized. Body cultivators had a specific instinct for physical presence and movement prediction that was distinct from spiritual energy assessment. Less precise in formal ranking, more immediate in moment-to-moment registration. The countermeasures Wei Liang had developed to manage this kind of observation had been calibrated for spiritual energy readers. They did not work the same way on body-oriented awareness. I pay closer attention than most people realize, Wei Liang said. I know. It's more than attention, though. I can see the difference between attention and what you're doing. He met Wei Liang's gaze with the uncomplicated directness that was characteristic of him. I'm not telling anyone. I'm telling you because you should know that someone has noticed, and that I've noticed enough to have questions I'm not going to ask. Wei Liang looked at him. Tanshan's cultivation technique was visible. For characters, limit moderate, the body tempering vectors solid and honest. Below the technique, invisible to the true name reading because true names described cultivated constructs and not the inner lives of people, was whatever Tanshan actually thought and felt about their friendship and about loyalty and about what he owed Wei Liang and what Wei Liang owed him. Wei Liang could read the technique perfectly. He could not read the man at all. I appreciate you telling me, he said. He meant it precisely. Tanshan nodded. He picked up his water cup and took a long drink, which was his signal that a significant conversation was concluded. He had said the thing, it had been received, and the matter was acknowledged but would not be pressed further. That night, Wei Liang returned to his quarters and found the desk drawers at slightly incorrect angles. He always positioned them consistently. It cost nothing and paid in information. Someone had been through his desk. Nothing was missing. They had been looking for something specific and had not found it. They had tried to return the drawers to their original positions, which meant they were professional enough to attempt concealment. He made a note. He did not change his behavior. He would wait and see who came back. The desk search was not Feng Ruiyu's style. Feng Ruiyu used institutional mechanisms, formal meetings, petition processes, official channels. He did not search rooms. The desk search was someone operating through a different channel, someone more comfortable with direct physical intelligence gathering than with formal process. He cataloged the possibilities. Another inner disciple with their own reasons for wanting to understand his ability. Someone acting on behalf of an elder, not Zhou, who could simply ask him directly. Someone connected to the Cloud Spine network, looking for information about what he had found regarding the contract character and the formation site. or someone he had not yet identified as a relevant actor, operating for reasons he could not yet infer. For possibilities, he added them to his working list and noted which evidence would differentiate between them. The search was professional but not institutional. No cultivation artifacts used, based on the desk's formation indicator, which would have registered scanning techniques. Physical search only. That distinguished it from most institutional intelligence gathering and pointed toward someone with personal motivation rather than organizational assignment. He would know more when they came back, which they would. People searching for something specific came back when they hadn't found it. And whoever this was, they had not yet found it. Chapter 29. Ren Xiao found him in the inner courtyard 11 days after his promotion, during the early evening practice period when the inner courtyard was quiet and the light came flat and golden off the western wall. She did not approach with hostility. She approached with the directness of a practitioner who had planned this approach and was executing it. Shoulders carrying the tension of preparation rather than anxiety. Expression fixed in the way of a person whose rehearsed opening had arrived at the moment of use. "I have a proposition for you," she said. Wei Liang closed his notation record and gave her his full attention. She was Foundation Establishment Rank 2, 3 years ahead of him in advancement, and her technique, shifting stone form, 4-character true name, had been visible in his sight since the sparring match in month 3. He had been reading it in passing on multiple occasions since then, in the way he read everything in passing. The 3rd character in the name carried an imposed limit, not an intrinsic one. Someone had placed that limit there, or it had developed through years of fighting against a structural incompatibility that had never been diagnosed. "You saw something in my shifting stone form in the sparring match," she said. She said it as a fact, not as a question, because she had been watching him watch her and had developed an accurate enough model to know that what she suspected was true. "And you've been seeing it every time you've been near me working since then. I can tell by the way you go still and track something specific rather than tracking the general movement." Wei Liang waited. "I want to know what you see," she said. "And I want to know why my technique has been blocked at the same advancement point for 18 months. I've shown it to 2 senior disciples and an inner technique examiner. They told me my form was clean and I was probably being too impatient. The technique isn't advancing." She met his eyes without performance. "Something is wrong with it, and no one will tell me what. In exchange for standing," she said simply. "If someone starts a formal review process against you through the Inner Disciple Council, anything political, anything designed to restrict your activity or your library access, I have 2 years of clean record and enough established relationships with the council administration to slow it down significantly. I cannot block a legitimate complaint. I can buy you time to respond to a motivated one, and I can identify which elders are inclined to be sympathetic before the review formally opens." Wei Liang studied her expression. She was uncomfortable with transactional relationships on a principled level. This discomfort was visible in the specific way she had delivered the offer. Factual, direct, without warmth, because warmth in this context would have felt like performance to her. She was not enjoying this. She was doing it because the information mattered more to her than her discomfort, and she had made the calculation clearly. That combination, principled reluctance overcome by practical need, was a specific kind of character. It was reliable in the way that people who acted against their own preferences for genuine reasons were reliable. She would do what she had offered because she had committed to it, not because it was comfortable. "Your shifting stone form cannot advance past its current stage," he said, "because the technique's vector runs opposite to your natural meridian flow direction. Your meridians cycle counterclockwise. The technique was designed for clockwise dominant practitioners, the overwhelming majority of cultivators of your type, which is why the incompatibility isn't checked for by default. You've been forcing the vector against your own channel structure for 4 years. He kept his voice level and technical. "This has worked. Your technique is competent. Your execution is precise, more precise than most practitioners with a compatible meridian flow. But there is a ceiling you cannot pass. The 4th character of the shifting stone form is an amplification stage that requires aligned channel direction to activate. With your current cultivation structure and this technique, you will never trigger it." Ren Xiao went very still. This was not shock. She had suspected for months that something was fundamentally wrong rather than correctably wrong. This was the stillness of a framework being completely replaced. Her expression did not change while she processed it. When she was done, her expression was exactly the same. "The technique is incompatible with my meridian structure," she said. Flat. Final. Yes. Not because of anything you did wrong, and not something that could have been identified in standard technique selection assessment. Meridian flow direction compatibility with technique vector is not a standard check. The incompatibility is subtle enough that most examiners don't identify it unless specifically looking for it. You could have been told this in your first year if someone had looked at the right level. Can the technique be modified? Rebuilding the technique from the third character up would require developing a new technique from foundation work. It would cost more than starting fresh and would produce a weaker result. He paused. There's a better option. In the outer library, section 7, near the back, filed under obsolete technique forms. A counterclockwise cycle variant of the shifting stone concept, developed by Elder Gua Fa 3 generations ago. Never popularized because most practitioners are clockwise dominant. The design is sound. The vector is counterclockwise. It fits your meridian structure exactly, and the foundation work you've already done in the shifting stone form will transfer. The structural concepts are compatible. You will not be starting from nothing. She absorbed this with the focused quality of someone reconfiguring a long-standing project around completely new information. Not grief, not anger. Practical reconstruction. What do you see when you look at a technique? She asked. This was the question people eventually asked him. She was asking it directly, without social framing, as a genuine question rather than a rhetorical approach to something else. I see what it is at its root, he said. What it's trying to do, what it cannot do, and what the gap between those two things looks like. She was quiet for 10 full seconds. Then, that is the most practically useful ability I've ever heard described. And I can see exactly why you've been careful about disclosing it. I've been exercising discretion, he said. That's a flattering word for it. She stood, turning toward the outer library direction. I'll find the Gua Fa text tonight. You write up the full shifting stone analysis, technical basis, not just the conclusion, and not just the meridian incompatibility. Everything you can see in it. In exchange, council process coverage as described, plus advance notice when I see anything moving toward a formal action. She paused. One more thing. Yes. After the month 3 sparring match, I asked you what you saw. You didn't answer then. I'm answering now, he said. She nodded once, with the satisfied expression of someone who has received a long-delayed piece of information in the manner they had anticipated receiving it, and left. Wei Liang sat in the courtyard with his notes for a while after she was gone. He had obtained the same protection Feng Ryu had tried to sell him. Council process coverage, without giving Feng Ryu anything in exchange. The Ren Xiao arrangement was superior on every dimension, based on something she genuinely controlled, something she was genuinely committed to, and something that operated through her principles rather than against them. He thought about this for a moment, because the structural comparison was interesting. Feng Riyu's offer had been contingent on Wei Liang giving information that Feng Ryu could use. Ren Xiao's offer was contingent on Wei Liang giving information that Ren Xiao would benefit from, but that gave her no leverage over him. She could not threaten him with the shifting stone analysis, because the analysis was about her technique, not his. The two offers had the same surface structure, exchange information for protection, but completely different underlying architectures. Feng Ryu built exchanges where the information he received gave him ongoing leverage. Ren Xiao built exchanges where the information was a fair trade at fair value, once. These were different kinds of practitioners and different kinds of people, and understanding the difference was more useful than any single data point he had on either of them. He made a note in his catalog. Ren Xiao, proposition type, fair exchange at fair value. Does not seek ongoing leverage from the transaction. This is a character indicator. A person who could have extracted leverage and chose not to is more trustworthy than a person who never had the opportunity to extract it. He wrote up the shifting stone analysis that evening, detailed and technically complete. He spent an extra hour on the section describing the meridian flow direction incompatibility and its developmental history, explaining not just what was wrong, but why it was wrong and how it had been able to persist undetected for 4 years. He wanted the analysis to be genuinely useful to her, not just technically sufficient. She had made an uncomfortable choice to approach him, and the response should match the seriousness of that choice. He was building a practitioner's network, one careful exchange at a time, which meant each exchange either established or undermined the credibility that made the next one possible. The question was whether Feng Ryu had already noticed that this was happening without his involvement. Chapter 30 Foundation Establishment Rank 1 came on a Tuesday evening, quietly, without drama. He had been in meditation for 3 hours, the long-maintenance kind rather than the intense cultivation cycle variety, the kind where he held his entire true name catalog in active memory and tested whether the framework held without degrading under sustained load. This was the container stability work Zhou had described. Not the sharpness of comprehension, but the endurance of it, whether the understanding was present and consistent and stable across time. It was the spiritual energy he had been accumulating, not forcing it, letting it build in the structures Zhou's reading list had prepared. Found the container and found that the container was ready. The breakthrough was quiet. A structural shift, a configuration change, the particular sensation of a key that has been held near its lock for a long time finally being turned by someone who understood both the key and the lock completely. The Qi condensation architecture dissolved and rebuilt in foundation establishment configuration. The process took 37 minutes by his count, which was shorter than average for an unassisted breakthrough at this level. He noted the duration in his cultivation record. His true name sight sharpened immediately. Not gradually, not building over hours. Immediately, the moment the foundation establishment configuration settled. Not just at the edges of his peripheral range. Through the center. At depth. Names that had been readable in 3 to 6 characters resolved at 7 and 8 characters. Historical layers appeared under the modern script, showing what techniques had been before they were codified, the original design intent, the formative choices about what to prioritize and what to accept as limitation. Component structures he had previously been extrapolating from visible evidence appeared as direct readings, no longer requiring inference to fill the gaps. He sat with this for 2 hours and went through his catalog. He recatalogued 57 entries that had been partial or estimated. He found 4 places where his previous extrapolations had been wrong. The historical layers showed different original intents than he had inferred from surface evidence alone. He corrected the entries without satisfaction or frustration. An inaccurate catalog entry was a problem. Correcting it was just work. He noted which of his intersection theory hypotheses were now confirmed at the higher reading depth, which ones needed revision, and which 3 had been pointing at the wrong problem entirely. Those 3 he removed and started fresh notes on what the higher depth reading actually showed. Then he tested the jade slip Master Zhou had given him in month 4. The surface name still read not yet. He looked at the historical layer, the faint additional character he had been partially reading at higher Qi condensation ranks without being able to resolve it fully. At Foundation Establishment 1, the character was clearer, not yet fully readable, but clearer. The first stroke of a much longer name, present and waiting beneath the surface declaration. Not yet. He put the slip down and sat in the new quality of his Foundation Establishment site. The sex formation boundary was visible through the outer wall. Visible the way familiar things are visible when you have studied them for years and have finally seen them at the correct depth. The boundary pulsed at its regular interval. The hidden monitoring layer cycled with it, the layer he had read 2 years ago and documented and added to his growing picture of the distributed system. He could see its name clearly now, all 8 characters of it, with the historical layer showing a version that predated even the sex founding generation by several decades. He was within 2 ranks of techniques he could practically copy. He was within operational reach of the formation network his catalog had been pointing toward since month 6. He was beginning to see the edges of the picture, which meant the center was in principle findable. He began a systematic reread of his catalog from the first entry. He was at entry 412 when every true name in his visible range went dark. No warning, no sensation of change. One moment the room was full of names, 412 catalog entries plus everything in his immediate environment. The formation seals on the door, the cultivation grade lamp, the meridian map scroll on the desk, all of them named and readable. And the next moment the names were simply absent. Not faded or obscured. Not suppressed by some external technique. Absent. Objects sat in their positions. Formations occupied their spaces. Techniques existed in their cultivated forms. But the true name layer that showed him what all of these things actually were at their root was blank. Silent. Empty. 3 heartbeats. He counted them with absolute precision, his cultivation cycle maintained, his posture unchanged, his breath steady. He was not afraid in the way that danger created fear. He was afraid in the way that the loss of something fundamental creates fear. The fear that comes from understanding, for the first time, how much depends on something you had not known you relied on so completely. He had been carrying this sight for 2 years. He had not, until these 3 heartbeats, understood that he had come to rely on it for every piece of information he had about safety and danger, about strength and vulnerability, about who he was in relation to every situation he was in. On the 4th heartbeat, the names returned. He sat very still in that quiet afterward. He did not continue with the catalog reread. He sat with what the 3 heartbeats had shown him about himself. The blackout had lasted perhaps 2 seconds in external time. In those 2 seconds, the fear had been real and had told him something true. He had built the entire structure of his understanding of the world through the true name layer. Without it, he was in a world he could not read at any depth he trusted. Not merely reduced capability. A qualitative change in his relationship to every situation. He made note of this not as a vulnerability to manage, but as honest information about what he actually was. It was the most accurate thing he had learned about himself in 2 years of cataloging. more accurate than his intersection theory, more accurate than his technique reading, more accurate than his social analysis. He had been cataloging the world through the names for so long that he had forgotten to account for what he would be without them. He wrote, Foundation Establishment Rank 1, 3 Heartbeat True Name Blackout upon consolidation. Characteristics, total loss of true name visibility in full peripheral range, no sensation during loss, instantaneous recovery, sight returned at full foundation establishment resolution rather than previous chi condensation level. Interpretation, likely a tier transition reset characteristic of the site itself, not external event or attack. Test hypothesis at rank 2. Does the same blackout occur? Duration, 3 heartbeats constant, or variable with tier advancement. Then he closed the catalog and lay down. He did not sleep for another hour. He was thinking about what the 3 heartbeats had told him about the thing he was most afraid of losing, and what it meant that he had not known that was the thing until it was briefly gone. He was good at identifying what things were at their root. He was less reliable at identifying what he himself was at his root. The true name site showed him the root of everything around him. It showed him nothing about his own root. He could see his cultivation technique, or rather, the absence of it, the null cultivation signature that had been his defining characteristic since the aptitude test. He could see his copy mechanism when it was active, its dark vein signature on his forearms. He could not see what any of this looked like from outside, through someone else's eyes, reading him as he read everything else. He had built a thorough picture of the world through the true name layer. He had not, until these 3 heartbeats, noticed that the picture had a whole the exact shape of himself in it. He wrote one final notation before he slept. The blackout did not terrify me because of what I lost. It terrified me because of how much it revealed about what I had been relying on without knowing I was relying on it. The distinction matters. Fear of loss is manageable. Fear of dependence is harder to address because it requires acknowledging that the dependence was always real. He fell asleep with the notation unresolved, which was appropriate. Some things did not resolve quickly, and some things, he suspected, only resolved at the moment when the loss they described became real rather than hypothetical. Chapter 31 The Foundation Establishment Inner Disciple Assessment was a formality Wei Liang had no patience for and completed anyway, because formalities carried information. Not always the information they were meant to carry, but information nonetheless, about the people administering them, about the systems that required them, about what the systems believed was important to measure. He stood in the assessment hall and watched his new cultivation rank register on the sect's evaluation stone. The stone was pale jade, palm-wide, embedded with monitoring formations that had been recalibrated annually for the last 230 years. He knew this because the historical layers of the monitoring formation were visible at foundation establishment depth, each recalibration's adjustment readable as a slight variation in the monitoring framework's architecture. 230 years of incremental adjustment, each generation of formation masters correcting small drifts and introducing small refinements. The stone knew how to do its job very precisely. His foundation establishment rank 1 registered clearly. Senior appraiser Liu stepped back from the stone in the way people stepped back from something slightly larger than expected, not alarm, but a reorganization of expectation. Liu had been appraising disciples for 12 years. The true name of his standard assessment technique was visible, pattern recognition applied to known categories. Liu expected to see patterns he had seen before, and what he was seeing from Wei Liang was not quite fitting any of the known patterns he used to organize his observations. Confirmed, Liu said. After a pause, congratulations, inner disciple Wei. Wei Liang acknowledged this, received the formal documentation, and left. He walked directly to the mission records archive, because the practical consequence of foundation establishment rank was access to those records, and access to records was what he had been waiting for. He spent 2 full days at the archive in systematic sequence, working through completed mission reports spanning 6 years. He was not looking for anything specific. Looking for anything specific was how you missed the patterns that only appeared when you were reading without a target. He read reports the way he read true names: root, vector, limit. What the mission was at its core, what it had produced, what it had not been able to produce given its constraints. On the 3rd day, he found what he hadn't been looking for. Ho Chin's mission record was 11 pages. The first indicator was the precision, missions documented with a level of care that exceeded what the difficulty warranted. That precision had a texture. It was the precision of someone who expected the documentation to be checked, not the precision of someone who cared about accuracy for its own sake. The second indicator was the cross-references. Formation clearing operations logged as single disciple completions that, when checked against the same-day patrol scheduling records, could not have been single disciple operations at the difficulty rating listed. One elimination report had a timestamp that put Ho Chun at the completion location during a period when assignment scheduling records placed him at an inspection in the western compound. Not impossible, given travel times. Impossible, given the travel times and the listed completion window. Wei Liang set this file aside and spent another hour cross-referencing 6 other reports against the patrol logs. He found 3 more definitive discrepancies and 2 probable ones. He documented the definitive ones in careful notation. Report number, date, claimed completion, conflicting scheduling record, specific verification source. He did not feel satisfaction. He felt the same operational attention he brought to any reading. The data described a structure. The structure described a pattern. The pattern described a person who had been building fraudulent credit systematically for years and had built the fraud on the correct assumption that no one would invest the time to cross-reference mission reports against patrol scheduling records in detail. The question was what to do with this correctly. Direct confrontation with Ho Chun would produce denial and an opportunity for him to characterize the confrontation as retaliation by someone he had publicly humiliated. Direct report to any elder with whom Ho Chun had relationships would produce the same characterization through a more formal channel. The correct path was to bring the documentation to the Elder Council through the administrative compliance mechanism, framed as an audit observation flag during records access, not as an accusation, filed to the compliance office rather than to any elder with a personal stake in the outcome. He drafted the summary in 2 hours. Dry language, factual observations, cross-references cited by report number, and scheduling record timestamp. He filed it to Elder Hong's compliance office under his inner disciple registration number, which was traceable by anyone who looked but was not prominently displayed. The investigation took 9 days. He learned the outcome from Tan Shan. Ho Chin's been suspended, Tan Shan said. Arriving at Wei Liang's door with the manner of someone delivering news he understood was significant. Mission credit review. 6 weeks, possible demotion pending further findings. The timing is later than I expected, Wei Liang said. He had estimated 6 days for Elder Hong's office to complete the initial verification. 3 extra days suggested additional findings beyond what he had submitted. The compliance review had been thorough. Tan Shan settled on the edge of the desk with long familiarity. You know anything about how this started? I filed an administrative observation during my records access. It was accurate and documented. Tan Shan was quiet for a moment. You've been an inner disciple for 9 days. The records access was recent. The irregularities in the records were not. Wei Liang met Tan Shan's gaze evenly. The observation I filed described arithmetic discrepancies. I didn't frame it as an accusation. The compliance review drew their own conclusions. Right. Tan Shan's voice had something in it that was not quite amusement and not quite concern. The register he used when processing something without having decided how to file it. Ho Chun told someone to deliver a message to you before they confined him to quarters. Wei Liang set down his pen. What message? He said. Feng Ruyu has his eye on you. You don't know what that means yet. Wei Liang sat with this for a long moment, running it through the existing framework of what he knew about Feng Ruyu. The bracelet limit, the tournament withdrawal, the courtesy meeting, the Sector 12 mission, the monitoring artifact scan. Ho Chun had operated within Feng Ruyu's network for years. His warning was probably accurate, and it probably understated the situation rather than overstating it. A man who had just been suspended by the compliance office had no incentive to soften the truth when delivering it to someone on his way out. He's right that I don't have the full picture, Wei Liang said. He picked up his pen. I'm working on it. Tan Shan studied him for a moment, decided the conversation was complete, and left. Wei Liang returned to his records and added a notation to the Feng Ruyu file, and then another notation, separate from that one, in a section he had labeled personal assessment. I can read Ho Chin's cultivation technique accurately. I read his fraud accurately. I did not see the warning coming. He warned me because he chose to, for reasons I cannot read through the technique structure. The technique tells me what. The person inside it tells me why. Those are different sources of information, and I am much better at the first one than the second. He sat with this for a while. The division he was describing was not new. He had understood it in the abstract for as long as he had been cataloging true names. But Ho Chin's warning had made it concrete in a way it had not been before. He had 2 years of observations on Ho Chun. He had read every technique the man used, understood his cultivation method's limits better than Ho Chun probably understood them himself, documented the patterns of his harassment and his fraud and his fear. He had Ho Chun more thoroughly cataloged than almost anyone in the sect. And he had not predicted that Ho Chun would deliver a warning. Not because the warning was irrational. After analysis, Wei Liang could construct a plausible framework for why someone in Ho Chin's position might choose to deliver it. but he had not considered the possibility in advance. He had not built it into his model of what Ho Chun would do in that situation. The technique structure told him the shape of the cultivation method. The limit told him where the method failed. Neither of those told him what choices the person made when they were outside their technique, when they were acting as a person rather than a cultivator, when they were following some internal logic that was not encoded in any formation inscription and was not readable by any ability he possessed. He was excellent at reading cultivation constructs. He was beginning to understand, considerably less reliable at reading the uncultivated parts of people, the parts that chose, rather than just operated. This was a significant limit. He added it to his personal assessment record as a primary constraint, not a secondary one, and committed to thinking about it more carefully over the coming weeks. Feng Ruiyu, he suspected, had built his career precisely in the space that Wei Liang's sight could not reach. Chapter 32 Feng Ruiyu's summons arrived on paper. Actual paper, hand-calligraphed with the steady brushwork of a practitioner who had trained formal writing as a deliberate skill rather than an incidental one. Inner disciples communicated through jade slip transmission. Paper required a messenger, took preparation time, and arrived in the recipient's hands in a physical form that required them to hold it and understand that the sender had made choices. The choice of paper over jade slip was itself a message about what kind of communication this was going to be. The document described a co-assigned sect mission, investigation of an ancient formation site northeast of the main peak, Sector 12, classified as a routine survey. Research partners, the paper specified, Feng Ruiyu and Wei Liang. The assignment had been approved through proper channels. It had all the formal signatures it needed. Wei Liang could not decline without cause. A formal refusal without documentation would cost him more standing than the mission itself would cost him. He filed acknowledgement and began preparing in the way he always prepared for location-specific work. 3 survey reports for Sector 12, spanning 40 years. He read them over a morning, treating them as a vocabulary exercise. These surveyors had been describing a thing by what it looked like from outside, accurately and competently, without the ability to read what it actually was at its root. The most recent report noted a mild energy anomaly in the outer ring and classified it as instrument noise. That report was 8 years old. 8 years ago, someone had noticed something in the outer ring and classified it as noise. The classification had closed the inquiry. Wei Liang was not going to classify anything as noise until he had read its true name. He noted the discrepancy and its timing. 8 years coincided with the period when Feng Ruiyu had been building his inner disciple network, according to the timeline he had been constructing from sect administrative records, and said nothing about it when he met Feng Ruiyu at the East Gate. He also spent 2 hours the night before the mission reading everything he could find about Cloud Spine sect in the sect's formal documentation archive. His inner disciple clearance gave him access to the inter-sect relations records, which included correspondence logs, formal agreements, and mission briefing documents going back 30 years. Cloud Spine appeared in 47 entries. He cataloged all 47. The pattern he found was consistent. Cloud Spine's involvement in formal intersect relationships was precisely as documented, precisely as professional, and precisely as limited in scope as the documentation indicated. They had no formal relationship with the Sector 12 site. They had never filed a claim, a complaint, or a mission request involving that geographic area. The documentation was clean because the activity was not in the documentation. The distinction mattered to him. It was not that Cloud Spine was covering its tracks or falsifying records. He had read enough false documentation in Ho Chin's mission reports to recognize the texture of deliberate falsification. Cloud Spine's records were clean because they had never put the Sector 12 activity into records in the first place. They had operated there through a different channel entirely, one that left no trace in the formal documentation system because it was not the kind of activity that went into formal documentation systems. He also read through 30 years of Cloud Spine's mission briefing documentation for Iron Root Sect and found something that looked, at first reading, like a minor detail. 7 of the 47 entries were formal exchange programs. Cloud Spine disciples rotating through Iron Root Sect for short-term training periods, a practice both sects used with multiple partners as a way of maintaining relationships and cross-pollinating cultivation methods. These exchanges were documented in detail. Who came, when, what they studied, what they were authorized to access. 3 of the 7 exchange periods had occurred in years where the Cloud Spine disciple had formally requested access to the Inner Library's Formation Archive section, specifically, the section covering foundational formation theory and ancient inscription methods. Those requests had been approved as routine scholarly interest. The Sector 12 site's formation lines used ancient inscription methods. He wrote this connection down carefully, with the qualifier that it was not evidence of anything by itself. The inner library's formation archive was legitimate scholarly material, and Cloud Spine disciples requesting access to ancient inscription methods was perfectly consistent with normal cultivation scholarship. The connection he was drawing was, Cloud Spine has been sending cultivators here who ask about ancient inscription methods, and there is an ancient inscription site in the sect's territory where those methods have recently been applied through Cloud Spine technique signatures. This connection is worth holding. He added it to his catalog as a correlation requiring more evidence before it became a conclusion. Feng Ruyu had arrived first. He wore his inner disciple colors with the ease of someone for whom the uniform was entirely comfortable, tailored, not issued, which was permitted and which communicated something about how he thought of his position. His cultivation technique was visible at 10 paces, ascending spiral without axis, 3 characters, early core formation. A technique built for accumulation through stable spiral expansion without a fixed center, strong in sustained operation, vulnerable to approaches that found the empty center rather than the spiraling outer edge. Wei Liang, Feng Ryu said, without honorific, at the exact register they had established at the courtesy meeting. Feng Ryu, Wei Liang replied, at the exact same register. They left the gate together in the appearance of professional collaboration. The journey was an hour and a half. 40 minutes in, when the main peak had dropped below the tree line and the path had narrowed to single file, Feng Ryu produced a small jade disc from his sleeve. Wei Liang read its true name as it emerged from the storage ring's edge, Honest Light. Scanning artifact, spiritual signature detection, reads cultivation rank and technique category, and recent energy expenditure pattern. He had encountered this type before in his catalog research. Standard intelligence tool, subtle enough to be used without triggering the formal prohibition on cultivation scanning of fellow disciples in non-assessment contexts. In the 2 breaths before the scan reached him, Wei Liang ran his cultivation cycle into the Qi condensation 8 pattern, the circulation he had maintained for months before the foundation establishment breakthrough. Not suppression, which would register as anomalous. Just a previous version of his cultivation base, executed from memory with the precision of something practiced. The scan hit and found Qi condensation 8. Feng Ruyu examined the disk readout. His posture adjusted minimally, a recalibration happening at the level below conscious decision, the small physical shift of someone whose expectation has been contradicted. He had scanned for foundation establishment and received Qi condensation 8. He believed Wei Liang's breakthrough was both more recent and shallower than the assessment documentation indicated. This changed his model of what Wei Liang could reliably do with his ability. Wei Liang walked behind him the rest of the way and said nothing. At the formation site, they worked in parallel for different purposes. Feng Ruyu ran his assessment instrument along the formation lines, tracing the energy signatures and recording the physical measurements that standard survey methods produced. He was thorough and professional. His instrument technique was practiced and precise, and he annotated his measurements with the systematic care of someone who understood that good documentation served multiple purposes. He would produce an accurate report of everything that standard survey methods could detect. Wei Liang cataloged. The site in sunlight was different from the survey descriptions. The physical features matched, the clearing, the inscription lines partially merged with the stone, the formation's outer boundary markers at the compass points. But the true name environment was completely different from anything the survey descriptions had implied. The survey reports had described a quiet, possibly inactive site with mild residual energy. What Wei Liang saw was a complex, layered structure that was anything but quiet. 30 interlocked, true names. Not a single formation with components. A formation network, each component connected to at least 2 others through shared root characters. The connections creating a structure that only revealed itself when you were tracking all 30 simultaneously rather than examining each one individually. The inner core names had the deep patina that his foundation establishment historical layers showed as extreme age, older than anything in his catalog with a known date. The outer ring names had the relative clarity of recent activation within the past 12 months by his reading of the residue quality. Someone had returned to this site and reactivated the outer operational layer recently. He read the activation technique's root character from the residue on his second perimeter circuit. It matched a formation notation character from the Cloud Spine Sex Alliance contract document that had been included in the mission briefing materials. He had not been looking for that connection. He had been reading everything available, and the character had been there, visible, as all true names were visible once you knew how to read them. By his 4th circuit, he had what he needed. He continued making catalog notation sketches, ordinary field documentation to outside observation, while deciding the correct sequence of actions. The formation network was active and cloud spine linked. Master Zhou needed to know this before anyone else received the information, including Feng Ruoyu. Feng Ruoyu's mission report would be filed tomorrow morning. The timing of Zhou's action needed to account for that sequence without making the sequence itself visible as a coordinated response. He ran these calculations while appearing to examine the formation's outer edge and decided on his approach before Feng Ruoyu called the survey complete, which meant everything that came next would turn on a single question: whether he reached Zhou before Feng Ruoyu's report made the timing legible to anyone watching. Chapter 33. On the return journey, Feng Ruoyu's manner shifted. Before the site visit, he had been professionally formal. Now he was more relaxed, the ease of someone who believed they had obtained what they came for and could afford a lighter register. Interesting site, he said. The formation is in good condition for its age. I didn't find anything the previous surveys hadn't already covered. The stone substrate in the inner area has an unusual mineral composition, Wei Liang said. This was accurate. Your findings matched the existing records? Mostly. Some minor variations in the outer ring's energy residue pattern. Possibly weathering discharge irregularity. Wei Liang kept his voice at the precise level of mild professional completeness. A disciple who had done competent work and found nothing remarkable. Nothing that would change the classification. Feng Ruoyu absorbed this with visible satisfaction. He believed Wei Liang had found nothing significant. He was wrong, and the discovery of that wrongness would arrive through channels Wei Liang was already setting up, on a timeline that served Wei Liang's purposes rather than Feng Ruoyu's. Wei Liang spent the rest of the return journey in the comfortable appearance of professional quiet, while running through the implications of what he had read at the site. 30 interlocked true names formed a network whose systemic function he had not yet fully characterized. The outer ring's recent activation had used cloud spine formation techniques. The inner core was ancient, older than the sect's history, possibly older than the region's recorded cultivation history. Someone had built a 3-tiered formation structure at a site that standard assessment characterized as inactive, and had kept it invisible to standard assessment for an indeterminate period. He needed to determine, was this done by Cloud Spine, or by someone whose techniques Cloud Spine had inherited? The difference mattered. If Cloud Spine had built the outer activation layer themselves, they were the primary actor. If they were using techniques they had acquired from an older source, they might be secondary actors implementing someone else's infrastructure. He added this to the questions requiring more evidence before answering. That evening, Wei Liang arrived at Master Zhou Hanqing's quarters at the standard evening visiting hour. Zhou answered the door himself. He gestured Wei Liang to the inner room, sat across from him at the low table, and waited with the quality of attention that indicated he had expected something significant was coming. Wei Liang described the formation site completely, using the technical notation language he and Zhou had developed over 2 years of working together. Compressed, precise, no wasted description. The 30 interlocked true names. The network architecture visible through cross-referencing. The ancient inner core. The recently activated outer ring. The cloud spine technique signature in the activation residue. And the possibility that the outer activation layer had been added to an existing older structure rather than being the original design. Zhou listened without interrupting. When Wei Liang finished, he sat with his hands flat on the table for exactly 42 seconds. Wei Liang counted. The quality of the silence was decision, not processing. How certain are you of the cloud spine character identification? Zhou asked. Certain enough to stake a formal report on it. Direct character match, not an analogy. Root structure, stroke proportion, generation sequence placement. All identical to the formation notation in the cloud spine contract documentation included in the mission briefing. Leave it with me. Feng Ruoyu's mission report will be filed tomorrow morning, Wei Liang said. His findings will indicate nothing anomalous at the site. If you act before his report is in, the sequence of information will be visible to anyone examining the chronology of what happened and in what order. The discrepancy between his report and the investigation findings needs to appear to come from the investigation discovering something, not from me flagging something the co-assigned researcher missed. Zhou looked at him steadily. You've calculated the sequence. I think about sequences. I'll account for the timing. Zhou paused, with the expression of deciding whether to say the next part. On the outward journey, before Feng Ruoyu's monitoring artifact scan, I ran Qi condensation 8 circulation, Wei Liang said. His scan would have read that as your current rank. It was accurate to my previous rank. Not fabricated. I didn't suppress foundation establishment. I reproduced an earlier cultivation baseline from memory. The scan received what I offered it. The information was true at a previous point in time. And what Feng Ryu received was the impression that your foundation establishment breakthrough is more recent and shallower than the record indicates, Zhou said. He said it as an observation of fact, with the care of someone deciding what this piece of information meant about Wei Liang's judgment. Not criticism. Assessment. Yes. Zhou was quiet for a longer moment than usual. You're comfortable with more variables in motion simultaneously than most people I've worked with. There are a lot of variables, Wei Liang said. Comfort doesn't change how many there are. Zhou looked at him for one more moment. Then, with the quality of someone marking something for the record rather than passing a verdict, be careful that the variables you're managing don't begin managing you instead. Wei Liang carried this home and turned it over throughout the evening before he slept. 3 days later, the site was sealed off. The Elder Investigation Team's findings directly contradicted Feng Ruiyu's mission report. His contradictory report was logged in the incident file without comment, which was its own kind of comment. He was furious in the controlled way of someone outmaneuvered at a remove, unable to identify the precise mechanism or the timing of how it had been set up. Wei Liang heard this from Tanshan and processed the updated information about Feng Ruiyu's response pattern under pressure. He moved immediately to investigate. He did not respond to the outcome directly. He worked to find the source. He spent that evening thinking about Zhou's final comment from their meeting the previous week. Be careful that the variables you're managing don't begin managing you instead. He had been thinking about this at intervals since Zhou said it, without fully resolving what it meant. On one reading, it was a caution about complexity. Manage too many variables simultaneously and the system's complexity could exceed your ability to track it, producing unexpected results. On another reading, it was a caution about a different kind of problem, that when you were managing many variables at once, each one required attention and created pressure, and that pressure could begin shaping your decisions in ways you weren't consciously directing. The variables themselves would start setting the agenda. He was currently tracking the Sector 12 formation network and its 3-tier structure, Feng Ruiyu's formal complaint preparation and the third option response, the desk searches by an unidentified party, Meiyu's family debt and the network character in the Cloud Spine contract, the distributed, incomplete true name from the Ancestors' Hall inscription, the appended character in Meiyu's wind step and what it meant about the contract's reach into her personal cultivation, and Ho Chin's warning about the specific severity of Feng Ruiyu's attention. 7 active threads, each requiring regular attention, each generating new information at irregular intervals that required updating the thread's assessment. Was the complexity exceeding his ability to track it? He ran a systematic review. No. Each thread had its current status, its known unknowns, and its next observable event clearly defined. He could give an accurate status report on any of them within 30 seconds of being asked. Was the pressure from the threads beginning to shape his decisions in ways he wasn't consciously directing? He was less certain about this. He noticed that he had been spending more time on the Feng Ryu thread relative to others, not because it was the most important, but because it was the most immediately active and therefore generated the most pressure to resolve. This was a bias toward activity over importance. Zhou's warning was specifically about this kind of drift. He noted this, adjusted his attention allocation deliberately, and added a standing reminder to his catalog practice. Review all threads by priority order, not by activity level. The noisiest thread is not necessarily the most important one, and the quietest thread, the one that had not produced new information in several weeks, was often the one where the most significant development was building toward a surface event. He reviewed all 7 threads systematically, assigned priority ranks, and committed to the rank order for the following week's attention allocation regardless of which thread was currently generating the most noise. The quietest thread was the distributed formation system, and in his experience, it was precisely the quiet threads that were preparing the loudest events. Chapter 34 Feng Ruiyu's response to being outmaneuvered was to investigate immediately, systematically, and without showing that the investigation was happening. Wei Liang knew this from Tanshan's information updates, which arrived with the comfortable informality of someone who collected useful things and shared them with people who found them useful. Feng Ruiyu had visited Master Zhou twice, been turned away both times with formal courtesy. He had been through the mission co-assignment records, reviewing who had been authorized for Sector 12. He had spoken to 2 outer disciples who had been near the East Gate on the morning of the mission departure, asking what they had observed. He had been through the investigation team's preliminary public filing, noting what information they had reported and what they had classified. He already knows it was me, Wei Liang said, when Tanshan relayed this during their mid-morning training break. He's building a documented trail of discovery. When he brings it to the Elder Council, the sequence of his investigation will make his conclusion appear to be the result of proper inquiry rather than an assumption he started with before the inquiry began. Tan Shan was running arm rotations between sets of his body tempering form. Is that a problem for you? Not immediately. His documentation is accurate. He did investigate. The investigation confirmed what he already suspected rather than discovering something new. That difference will be invisible in the documentation. Wei Liang watched the arm rotation for a moment. His next move will be a formal complaint framed as a security concern. A request for investigation into whether my ability represents a risk to other disciples' cultivation techniques. It forces an investigation that requires me to explain my ability in detail, and the explanation produces its own vulnerabilities. What does he want in the end? Wei Liang had been thinking about this carefully since the morning after the site was sealed. He wants to understand my ability well enough to control the situation around it. The formal complaint is preparation for that, a mechanism to force disclosure. He doesn't want to destroy me or remove me. He wants to own the information about what I can do, so he can use it as leverage. He paused. The bracelet's true name describes this exactly. Cannot hold what it does not own. He's trying to own my ability, so his method can hold it. And you're working on the third option, Tan Shan said. He said it as statement rather than question, which meant he had filed the earlier conversation and was cross-referencing. Yes. Wei Liang appreciated this about Tan Shan. His memory for context was reliable without being performative about it. I need to understand what happens when his technique tries to acquire something it cannot hold. The limit tells me the acquisition fails. It doesn't tell me what the failure looks like from the outside, whether it's visible or internal, whether the technique becomes vulnerable in the moment of failing, whether the failure can be triggered deliberately on a chosen target. You need to observe his technique working under stress to see that. Yes, which requires him to be in situations where his technique is engaged with something it cannot hold, and I'm positioned to observe that engagement. He paused. I've begun attending a higher rate of sect functions. The social context provides cover for observation that practice settings don't. Tan Shan looked at him with the expression he used when he was processing something he found simultaneously impressive and slightly unsettling. You're going to social events to study his technique's failure mode. Among other things, Wei Liang said. He spent that evening working through the catalog cross-references from the Sector 12 formation. The systemic function of the 30-name network was becoming clearer at the cross-reference level. Each individual name described a component with a localized function. The cross-references revealed something the individual names did not. The formation network's systemic vector, read across all 30 components simultaneously, was aimed at accumulation. Specifically, accumulation and orientation of ambient spiritual energy toward a single configured point. A directed accumulation formation, running at low level for 300 years or more, based on the inner core name's age indicators, accumulating ambient spiritual energy in an enormous sustained collection and directing it toward a point he had not yet located. He wrote in his catalog, what is the configured point? What has the accumulation been building toward? And if the accumulation has been running for 3 centuries, how much has been collected? These questions did not have answers yet. He added them to the list and returned to the Feng Ryu problem, because that was the more immediately active thread requiring resolution. The formation network's 3-century accumulation could continue accumulating for the time being. Feng Ryu's formal complaint was building toward a filing window that would open in approximately 3 weeks. He also spent part of the evening reviewing what he knew about Feng Ryu's family, which was publicly available in the sect's register of disciple backgrounds. The Feng family had been associated with Iron Root sect for 4 generations. They held 2 formal elder positions across that history, neither currently active. Their cultivation lineage was documented as the ascending spiral method, not just Feng Ryu's personal technique, but a family cultivation method passed down through the generations, which meant Feng Ryu had not developed this technique himself. He had inherited it. Wei Liang noted this carefully. An inherited technique told him something different from a developed technique. When you inherited a cultivation method, you inherited the assumptions built into it, the original designer's priorities, limitations, the specific problem the original designer had been trying to solve. Feng Ryu wore the bracelet limiter because he had inherited a technique that tried to hold things and had learned the hard way, or been taught by someone who had learned the hard way, that the technique's acquisitive tendency required management. Who in the Feng family history had been the first to place a limiter on the ascending spiral? What had the technique done before the limiter was added? He added these to the questions requiring more evidence before answering, and allowed himself to note that the questions were becoming interesting in themselves, not just instrumentally interesting as tools for managing a threat. The last thing he did before he went to sleep was check his desk drawers. They were at the correct angles. Whoever had been searching them had either not come tonight or had become significantly more careful about restoration. Both possibilities were informative. He noted which one was more concerning, the latter, and went to sleep. In the morning, he added one more notation before breakfast, because it had come to him in the transition between sleep and wakefulness in the way that conclusions sometimes arrived when the deliberate processing relaxed. The notation was, the Feng family bracelet limiter cannot hold what it does not own, was placed on an inherited cultivation method. Feng Ryu did not develop the ascending spiral. He inherited it. He inherited the bracelet limiter along with the method, where he learned to apply the limiter from family tradition that predated him. This means the tension between the ascending spiral's acquisitive tendency and the bracelet's constraint on that tendency is not something Feng Ryu personally resolved. It is something someone in his family lineage identified and then chose to manage through a limiter rather than by modifying the technique itself. The choice to manage rather than modify tells me something about how the Feng family thinks about their cultivation inheritance. They preserve the technique as received and manage its tendencies from outside. They do not change what they have inherited. They add controls. This is a worldview, not just a practice. It means Feng Ryu is unlikely to respond to threats against his technique by changing it. He will add controls instead. He will add controls to me, if he can manage it, rather than changing his approach to whatever I represent. The question that kept returning, quietly, was whether there existed a version of control that he could not simply document and walk around, or whether that was the version that was already being built. Chapter 35. The Cloud Spine representative arrived at Ironroot Sect on a clear, mild morning. The kind of travel weather cultivators with operational judgment chose deliberately when they wanted a meeting to feel routine rather than pressured. Senior Liaison Du Mingji. In his 7th documented visit over 7 years, according to the intersect relations record, Wei Liang had checked the previous evening. A man who came annually, reviewed the same family obligation records, left without incident. The pattern was deliberately uninteresting. Chen Meiyu came to Wei Liang's quarters early and asked him to come with her. She explained the situation briefly. Old family debt, routine annual review, nothing unusual expected. She had been managing these visits since she was 14 years old and had a practiced composure around them that was not the same as comfort. I'll come, Wei Liang said. She looked at him with the slightly sideways look he had catalogued as assessing whether to name something she was actually thinking. She decided against it. All right. The meeting room was one Wei Liang knew in careful detail. He had read every formation inscription in it the week after his inner disciple promotion. Standard monitoring layer, guest privacy screen, recent installation, and the east wall's older historical formation layer, which predated the current building by 3 generations and had been incorporated into the room's design rather than replaced or upgraded. Its true name was one he had not been able to resolve fully until his foundation establishment breakthrough. At the new depth, he could read it clearly. A record of what was owed. A historical accounting formation, centuries old, designed to retain information about obligations across time. He looked at this true name in the east wall and felt the pieces shifting in his working map of the situation. Du Mingji received them with the polished courtesy of a man whose professionalism was itself a tool, crafted and deployed with the ease of long practice. He greeted Meiyu with measured warmth that acknowledged their long acquaintance while maintaining appropriate register. He acknowledged Wei Liang with the formal nod that his presence warranted. He settled them into the meeting with the unhurried precision of a representative who had run this script in dozens of meetings before today's. The pleasantries lasted 11 minutes. Wei Liang used them. Du Mingji carried 3 artifacts. A recording disc, documentation, standard function, true name reading of ordinary administrative utility. A verification bead, contract authenticity. And the 3rd artifact, held in his inner sleeve, which he had not yet produced and might not need to produce. True name read clearly in Wei Liang's peripheral sight within the first 12 seconds of the meeting. Obligation cannot be refused. A compulsion artifact. Prepared, not active. A contingency held ready in case the meeting required it. He noted this and kept his expression entirely composed. The contract document appeared at the meeting's natural midpoint, when the conversation had been running long enough to feel routine. Du Mingji placed it on the table between them with the economical movement of a man who had placed this document on this table in this manner across a lifetime of similar meetings. He began explaining the terms in the practiced register of administrative normalcy, existing obligation, current payment schedule, good faith record maintained, periodic review confirming no material change in status. Wei Liang read the contract's true name the moment the paper was fully unrolled. 5 characters. Root, agreement. Vector, compels. Limit, cannot be applied against what has already been freely given. The construction was the standardized cloud spine contract format. The same format Mayu had mentioned her father renegotiated into 7 years ago. The first 3 characters were standard obligation contract language that Wei Liang had read in other contract documents in the sect archive. The 4th character was the one he had been tracking across locations for months. He had found it in the hidden layer of the sect's outer boundary formation, in the partial inscription on the Ancestors' Hall wall, and in the formation addition embedded in Mayu's wind step technique. Here it was again, explicitly, in the cloud spine contract formation. The same root, the same stroke proportion, the same script tradition. For instances of the same character, distributed across different contexts, different time periods, different purposes. The 5th character was new. He decomposed its root structure carefully, running it against his catalog's accumulated script knowledge. The 5th character's primary root meant connected. Specifically, in the formation notation tradition this script style belonged to, this obligation is a node in a larger network. Not isolated. Explicitly networked. 7 years ago, when Cloud Spine had standardized their contract format, they had added the 4th and 5th characters to their obligation contracts. They had made the network connection explicit at the formation level, readable to anyone with the ability to read formation inscriptions at sufficient depth, readable to anyone with true name sight. The standardization was not for the benefit of the contract holders. It was for the benefit of someone expected to read these contracts eventually and understand, through the true names, that they were reading nodes in a larger structure. Someone was expected to find these. Someone was expected to understand the network through them. Wei Liang sat in the meeting room and let Du Mingji finish explaining the terms, and did not show any of this in his face or his posture, and afterward walked with Mayu to the corridor and waited for her to breathe. Nothing unusual, she said. He reviewed the record, confirmed the status, left. When did your father renegotiate the contract format? Wei Liang asked. What month? 7 years ago. She thought back. Early spring. He was away for 4 days. He came back quieter. Early spring, 7 years ago. He filed this. Your family's obligation is networked to other obligations, he said. The contract you saw today explicitly encodes that connection. Your debt is not an isolated arrangement between your family and Cloud Spine sect. It is a node in a structure of similar arrangements. He paused, choosing the level of detail that was accurate without being more alarming than currently actionable. I don't know yet what the full structure is or what it's for. I am working on it. When I understand it well enough to tell you the full shape, I will. She looked at him with the direct gaze she used when she was deciding whether to trust something without being able to verify it independently. Is my family in danger? Not from the debt as it currently stands. Du Mingji's visit today was genuinely routine. His manner and the artifact he held in contingency reserve, not in active use, are consistent with a meeting he expected to be standard. He met her gaze. I cannot guarantee that remains true as the broader situation develops. I'm working on understanding it before it changes. She absorbed this. Then she nodded in the way she nodded when she had decided to trust something she couldn't fully verify. A different nod from her agreement nod, more internal, more final. Tell me when you have the full shape, she said. I will, he said. He always did. He just did not know when the full shape would be clear enough to tell. He went directly to his catalog after she walked away and wrote for 2 hours, cross-referencing everything he had read in the meeting room against the 4 locations where the distributed network character had appeared. By the end of the 2 hours, he had added 12 new entries and restructured for existing ones. He had also added one notation he had not expected to write. The east wall formation in the meeting room is titled A Record of What Was Owed. It is 3 centuries old. It has been recording the sex obligation relationships for 300 years. Cloud Spine's contract format uses the same root character as this east wall formation. They are part of the same accounting system. The accounting system predates both Cloud Spine sect and Iron Root sect, as they currently exist. Someone was building an obligation network before either sect was founded, and both sects are running on infrastructure they did not create and do not fully understand. The question that had no answer yet, and that would determine everything about what came next, was what the network was designed to do when it was finally complete. Chapter 36 Foundation Establishment Rank 2 arrived 6 weeks after Rank 1, on a Thursday morning while Wei Liang was sleeping. It was not the kind of advancement that announced itself. There was no surge of energy, no dramatic sensation, no moment of clarity. He woke to find that his spiritual energy had organized itself at a higher density overnight, during the slow maintenance cultivation that every practitioner ran unconsciously while asleep, and that when he ran a status check in the first moments of wakefulness, the numbers he read were different. He lay in bed for 10 minutes and ran a complete systematic assessment before he got up. The depth increase was real but different from the tier transition shift at Foundation Establishment 1. At the tier transition, the true name site had restructured fundamentally. Historical layers had appeared, the reading depth had changed qualitatively, the character resolution had increased in a way that felt like a different kind of seeing. Within tier advancement was more like the same vision becoming sharper and farther reaching. Not a new mode, an improvement of an existing mode. His effective reading range had increased by approximately 12 paces. At rank 1, comfortable true name reading extended to roughly 30 paces under clear conditions. At rank 2, 42. The peripheral reading was more stable. The brief lapses that occurred when he moved quickly through complex formation environments, when the peripheral reading could not keep pace with his movement, happened less frequently and resolved faster. Historical layers on techniques showed one additional generation of development history. Ancient formations revealed a layer of modification history that had previously been below his resolution threshold. He spent the morning running copy tests. At Foundation Establishment Rank 1, his maximum sustained duration for body tempering variants had been 37 seconds at the standard double energy cost. At rank 2, 51 seconds. But the more interesting finding was the cost rate. The energy expenditure per second of sustained copy had dropped by approximately 12%. His cultivation base was becoming more efficient at maintaining copied technique structures, not just larger in total energy reserves. This was a qualitative improvement in the mechanism's underlying efficiency. He repeated the tests for formation techniques and movement techniques. Formation technique maximum duration, 22 to 31 seconds. Movement technique, 18 to 26 seconds. Same 12% cost reduction per second across all categories. The efficiency improvement was consistent and appeared to be a fundamental characteristic of Rank 2 Foundation establishment rather than a variation specific to technique category. He built a projection based on these results. At Foundation Establishment Peak, assuming the current rate of both duration increase and cost reduction per rank, he would be able to sustain complex formation techniques for approximately 90 seconds. He had cataloged, from his extensive reading on the subject, that the practical minimum for using a copied formation technique in actual engagement, for completing an activation sequence and producing the technique's intended effect, was 60 to 70 seconds for most mid-complexity formations. At Foundation Peak, the threshold for tactically reliable copy of formation techniques would be crossed. He filed this projection and returned to the question of what rank 2 meant for his current situation. The visible cost signature of copy had not changed. The forearm vein darkening that indicated active replication to observers within approximately 10 paces appeared at the same threshold and with the same intensity as before. He had hoped rank advancement might reduce this. It had not. The external signature was apparently fixed to the mechanism's structure rather than to the energy expenditure, which meant it would remain a visible indicator regardless of how efficient the underlying process became. He had been managing this by using copy primarily in contexts where observers were far enough away or distracted enough not to notice the forearm change. That management strategy would continue to be necessary at Foundation Peak and likely beyond it. He also noticed, in the Rank 2 copy tests, something that had not been present at Rank 1. When he sustained a body tempering technique copy for longer than 40 seconds, the copied technique began to show minor variation from the original. Not degradation, the technique still functioned. Variation in the character-level architecture of the copy. The copy was beginning to incorporate elements of his own cultivation structure into the replicated technique rather than maintaining the pure original form. This was unexpected. He documented it carefully and ran 3 additional tests to confirm the pattern held consistently. It did. At 43 seconds of sustained copy, the first variation appeared. At 47 seconds, a second variation. At 51 seconds, his current maximum, the copy was still functional but had incorporated 4 distinct modifications from his own cultivation structure. He was not simply copying techniques. He was beginning to, at the edges of his sustainable window, adapt them. He sat with this finding for a long time. It implied that copy was not a static reproduction mechanism. It was a dynamic process that, at sustained duration, began integrating the practitioner's own cultivation characteristics into the copied structure. Whether this produced better or worse techniques than the originals depended on the specific characteristics involved and the specific technique being copied. He could not predict whether his own cultivation structure's modifications would improve or degrade any given copied technique without testing. He filed this as a high-priority investigation item. Body tempering techniques adapted by his element-neutral cultivation structure might produce something that standard practitioners couldn't achieve through conventional development, or they might produce incoherent hybrids. He didn't know yet. but the possibility that his copy mechanism could do something beyond simple replication, that at sufficient duration, it could generate new technique variants, was the most significant thing he had learned about his own ability in 6 weeks. He spent the second day reorganizing his catalog. The Rank 2 reading depth had revealed 3 entries in his existing records where his previous analysis of technique development history had been slightly incorrect. The additional historical layer he could now read showed a different development sequence than he had inferred from the Rank 1 reading. He corrected these, updated the affected cross-references, and generated 4 new intersection theory notes from what the corrections implied about the techniques involved. On the third day, he returned to the Feng Ryu problem. The formal complaint filing window was now 9 days away. He had been working on the third option for 3 weeks and had reached a partial formulation, but Rank 2 reading depth gave him something new. The bracelet's true name at sufficient resolution to read the secondary formation layer that had been below threshold before. The secondary layer revealed the bracelet's provenance. The formation style was approximately 40 years old. He could date formation styles from technique convention markers that changed across generations, and the bracelet style matched conventions from that period. Feng Ryu was 32 years old. He had not made this bracelet. He had inherited it along with the cultivation method. It was part of the family inheritance, and he wore it not because he had personally decided the constraint was necessary, but because it had been decided before him. This changed the third option considerably. A constraint you placed on yourself because you understood the necessity was one thing. You understood the danger. You chose the management approach. You wore the reminder as an act of ongoing commitment to your own judgment. A constraint you inherited was another thing entirely. You might understand the original reasoning intellectually without having internalized it the way the person who chose it had internalized it. Under the right kind of pressure, in the right circumstances, the inherited constraint might prove less stable than one you had personally constructed. Wei Liang spent that evening developing a more specific approach to the Feng Ryu problem, one that used this insight as its foundation. He was not going to tell Feng Ryu about the bracelet's origin. He was going to create a situation where Feng Ryu encountered the limit that the bracelet was managing, in a context where the bracelet was the problem and not the solution, and where withdrawing the formal complaint was more comfortable than continuing it. The approach required careful construction. He had 9 days to build it, and if Feng Ryu moved before the 9 days were up, every assumption in the plan would need to be reconsidered from the start. Chapter 37 The Jade Fong Sect's formal boundary dispute notification arrived on a bright, windless morning. The kind of day that made everything feel routine, which was exactly the impression formal diplomatic correspondence was designed to create when the content was anything but. Wei Liang read the message tube's true name as a sect messenger carried it through the inner disciple corridor. Claim acknowledged, response required. He had been reading true names on everything that passed within his extended range for 2 years, and the names of administrative objects had taught him to read the operational character of situations before he read the content. A message tube named Claim Acknowledged, Response Required was not opening a negotiation. It was notifying the other party that a decision had been made and a response was expected. The general sect notice followed the next morning. The Jade Fong sect was formally asserting a boundary violation in the eastern sector, a disputed zone managed through informal agreement for 30 years, and was requesting formal acknowledgement of the violation and compensation at a level they specified. The language of the notice was deliberate, requesting, not demanding. The framing of a sect that wanted resolution but had assessed their position as strong enough to push for it. Wei Liang read the notice twice and then read the underlying operational character. This had not come from a moment of grievance. This had been planned. The timing was chosen. Something had changed in Jade Fong's situation that made formalizing this boundary dispute beneficial to them now, and they had waited for the moment when that benefit exceeded the cost of the conflict. He requested a copy of the Intersect Treaty from the archive that afternoon. 23 pages of formal diplomatic language, carefully worded, comprehensive in its apparent coverage of the relationship between Iron Root Sect and Jade Fong. The treaty's true name appeared the moment he unrolled it, the Dressed Agreement. His classification for documents whose visible structure and actual operative function diverged. He read through it carefully, looking for the mechanism. The visible structure was solid. It had the right provisions, the right language, the right formal signatures. The operative mechanism was where the problem lived. The binding language, the section that established what each side could compel the other to do in the event of a formal dispute, used the phrase as agreed in good faith, rather than a specific enumerated commitment. As agreed in good faith was not legally operative in a formal arbitration context. It was an expression of mutual good intention, not a contractually binding commitment. The entire treaty was built on an expression of good intention rather than an enforceable agreement. 30 years. The Iron Root sect had been operating on the assumption that this treaty provided real legal protection for 30 years, and the assumption was wrong. The treaty was a social agreement, not a legal one. In a formal arbitration, it would not provide the protection the Elder Council believed it provided. He spent an evening working through the implications. Direct disclosure to an elder was problematic. The elder would ask how he had identified the treaty's weakness, and the explanation would lead immediately to questions about his ability that he was not ready to manage through an impromptu elder consultation. He needed to control the context of that disclosure. Bringing it to Master Zhou was the same analysis with Zhou's discretion as a buffer, probably safe, but still not ideal timing. The third option, find a way to resolve the dispute that made the treaty's weakness irrelevant. The challenge format was the fastest path. Traditional inter-sect challenge, 1 champion per sect, formal match at neutral site, winner's position recognized. If Iron Root fielded a champion who won, the dispute was settled by outcome, and the treaty's failure to provide legal protection never became relevant because the arbitration process that would have tested the treaty never began. He ran the championship calculation carefully. Xianxia was Foundation Establishment Rank 3, a rank gap that would be decisive in most matches. But descending tide, no shore's categorical limit against element-neutral practitioners was not a rank-dependent problem. The technique's resonance mechanism required an elemental signature to amplify, and the absence of such a signature functioned as complete immunity at any output level, at any rank. Xianxia could increase his cultivation by 10 ranks, and the fundamental mechanism would still fail against Wei Liang. He ran the calculation 3 more times, from different angles, checking his reasoning at each step. The result held. He added an uncertainty buffer for techniques he had not observed from the delegation visit. Xianxia might have methods Wei Liang had not read, methods that did not share descending tide's categorical limit. He prepared for up to 2 surprises. The match was still winnable with that preparation. He went to find Tanshan. The treaty protecting us from the Jade Fang dispute doesn't actually protect us, Wei Liang said. If this escalates to formal arbitration, Iron Root's position is weaker than the Elder Council believes. Tanshan stopped his strengthening form. He had the instinct to take this kind of statement seriously when it came from Wei Liang, which Wei Liang valued. How weak? Weak enough that we would lose a formal arbitration process. The treaty's binding mechanism is not operative in formal legal contexts. He paused. I can't explain the specifics publicly yet. What I can tell you is that if the dispute escalates past a challenge resolution, we need the Council to know the treaty's problem before they commit to arbitration. I'm working on how to get that information to the right people in the right context. And if it doesn't escalate past a challenge resolution, then the Council never needs to know the treaty is defective, and we can arrange for it to be renegotiated before the next time someone tests it in a formal proceeding. He paused. I don't want the Council to find out their treaty is defective in the middle of a formal arbitration they expected to win. Tanshan absorbed this. He had the expression he used when information had more implications than he could track simultaneously. You're going to volunteer as champion. Yes. The rank gap is significant. The Jade Fang champion's primary technique doesn't work on me, Wei Liang said. He kept it factual and did not elaborate. Tanshan had learned that when Wei Liang said something like this, it was an accurate technical statement rather than bravado. He did not explain the reason. Tanshan did not ask for it. They had developed a working trust around the division between what Wei Liang could explain and what he couldn't explain yet. I've worked through the match dynamics thoroughly. The outcome is predictable assuming he doesn't use techniques I haven't observed from him during the delegation visit. And if he does use something you haven't seen, I've built preparation for up to 2 unobserved techniques. 1 surprise I can adapt to in the match. 2 would be more difficult, but not impossible. He paused. I've tested my preparation from 5 different starting positions. The match is winnable. Tanshan studied him for a long moment with the direct quality he used when he was deciding whether he trusted something that was outside his own expertise. Then he nodded. What do you need from me? Be available to move if things escalate beyond the match. Keep your schedule flexible for the next 2 weeks. And if you hear anything in the outer disciple quarters about the treaty dispute or about Jade Fang's internal situation, what's driving the timing of this? Bring it to me directly. All right, Tanshan said. He registered his name on the volunteer board the following morning and spent 3 days in systematic preparation. He reviewed his full catalog of water-type techniques. He ran physical conditioning to ensure his spiritual energy reserves were at maximum. He worked through match dynamics from 5 starting positions. On the second day of preparation, He identified the root character connection between xianxia's countersuppression method and a technique he had cataloged from a training observation 3 months earlier, and spent an evening working through what the connection implied for how xianxia would adapt if his primary approach failed. On the third day, he was satisfied that he had prepared as thoroughly as possible for the full range of likely outcomes and some of the unlikely ones. The match would reveal xianxia's technique range more fully than any observation session could, and it would reveal Wei Liang's range just as completely to anyone watching with the attention Feng Ryu brought to everything. Chapter 38. The formal territorial challenge notice arrived as expected 4 days after the diplomatic correspondence. Wei Liang was at the mission volunteer board when it was posted, which was not coincidence. He had estimated the escalation timeline based on the diplomatic correspondence's language and had been present in the vicinity of administrative posting areas when the likely posting windows occurred. The notice arrived in the first posting window. He read the challenge document's true name through the administrative case file the council clerk was carrying to the board. The demand that has been decided. Not an invitation to resolve the dispute. A conclusion already established, delivered in the format of a challenge. He was still at the board when Master Zhou Hanqing appeared in the corridor. Zhou had the specific quality of presence that Wei Liang had learned over 2 years to associate with him, having already made a decision about something. He was not arriving to deliberate. He was arriving to have a conversation he had already decided to have. "I see your name on the board," Zhou said. "I registered it this morning." "Yes." A measured pause. Not comfortable. Exactly. The quiet of someone organizing what they were going to say. "You've read the Jade Fong Champion's techniques." Xianxia. Foundation Establishment Rank 3. Primary. Descending Tide. No Shore. Water-type suppression. Elemental resonance amplification. Limit that the resonance mechanism requires an elemental signature target. Without an elemental signature, the technique has no operative mechanism regardless of output level. Wei Liang met Zhou's gaze. Against a practitioner with no elemental affinity, maximum output produces the same result as no output. The limit is categorical, not scalable. The rank gap is significant. Against standard techniques, yes. Against a technique with a categorical limit that applies to my specific cultivation structure, the rank gap doesn't change the operative outcome. He paused. I've read his 4 observable techniques from the delegation visit. I've prepared for up to 2 additional unobserved techniques outside those 4. I've worked through the match dynamics from 4 different starting positions. The match is winnable. Zhou studied him with the expression Wei Liang had cataloged as genuine deliberation, not performance of deliberation, actual processing. He was running the calculation himself, with different information than Wei Liang had. What does winning reveal? Zhou asked. That my ability is tactical and functional at Foundation Rank 2 against a Foundation Rank 3 specialist. That it operates differently from any known appraisal type ability. That it has applications beyond identification. Wei Liang kept his voice level. The revelation is coming regardless. Feng Ruiyu's petition is building toward a formal investigation that will force disclosure. Your investigation of the Sector 12 formation has already moved the Elder Council's attention toward my ability. Shinwuk has made a personal interest statement that I interpret as sustained and significant. He paused. If the revelation is coming regardless, the question is whether I choose the context or the context chooses me. Zhou was quiet for a long count. Long enough that Wei Liang began running the calculation of whether the silence meant agreement, disagreement, or something he had not yet accounted for. You've thought about this thoroughly, Zhou said. Yes. Have you thought about what happens if the Elder Council's response to the revelation is more restrictive than Feng Ruiyu's petition? He had thought about this. Yes. The risk is that full public disclosure in a match context, without prior council engagement, produces a reaction I can't manage as well as a disclosure I control through a formal presentation. I've assessed this as a lower risk than the alternative, which is a disclosure forced by formal investigation where I'm responding rather than presenting. He paused. If you disagree with that assessment, I want to know. You have information about the Elder Council's likely response that I don't have. Zhou looked at him for another long moment. The revelation is coming regardless, he said. It was confirmation, not agreement. He was verifying that Wei Liang's assessment of that variable was accurate. Then choosing the context is correct. He stepped aside. Don't lose. Wei Liang continued down the corridor and began his final 3 days of preparation. He spent the first day reviewing his full catalog of water-type techniques for anything new. He found nothing significant. He had been thorough at Rank 1 and Rank 2's resolution increase hadn't added content to his water-type records. He cataloged 23 water-type techniques in total, ranging from suppression type to manipulation type to conversion type, and mapped xianxia's 4 observable techniques against this catalog. All 4 sat firmly in the suppression category. All 4 shared the fundamental water-type resonance mechanism that required an elemental signature target to function. Xianxia's approach was built from foundation to peak in a single categorical framework. He spent the second day on physical conditioning. He ran cultivation cycles at consistent intervals, not pushing for energy accumulation but ensuring his reserves were stable and his meridians were clear. He practiced the copy initiation sequence for 3 technique categories, not because he expected to use copy in the match, but because running the initiation under low-pressure conditions kept his activation speed clean. In actual engagement, the first second of any activation was the most vulnerable to error, and he preferred to keep that window as tight as possible through regular practice. He also thought carefully about the match's external dimensions. 200 people minimum would observe the outcome. The Iron Root contingent would include multiple elders. The Jade Fang contingent would include their senior leaders. The Arbiter's written report would become part of the formal intersect dispute record. Whatever happened at Ironwood Pass would be documented, witnessed, and discussed for weeks afterward. The pressure to avoid unnecessary disclosure was real, but the pressure to win decisively was also real. A win that looked uncertain or lucky would produce different consequences than a win that appeared clean and well-controlled. He wanted the match to look like what it actually was, a practitioner who had read his opponent's techniques, understood the operative limits, and approached the engagement accordingly. Not mystical, not inexplicable, comprehensible, if you had the right framework. The framework was what he wanted people to be thinking about afterward, not the specific mechanism. He spent the third day working through match dynamics from 5 starting positions, accounting for the unobserved technique variable at each position. By match morning, he had run the scenario calculations until the outcomes were clear across the full range of xianxia adaptations he had prepared for. He walked to Ironwood Pass with the particular quality of quiet that came from having nothing left to prepare. Along the way, he passed through the lower sect gate and onto the mountain path, and spent 30 minutes walking at a pace that was neither fast nor slow, maintaining his cultivation cycle at the light maintenance level that preserved reserves without generating heat. He used the walking time to run one final review of the match framework in his mind. Not the tactical details, those were settled. The broader question of what he was choosing to make visible today and what that choice meant for everything that followed. He was choosing to make visible that his ability was tactical, that it could be used against specific practitioners in specific engagements, not just as a passive identification tool. He was choosing to make that visible in front of 200 observers and in a formal match record that would be reviewed by the Elder Council, by Xinhua specifically, and likely by Feng Ruiyu's research. He had assessed this as the correct choice given the available alternatives. He held this assessment and continued walking. He was not second-guessing the decision. He was noting the weight of it clearly, because decisions that produced irreversible consequences deserved to be held consciously rather than treated as resolved and moved past. He arrived at the pass with 3 minutes to spare before the formal opening, which was exactly what he had planned. He used those 3 minutes to walk the perimeter of the platform, reading the boundary seal formations at the compass points, cataloging the monitoring formation in the center, and noting the formation anchor points that xianxia's 5th technique would draw from. He was already certain of his preparation. The walk was simply the practice of reading everything that was readable before a situation began, and there was one formation anchor point in the northwest corner that his catalog had not previously included, which meant there was at least one thing xianxia might do that remained outside his current preparation. Chapter 39. Xianxia was a professional in the most precise sense of the word, someone who had refined their capabilities through sustained application and who brought the full weight of that refinement to every formal engagement. He arrived at the neutral platform at Ironwood Pass without visible anxiety and without visible contempt, which were both signs of genuine experience. Amateur practitioners brought anxiety to matches they might lose and contempt to matches they expected to win. Professionals brought focused attention to both. The platform was a wide expanse of reinforced stone at the mountain pass equidistant between the 2 sects, with formation boundary seals at the compass points and the formal monitoring formation embedded in the center that tracked energy signatures and registered contact for the arbiter. The monitoring formation's true name was visible as Wei Liang stepped onto the platform. Honest witness. Accurate enough, in his experience. Jade Fang's formal contingent occupied the east side. Iron Root occupied the west. The arbiter was from the Mist Hollow sect, neutral third party, the standard arrangement for formal intersect challenges. He was an older cultivator, experienced enough that his pre-match assessment of both champions was thorough and showed no preference. Wei Liang read xianxia's full visible technique repertoire in the 60 seconds between the arbiter's preliminary address and the formal opening. He had catalogued 4 techniques from the delegation visit. Xianxian had a 5th visible in his activation stance. The water-type formation anchor he had hypothesized based on the counter-suppression method's root character connections. Now confirmed. The anchor technique used the formation seals at the platform's compass points as secondary energy draw points, extending Xianxian's effective spiritual energy reserves by pulling from the environmental formation. It was an emergency technique for when sustained maximum output would otherwise exhaust his own reserves. 5 techniques total. He updated his approach sequence for the additional variable and continued waiting. The formal opening statement from the arbiter lasted 3 minutes. Both cultivators acknowledged the terms. Both cultivators bowed. Xianxian settled into his opening stance with the smooth economy of a champion who had run this particular opening across hundreds of matches, and began the environmental draw that preceded Descending Tide's full activation. Wei Liang stood still and read. Full activation. Maximum output from the first second of the match, which was Xianxian's correct professional assessment. Against most Foundation Rank 2 opponents, maximum output from the opening would overwhelm them before they could adapt. The suppression wave hit Wei Liang like a physical force. Dense, lateral, the specific quality of water-type pressure that was designed to fill available space rather than strike in a single direction. It pressed against him from every angle within the ring's boundary. The resonance mechanism activated. It searched for an elemental signature to amplify. It found nothing. Wei Liang walked forward. The crowd noise collapsed to silence. Xianxian's expression did not change. He was too experienced to show confusion in a match, but his activation pattern shifted. He increased output, drawing on the formation anchor he had prepared, pulling additional energy from the compass point seals to sustain maximum output, while his own reserves continued their drain. More volume, more pressure. The boundary formation's monitoring markers activated along the edges, registering the spiritual density inside the enclosed space at levels that were technically within the safety threshold, but at the upper range. Nothing changed in the fundamental dynamic. Wei Liang kept walking. At 15 paces, he read Xianxian making a professional decision. Continuing maximum output was burning reserves for no result. Xianxian dropped Descending Tide and shifted to the counter-suppression method in the same activation breath. A clean transition, fast and practiced, the kind of technique switch that required years of coordination to execute without a gap. The counter-suppression method was designed for situations where both cultivators were applying suppression-type spiritual energy in the same space. It would amplify an incoming suppression field and turn it back toward its source. Against Wei Liang, who was not applying suppression, the method searched for an incoming field and found none. The mechanism had nothing to work with. Wei Liang continued walking. Xianxian shifted again to the movement method. This one had a genuine tracking vector. It was designed to maintain distance from an advancing opponent by orienting toward them and accelerating away. Wei Liang read the vector in the technique's initiation sequence. The tracking component was aimed at his current position and would carry Xianxian in the direction opposite to where Wei Liang was standing. He stepped laterally, 30 degrees to the left, into the angle the movement technique's tracking vector could not follow without a full reorientation that would take more time than the technique's activation window allowed. The technique carried Xianxian in the wrong direction. Wei Liang closed the remaining 3 paces and placed 2 fingers against Xianxian's sternum at the standard formal contact point. Light touch. Unmistakable. The arbiter's flag went up immediately. The match was over. The silence after the flag held for 4 full seconds. Wei Liang had time to count them before the sound changed. Not celebration, not immediate reaction, but the collective sound of approximately 200 people revising their understanding of something in real time. He walked back to the Iron Root contingent side and accepted the formal match documentation from the arbiter. He was aware, in his peripheral read, that the Jade Fong contingent was in a quiet, urgent consultation. He was aware that the arbiter was making notes with the careful attention of someone who was going to need to describe what had happened in formal documentation. He was aware that Feng Ryu, whom he had read arriving in the observation area 20 minutes before the match started, was very still and not taking notes. Xianxian crossed to him during the post-match formalities, which lasted the standard 12 minutes. He had the expression of a man who had encountered something he needed an entirely new category to describe. "You didn't cast that technique," Xianxian said. "You wore it like a mask." Wei Liang looked at him. He was a professional, and he had fought cleanly, and he had accepted the outcome without dispute. That combination deserved a direct answer. "Your technique is very precisely itself," Wei Liang said. "That precision is what makes it as strong as it is." It's also what creates the limit I worked with. Xianxia held his gaze for a moment. You read the limit before the match started. Yes. From when you saw me at the delegation. Yes. Xianxia was quiet for 3 seconds. Then, that is an unusual ability. He said it as a statement, not a question, and not an accusation. Just a professional acknowledging that they had encountered something outside their previous experience. He nodded once and returned to his contingent. Wei Liang stood in the post-match formalities and understood clearly that his ability was no longer something he could treat as a discreetly managed secret. It was now something that had happened in front of 200 people, and what happened in front of 200 people became the basis for everything that followed. The formal post-match procedures lasted 12 minutes. He stood through them with the same quality of attention he brought to everything, reading the room while appearing to be simply present. The Jade Fong contingent was in a quiet, urgent consultation, not hostile, but reconstructing. He had not defeated their champion through cultivation power. He had defeated him by understanding exactly what the champion's technique could and could not do, and working within those parameters. They were going to be talking about this for a long time, and what they eventually concluded about it would shape Jade Fong's approach to the boundary disputes resolution terms. The Iron Root contingent was quieter than he expected. Not celebration, observation. Several of the senior disciples were having low-voiced conversations he could not read at this distance. 2 of the elder observers from the assessment gallery were making notes. Their attention had the focused, model-building quality of people who had witnessed something they needed to categorize before they knew how to respond to it. He identified this as the moment he had been working toward and the problem he was now managing. He had chosen to be seen. He was now being seen, and what they saw was being processed and categorized and would result in decisions he did not yet know. The council presentation he had requested would need to preempt the worst of those decisions by providing a frame that the Elder Council could work with rather than against. He had 2 days before the scheduling cycle produced a meeting date, and if Feng Ryu moved first, which he now had every reason to, those 2 days were the only window Wei Liang had to set the frame before someone else set it for him. Chapter 43 Days after the Jade Fong match, Feng Ryu filed his petition with the Elder Council. Wei Liang had been tracking the preparation through Tanshan's information reports and through his own observation of the administrative scheduling records. He had known the filing was building. He had counted 11 days of preparation from the moment he read the pre-petition consultation in the scheduling records to the morning the petition appeared on the notice board. Feng Ryu had been thorough and had taken the time he needed. The petition showed it. The public filing was a choice. The petition could have been submitted through the closed council process, which would have kept its contents between the filing party and the council until the investigation was complete. Feng Ryu had chosen public filing instead. The practical effect: the content of the petition reached Wei Liang and anyone who might want to support him through the normal sect social channels before the formal investigation process began. The framing of the petition, the first formal public documentation of what Wei Liang's ability was and what the concerns about it were, would be Feng Ryu's framing, seen first by everyone who read the notice board. Wei Liang read the petition twice. He read it a 3rd time, more slowly, with the analytical attention he applied to formal documents. Then he read its true name, the claim that asks for nothing. His classification for legal documents framed as requests for information or investigation that functioned operatively as constraints on the subject's freedom of movement, pending resolution. The petition's argument was constructed in 3 sections. First, Wei Liang's demonstrated ability constituted an unregistered capability. The Jade Fong match had made public what the tournament matches had made plausible, that he could analyze other cultivators' techniques and work against them in ways that standard appraisal-type abilities did not describe or explain. This was documented through the Ring Assessment Formation's match records and through the eyewitness accounts of the match attendees. Second, any inner disciple's cultivated techniques could, in principle, be observed without their knowledge or consent, which created a legitimate security concern for practitioners who had spent years developing their methods. This was a concern that existed and was not fabricated by the petition. Third, pending investigation, a precautionary restriction on Wei Liang's attendance at sect functions and practice areas where other disciples practiced their techniques was advisable as a protective measure for those disciples' technique security. Every sentence was technically accurate. The accumulated impression was not accurate, because it omitted the full context of what his ability was and how it functioned. But Feng Ryu could not omit what he did not know, and what he did not know was the part that mattered most. Wei Liang identified his response options in order of viability. Contesting the petition on procedural grounds was not viable. The procedure was correctly followed in every technical respect. Contesting the framing was possible, but required explaining his ability in the detail that the investigation was designed to force, which made contesting the framing equivalent to accepting the investigation's terms. Declining to respond and allowing the investigation to proceed under Feng Ruiyu's framing would put him in a process he did not control, answering questions under conditions someone else had set up. The fourth option was the one he had been working toward. He went to the Elder Council scheduling office and submitted a formal request for an Inner Disciple Council presentation. The mechanism was standard. Inner disciples could request formal council time to present information relevant to sect security, and the council was obligated to schedule a meeting within one scheduling cycle. He listed his topics: the Sector 12 formation site, its network structure, and the cloud spine technique signature in its activation residue. The intersect treaty analysis. The connection between the cloud spine contract formation character and the hidden monitoring layer in the sect's boundary formation. The distributed character appearing across multiple sect structures, and its implications for the distributed incomplete true name he had been tracking since month 2. He listed these with enough specificity that the clerk who read the request understood it needed to be heard by elders with security and policy authority, not administrative elders. He was going to arrive with information the Elder Council needed to hear. He was going to be presenting, not answering. If Feng Ruiyu's petition was raised, it would be raised after Wei Liang had already established a completely different frame, one in which his ability was a security asset the sect needed to understand and work with, not a security threat requiring restriction and investigation. He filed the request and returned to his quarters to draft the presentation outline. The outline required 2 hours to construct. He needed to determine the correct sequence for presenting 7 distinct but interconnected pieces of information to an audience that would come to the meeting having read Feng Ruiyu's petition and having observed the Jade Feng match. The sequence mattered enormously. If he started with the Sector 12 formation, the council would be in formation security mode and hear the subsequent information through that frame. If he started with the treaty analysis, they would be in legal vulnerability mode. If he started with the distributed true name character, he risked losing them to complexity before he had established the foundation that made the complexity comprehensible. He decided to open with the intersect treaty. The treaty analysis was the most immediately actionable finding. The council needed to know the treaty was defective regardless of everything else, and learning it first established that he was bringing them operationally useful security information, not theoretical speculation. The Sector 12 formation would come second, building from the locally actionable to the regionally significant. The cloud spine connection would come third, tying the treaty and the formation to an external actor. The distributed character evidence would come fourth, as the structural thread that connected everything else. He drafted the outline and then wrote the opening paragraphs of each section, testing whether the transitions between topics felt natural or required additional bridging. Most worked cleanly. The transition between the treaty analysis and the formation site required a bridging paragraph about how he had come to be investigating both, which meant explaining, at least in outline, that he had been using his reading ability to identify formation anomalies that standard assessment missed. That explanation was going to prompt questions. He prepared 3 different ways to answer those questions depending on how specific the council wanted to be. That evening, Tinshan arrived. Shenwuk spoke last in the preliminary council discussion, Tinshan said. He had the expression he used when he was delivering information he thought was significant but wasn't sure how significant. He said he would investigate the matter personally. Wei Liang set down his pen. He had been anticipating this possibility since the match. He had hoped the personal interest Shenwuk had shown since month 2 of Wei Liang's time at the sect would not result in direct involvement at exactly this moment. That hope had not been realistic. The way he said it, Tinshan continued, after a pause. I'm told people in the council chamber thought it sounded like he was offering protection. What do you think it sounded like? Tinshan considered this with the specific quality of attention he brought to things he had been asked to evaluate honestly rather than reassuringly. I think it sounded like he'd been waiting for a reason to be involved personally and had found one. Yes, Wei Liang said. That's probably accurate. He had been building the Shenwuk assessment in his catalog since the Elder's inspection pass through the outer disciple area 2 years ago. He had 3 data points he trusted. The protective artifact's true name, nothing new under heaven, which described an artifact held against unwanted surprises, carried by someone who had encountered enough unexpected things to value a warning against them. The reference in Lu Fenghe's records to a termination order 300 years ago, connected to a practitioner with a similar ability, with Shenwuk's sect named as the authority that issued it. And now, Shenwuk volunteering personal oversight in a situation that involved Wei Liang's ability. Nothing new under heaven. was the name of an artifact a man carried who had seen something like Wei Liang before, or who was connected to a lineage that had seen something like Wei Liang before. The termination order 300 years ago suggested direct institutional memory. The personal involvement now suggested active monitoring of that memory. He had not been a surprise to Shen Wuk. He had been an arrival. Wei Liang opened his catalog to the Shen Wuk assessment file and began writing. He had the council presentation to prepare and the Shen Wuk analysis to complete and the Feng Ryu third option to finalize. And all three of these were going to need to happen before the council scheduling cycle produced a meeting date at the end of the week. He wrote until the lamp ran low, and then he added oil and kept writing. Because Shen Wuk had been waiting for a reason, and Wei Liang had just given him one, and there was no available path that did not run directly through whatever it was the elder had been waiting to do. Chapter 41 Elder Shen Wuk's private meeting hall was in the senior cultivation wing, a section of the main peak that most inner disciples accessed perhaps twice in a year under formal circumstances. Wei Liang had accessed it 3 times since his promotion, once for the council review notification, once when he had requested a formation access clearance, and now. The corridor walls between the senior cultivation hall entrance and Shen Wuk's door carried formation inscriptions in the oldest script style Wei Liang had encountered inside the sect. He read them as he walked. 12 entries, distributed across 11 wall segments. 2 were standard structural maintenance formations, boundary integrity reinforcement, the kind found throughout the sect's older buildings. 3 were monitoring formations of the type he had documented in the boundary layer, and which he now recognized as components of the distributed network that predated the sect's founding. The remaining 7 were unlike anything in his catalog, a script tradition he had seen only in the Partial Ancestors Hall name and its distributed companion characters, but here rendered in more complete forms. He copied all 7 as quickly as his notation practice allowed, moving at the same pace he always used in the corridor to avoid any appearance of deliberate attention to the inscriptions. The meeting hall itself was dominated by shelving rather than ornamentation. Books, manuscript bundles, sealed document tubes, jade slip racks organized by some system he could not immediately identify. 47 objects in his initial visual scan, and he had their true names within the first 2 minutes of sitting across from the elder. Most were administrative materials, standard utility designations, the working documentation of a senior official. 11 were more unusual. He filed the more unusual ones for later examination. Shen Wuk was a tall man whose white hair and economical movement suggested very long cultivation rather than age in the ordinary sense. His cultivation technique was a formation-centered method, vector-directed towards systemic comprehension rather than individual power, designed for coordination and orchestration rather than direct force. The limit was notable. The technique depended on network connections to other formation systems to operate at peak capacity. In isolation, it was substantially reduced. He required infrastructure he had built and maintained over time to be at his best. "You're reading the room," Shen Wuk said. He said it as an observation, not a complaint. "I read new environments systematically," Wei Liang said. "It's consistent practice. I know. I've been watching your behavior pattern for 6 months. Systematic reading is not a feature of most appraisal-type abilities. They tend toward object-specific focus rather than environmental cataloging. I have been interested in what your ability actually is for some time." He settled his hands on the table. "I prefer directness when circumstances permit. The current circumstances permit it." Wei Liang waited. "Abilities of the type you possess have appeared 8 times in the documented cultivation record. I have personally verified 3 of those records. In 6 of the 8 cases, the practitioner experienced serious difficulty managing the institutional attention their ability attracted. The difficulty arose not from the ability itself, but from its political implications. An ability that reads the root names of all cultivated things is an ability that makes every cultivator in proximity structurally vulnerable to its user, regardless of their cultivation rank or defensive methods. Institutions respond to structural vulnerabilities." He paused, with the patient quality of a man who had structured this particular argument before. In 2 of the 8 cases, the difficulty proved fatal. Both fatal cases involved practitioners operating without institutional protection when significant institutional attention arrived. "You're proposing a registry," Wei Liang said. "I am. Your ability is formally documented under sect records. In exchange, the sect's institutional standing, and my personal standing within that structure, interposes itself as a buffer between you and institutional responses from other organizations. You operate under official recognition rather than in the ambiguous, unregistered space that created the pattern I described." He met Wei Liang's gaze directly. "The protection is genuine. The constraint is equally genuine. I am not pretending otherwise. Wei Liang spent the time that honest consideration required. The offer's structure was clear. A cage with a good lock on the outside, sold as a lock on the inside. The protection was real. The constraint was real. The question was whether the constraint's form was the irreversible kind or the manageable kind. And that question had a technical answer that he could only arrive at by examining the actual document. You mentioned an archivist, he said. Lu Fenghe. He operates a traveling archive in the regional capital. He has been collecting true name records for 40 years from a historical and scholarly perspective. He has no ability to read them directly, but he has assembled the most comprehensive external documentation of the phenomenon I know of. He has records on all 8 cases I mentioned, more complete than my own notes. Xianxia said this with the neutral precision of an information provider. He would be a useful resource for you. I've mentioned your name to him. I'll need 3 days to consider the registry proposal. The council review of your inner disciple status has been paused pending this meeting. After 3 days, it proceeds on its original schedule regardless. A structural fact, stated without apology. The formation contest at the regional capital is in 18 days. A sanctioned mission there would provide appropriate context for a visit to Lu Fenghe's archive. Wei Liang thanked him with the correct words and left. In the corridor, still reading the formation inscriptions as he walked, he noted that Xianxia had mentioned Lu Fenghe and the formation contest in direct sequence, not as unrelated pieces of information, but as a path already laid out, a track ready to be stepped onto. He filed this under the Xianxia assessment entry, either a tool being offered or a hook being set. The distinction would become clear at the regional capital. He added the 7 unusual corridor inscriptions to his priority research list. These were the ones he needed to return to with more time. They were unlike anything he had documented, in a script tradition that predated the sect's own inscription work by a substantial margin. What he had managed in the brief time available was a structural read. The root characters were in the same tradition as the ancestors' Hall distributed character, but more complete, less weathered, better preserved. 2 of the 7 appeared to be partial versions of names he had been building from fragments across 2 years of catalog work. The other 5 were new, genuinely new, meaning their root structure did not match any entry in his catalog, which was a category he had stopped expecting to encounter. He also needed to follow up on the 11 unusual objects in Xianxia's hall. He had gotten their surface true names in the initial pass, standard reading depth, the kind that described function without explaining history. The more unusual ones, the artifact on the corner shelf whose true name he could not fully resolve, the 2 formation theory documents in archaic styles that used notation conventions predating the current cultivation era, would require a sustained reading session that he could not request access for without an explanation he was not prepared to give. That problem went on the longer-term list after the formation contest and the Lu Fenghe archive visit. He went to the mission board. The formation contest sanctioned mission had a slot open. He took it before anyone else could observe that he had looked at it specifically. That evening, he updated his catalog's Xianxia assessment entry with everything from the meeting, the 3-day deadline, the specifics of the registry proposal, the Lu Fenghe referral, and its sequential placement with the formation contest mention. He also added a new section, information architecture of this conversation. Xianxia had structured the meeting to produce a specific path, the registry plus the archive visit plus the formation contest, presented in a sequence that made the path feel natural rather than directed. The meeting had been designed to lead Wei Liang to the regional capital under sanctioned circumstances, for reasons that would become clear when he got there. Whether those reasons were aligned with his own interests or orthogonal to them remained unclear, but Xianxia had mentioned Lu Fenghe specifically, and that detail would not have been included unless it served a purpose that still needed naming. Chapter 42 Qingyan was large in the way that changes the scale at which you understand space. Wei Liang had been raised in a village where 400 people constituted a crowd. He had spent 2 years at Ironroot Sect, where 300 disciples and 30 seniors created an environment complex enough to require constant management. He had taken one supply mission to a sub-city, where the additional density had seemed significant. None of these prepared him for 40,000 resident cultivators, 10,000 daily visitors, and a formation inscription density that compressed 3 centuries of accumulated intent into every surface within sightline. The true name environment in Qingyan was saturated in a way he had not previously experienced. At the sect, he could read everything in his environment with deliberate focus and absorb it over the course of a day's work. In Qingyan's market district, the names layered over each other in his visual field. Ancient formations beneath modern additions beneath emergency repairs beneath seasonal overlays. the palimpsest of 300 years compressed into whatever direction he happened to face. Reading them individually was not the right approach. He had to read the pattern of how they organized, where density concentrated, what the spatial structure of naming activity looked like, which districts had accumulated what kinds of formation work over what time frames. He walked for 4 hours. He did not try to read everything. He tried to understand the formation ecology of the city, the distribution of types, the age strata, the administrative versus commercial versus residential division of inscription work. He cataloged 72 new true name entries in the first hour, reduced to 40 in the second as the novelty of new types decreased and the entries began repeating at higher rates, and settled into a steady 30 per hour for the third and fourth as he moved out of the high-density commercial core into the quieter residential districts. The residential areas were more interesting in some ways than the commercial core. Commercial formation work was standardized by generations of guild certification and inspection requirements, which meant the characters used were consistent and well documented in the formal literature. Residential areas accumulated formation work without the same standardization pressure. Family formations, cultivation practice spaces, personal maintenance arrays installed by practitioners across many generations with varying levels of training and varying aesthetic preferences. The variety was higher and the historical depth was more visible because fewer layers of certified standardization had overwritten the original inscription work. It was in the residential commercial junction of the Southwest Market District that he saw it. A junction formation array, one of the standard commercial facilitation arrays that appeared at major market intersections throughout any cultivated city. He had seen this type at Iron Root Sect in the sub-city. The function was routine, crowd management, weight verification for commercial transactions, preservation formation layered over the perishable goods display areas, authentication of high-value exchanges. He would not normally have focused on it at more than passing read depth. The fourth component character of the array stability matrix used a character that was not the standard commercial designation for accumulated exchange. The character had the same visual form at surface reading depth, same stroke count, same proportional structure, same positional placement within the matrix. An inspector checking formation function would read it as the standard character because the function it performed in the array's operation was identical to the standard character's function. The substitution was perfect at the operational level, at the root level, at the historical script tradition reading that he had been developing since his foundation establishment breakthrough deepened his access to the underlying layers. The character's genealogy was completely different. He stepped out of the market crowd and spent 40 seconds reading it at full resolution. The character's root designated something he had been tracking since month 2 of his time at the sect. A systemic connection indicator, the kind of character used in distributed formation networks to designate nodes that were part of a larger coordinated system. This was the same root structure as the character distributed across the Ancestors' Hall inscription components, the sect boundary formation's hidden monitoring layer, the north wall of the main ceremony hall, and the fourth appended character in Mayu's wind step. Not a character of the same family, not a stylistic variant. The same distributed network designator, embedded in a commercial formation array that had been functioning in this market district for at least a century, maintained and inspected and certified by generations of commercial formation masters who would have had no reason to read it at historical root depth. He documented everything: the array's administrative registration number from its maintenance panel, the physical location, the surface function, the array's overall design type, and the full reading of the embedded character at both surface and root levels. Then he continued walking. By the time he returned to his guest accommodation at the end of the day, he had found 2 additional instances of the same character, in 2 other formation arrays in 2 different market districts. Both embedded in the same manner, surface plausible substitutions in standard function characters, operational behavior identical to the substituted character, root structure entirely different. 3 instances across one city, all in formation arrays with century-long operating histories, all placed by someone with the formation skill to execute the substitution invisibly to any inspector who was not reading at historical root depth. He was the only person in Qingyan who would have noticed. He had been in the city for 6 hours. He also noted what the 3 instances' spatial distribution implied. The first instance was in the Southwest Market District's primary junction formation, the most heavily trafficked commercial intersection in that quadrant. The second was in the Northwest Market District, in a similar high-traffic junction. The third was in the Eastern Commercial District, again at a primary junction. The pattern was not random placement. The 3 instances occupied a triangular distribution across the city's major commercial zones, positioned at points that would capture the maximum volume of commercial formation interaction. the arrays that processed the highest density of human and spiritual energy circulation in their respective districts. If each instance was a monitoring node in the distributed network, the network's designers had placed nodes where they would receive the highest exposure to Qingyin's cultivation activity, not specific targets. Everything, continuously, filtered through the standard commercial formation activity that generated the activity in the first place. The monitoring was embedded in the infrastructure that everyone used, maintained by the commercial formation maintenance organizations that kept the arrays functional, inspected annually by formation masters who certified function without reading at root depth. It had been operating this way for over a century, potentially much longer, depending on how far back the original array installations predated their current documented history. He wrote in his catalog for 2 hours before he slept, adding 14 new entries and revising 4 existing ones to incorporate the pattern the new data established. He added a new section to his distributed character analysis, spatial placement theory. He documented the triangular distribution, the selection criterion of high-traffic commercial junctions, and the implication that the network's purpose was broad-field monitoring rather than targeted surveillance. Something was watching everything that passed through Qingyin's commercial districts, continuously, at root name depth. He also added a notation to the Shun Wuk assessment entry. The network of distributed characters was larger than the sect grounds, considerably larger. If the same character appeared in commercial formation arrays across the regional capital and had been there for over a century, the network scope was regional at minimum, and its age predated any organization currently operating in this region. Then he wrote, "Find Lu Fenghe's archive. This is the relevant destination." Shen Wuk mentioned it for a reason. The reason is likely in the archive's documentation of practitioners who had encountered this network before, which means Lu Fenghe knows something about what has been watching this region for 300 years and does not know that he knows it. The more alarming possibility, which he noted and did not dismiss, was that something watching this region also knew about Lu Fenghe's archive. Chapter 43. The archive occupied a converted warehouse in Qingyin's documentation quarter, a district that had grown up around the regional administrative offices to serve the needs of scholars, archivists, and record keepers who worked in proximity to official information without being formally part of the official apparatus. Lu Fenghe's warehouse had been at this location for 11 years. He had stopped moving it not because the archive was complete, which it would never be, but because he had finally found a space large enough to organize the collection correctly and was too pragmatic to sacrifice the organizational system to the mobility that the traveling archive designation still technically required. He was 71 years old, white-bearded, with the deliberate physical conservation of a non-cultivator who understood that his body was not a cultivation vessel and could not be replenished through spiritual means. He had learned to preserve his energy through discipline rather than technique, and the result was a quietness of movement that Wei Liang found easy to be in proximity to. It communicated competence without the performance of power that cultivation ranks sometimes produced. The archive's organizational system was unlike any Wei Liang had encountered. Lu Fenghe had spent 40 years building a classification schema for objects he could not read directly, working from the observable properties of true names, the visual form of the characters, the cultivation context in which they appeared, the effects practitioners reported when they interacted with the named objects, and the historical records that described true names in the vocabulary of cultivators who had seen them directly. He had developed 3 primary axes of classification: what he called character tradition, the historical script lineage of the character's form; functional context, what the true name's host object did and how the name seemed related to that function; and effect signature, the range of effects practitioners reported when encountering the named object. It was, Wei Liang recognized with the particular quality of recognition that arrived when something expected arrived in a form better than anticipated, the most comprehensive true name catalog ever assembled by someone without the ability to read true names. "I can cross-reference what you have against the formal technical literature," Wei Liang said, when Lu Fenghe had finished explaining the classification system. "I've studied cultivation theory thoroughly, particularly in the framework of technique architecture, how the structural properties of techniques relate to their function and their limitations. The classification axes you've developed map closely to the formal technical categories." This was accurate as far as it went. He did not disclose what else he could do with the archive's contents. Lu Fenghe was satisfied with this. He was a scholar, and scholars understood partial research disclosure as normal practice rather than concealment. The collection, 6,400 documented true name instances. Wei Liang worked through it systematically across 2 days. Formation records occupied the first day's effort, 3,200 entries organized by Lu Fenghe's functional context axis. which he had developed most thoroughly for formations because the external effects of formation activity were the most consistently observable from a non-reading perspective. Wei Liang cross-referenced at full reading depth, confirming, revising, and extending Lu Fenghe's external observations with the actual root-level character information where the classification was incomplete or partially incorrect. He shared the corrections as technical literature cross-references and watched Lu Fenghe absorb them with the focused pleasure of a scholar receiving accurate answers to 40-year-old questions. The technique records occupied the afternoon of the first day and the morning of the second. The artifact records took the remainder of the second day. He was in the artifacts section subfile for ancient cultivation artifacts of uncertain origin when he found the entry that changed the character of the entire research structure he had assembled. The documentation was 40 years old, written in Lu Fenghe's earlier handwriting style, more compressed and less assured than his current notation. The subject, an ability that had appeared in the cultivation record approximately 300 years prior to the documentation date. A practitioner referred to as the reader. The source material was a formation scholar lineage's records, passed down through 5 generations, describing in scholarly detail an ability whose characteristics Lu Fenghe had matched to his formal classification axis. Wei Liang read the description. It was his ability, described from the outside, by someone who had witnessed it from a distance of 3 centuries, but accurate in every specific. The names appearing as script overlaid on visual perception, the root vector limit architecture, the ability to use the naming as a counter, the double energy cost of the replication mechanism, the darkening of the veins during replication. The source had known the reader directly or had access to someone who had known the reader directly. The accuracy was too specific for secondhand summary. The reader had disappeared from the record 300 years ago. The documentation entry's final note. Terminated for destabilization of the regional order. Order issued by the Brightwater Cultivation Alliance. Signatory Elder. Wei Jinghe, recorded in the Brightwater Alliance founding document as Elder of Technique Stability. Witness confirmed at the Iron Root Sect formal charter signing. 3rd year of the current sect era. He read the name of the signatory Elder a second time. Then he went to the founding document reference shelf. The Iron Root Sect charter from the 3rd year of the current sect era was in the historical records subfile. He found the witness list. Wei Jinghe was listed as the 7th witness. The 8th witness was a family member. The notation beside the 8th name indicated a direct lineage connection to the current sect's senior administration. The family name was Shun. Wei Liang set the document down and thought for 14 minutes. 14 minutes was not a long time for thinking about something this significant. But he had developed a practice over 2 years of cataloging. When a new discovery required extensive processing, he allowed himself the minimum time required to identify the immediate implications and the immediate required actions, flagged the deeper processing for evening catalog work, and continued the research session rather than stopping. Stopping mid-session to think was less efficient than thinking during the walk home and in the catalog work before sleep, and less accurate than thinking after the full research context was assembled. The archive still had material he had not examined. He returned to the artifact subfile and worked for another 2 hours. He found 2 additional entries relevant to the reader documentation, one describing a formation site near a city 200 kilometers east of Qingyan that had been sealed by the Brightwater Alliance approximately 300 years ago, with documentation of a formation network the Alliance's investigation team had found at the site and determined to be unauthorized and destabilizing. The formation network's description included a character illustration that matched the distributed network character he had been tracking. The second entry described an anonymous scholar who had reported to Lu Fenghe's predecessor archivist 40 years earlier, claiming to have encountered an active monitoring formation in the commercial district of a city 200 kilometers south of Qingyan. The practitioner had described reading the monitoring formation's true name at a depth that other practitioners could not replicate, and had noted that the formation's name included a character designating it as part of a larger whole. The practitioner had not been heard from again after that report. Wei Liang added these 2 entries to his documentation, thanked Lu Fenghe for his hospitality with genuine warmth. The archivist had, without knowing it, assembled the most important secondary source material for understanding the situation Wei Liang was navigating, arranged to return the following morning for one more research session, and went back to his guest accommodation to write. He wrote for 3 hours. He filled 14 catalog pages. When he finished, he had a working model of the situation that was more complete than anything he had assembled in 2 years at Ironroot Sect, and a list of 17 questions he could not yet answer. Of the 17, 4 were immediately relevant and 8 were relevant within the next few months. The remaining 5 were the kind that would likely only become answerable when the situation they described was already in motion. He slept for 5 hours and returned to the archive in the morning, resolved to answer as many of the 4 immediate questions as the archive could provide, because the practitioner who had reported the active monitoring formation and then disappeared from the record had not left without saying something, and he intended to find what they had managed to say before they stopped. Chapter 44. Master Zhou received him in the tea room, as he always did for conversations that required the settled quality of old formation work and the absence of interruption. The tea was already prepared. Zhou had read something in the message Wei Liang sent, which had said only, returned early, available this evening, and had understood that the conversation was the significant kind. Wei Liang described everything in the correct sequence. The commercial formation arrays with the distributed character, the scale and age of the network those arrays implied, the archive documentation of the reader, the termination order, the signatory name, the family connection to Xianxia's lineage through the founding witness record. He described the formation arrays in detail first. The 3 instances he had found, all in formation types that underwent regular maintenance inspection, all with substituted characters that passed function inspection because they performed the designated function at the operational layer. The substitution was not a hidden modification in the standard sense. It was not obscuring the function of the formation. It was inserting an additional function beneath the standard function, invisible to any inspector who was not reading at the same depth he read at. A formation that weighed grain and managed crowd flow was also, at the root level, a node in a network that had been in continuous operation for over a century. He described the archive documentation, Lu Fenghe's classification system, the 40-year collection, the particular entry in the ancient cultivation artifact subfile. He gave Zhou the specific character details from the termination order notation, the practitioner designation, the ability description's accuracy, the source lineage, the administrative reference chain that connected the Brightwater Cultivation Alliance to Iron Root Sect's founding generation through the witness record. Zhou absorbed each element without interrupting. He had the quality of attention that Wei Liang had come to recognize over 2 years, not tracking what was said, but building a 3-dimensional model of the situation from the data as it arrived, in the way a formation master builds a formation schematic rather than recording its components in a list. By the end of the description, Zhou was not holding a list of facts. He was holding a structure. Zhou listened with the quality of attention that was different from ordinary listening, not tracking what was said but processing it against a background of context that Wei Liang could not see. When the description was complete, Zhou said nothing for approximately 45 seconds. "You're not surprised?" Wei Liang said. "I am not surprised that you found it. I anticipated, when you went to the capital, that the archive would be the relevant destination. I arranged for Lu Fenghe's name to come up in Xianxia's proposal because I knew you would find the relevant documentation there. I did not know what specifically, but I knew Lu Fenghe's collection had information about the earlier reader. I chose not to direct you there myself because the information needed to arrive through your own inquiry rather than through a curated briefing." He paused, with the weight of someone who knows what comes next is uncomfortable. "The termination order, the family lineage connection. I have known about the termination order for 12 years and about the lineage connection for 7 years. I did not tell you because I was managing the timing of your exposure to information that could produce counterproductive responses before you had the foundation to work with it correctly. A cage with good intentions. Yes, and what I told you about protecting you is also true. These 2 things are compatible, and I am not going to pretend they aren't." Zhou met his gaze with the direct quality that was the closest he came to warmth. "I can protect you inside this sect. I cannot protect you from what is coming from outside it. The old reader. You think the termination order may not have been completed. The distributed character you found in the commercial formation arrays of the regional capital. The same character that appears in our boundary formation's hidden monitoring layer, in the Ancestors' Hall partial name, in the North Wall inscription from the promotion ceremony. Those arrays have been in place for a century or more. The formation style is consistent with a practitioner who was operating in this region 300 years ago and has been maintaining infrastructure continuously since." He turned the teacup in his hands. The Brightwater Cultivation Alliance issued a termination order. The reader disappeared from the record. But disappearance from the record is not the same as termination. The record is only as accurate as what was verifiable at the time. And if the reader survived 300 years of operating these networks, they would know about me by now. They would have known about you since your first significant public use of your ability at the formation contest, if not before. The monitoring character in the commercial arrays, if it functions as a surveillance network, and the naming structure strongly suggests it does, would have registered reading activity at a depth and breadth that the standard practitioner population cannot produce. Zhou set the teacup down. That is the thing coming from outside. I don't know its shape or timeline. I know it exists. Wei Liang sat with this for the time it required. Does Xinwuk know about the surviving reader? I believe he does. I believe the registry compact's operational purpose, the tracking formation embedded in its authentication signature, is to make you locatable before the surviving reader makes contact, so that Xinwuk can position to intervene rather than respond. Zhou's expression did not change, but the stillness in his manner deepened slightly. You will have identified the tracking formation in the document. You will have made a decision about how to manage it. I am not asking what that decision was. No, Wei Liang said. You're not. They sat for a while longer. The tea was good, and the formation inscriptions on the walls had the quality of things that had been doing their work for a long time without requiring attention. Wei Liang added 2 more entries to his catalog before he left. He returned to his quarters and wrote for another hour, running the implications through the full logical chain he used when new information changed the structural picture significantly. The key revision was the scope. He had been thinking of the distributed character as a sect-level phenomenon, possibly expanding to a regional formation network of moderate scale. 3 instances in Xingyan's commercial arrays, each over a century old, reframed the scope as regional at minimum and the age as predating the current sect era by a substantial margin. If the same character appeared in commercial formations in Xingyan, the same probability applied to every other major city in the region. The network was not a formation network in the local operational sense. It was infrastructure, the kind of infrastructure that persisted through the establishment, operation, and dissolution of the institutions built on top of it. Sects rose and fell. The formation networks they used became legacy infrastructure. Legacy infrastructure was maintained or abandoned or repurposed by whoever came after. The Brightwater Cultivation Alliance had issued a termination order. The formation networks of the Brightwater Alliance had continued operating after the alliance's dissolution, absorbed into the infrastructure of the successor organizations, including the sects that had formed from it, including Ironroot Sect. He had been reading the sect's formation environment as if Ironroot Sect had created everything he encountered there. He was revising this assumption. The sect had inherited most of its formation infrastructure from an older organization and maintained it without fully understanding what had been maintained. The question that this revision raised, and that he did not yet have the material to answer, was who had built the original network and what the network was designed to do at full operational capacity. He did not have enough of the distributed characters to read the network's complete true name. He had fragments. Fragments told him the character tradition and some of the structural architecture. They did not tell him the purpose. He put the catalog down and slept. The question would still be there in the morning, and he was more useful to it rested than exhausted. In the morning, he went to the mission board and added his name to the formation contest delegation. The contest was in 12 days, which meant 12 days of archive access before the public performance of solving the locked formation that he had already read, and that would cost him nothing. And that would be watched by everyone whose attention he did not want, and several whose he did. Chapter 45. The registry document arrived through official inner disciple channels on the 3rd morning. It was delivered in the formal document tube reserved for administrative commitments, weighted jade inlaid paper inside a preservation sleeve, with a council seal and a timestamp formation that would activate if the document remained unsigned past the deadline. Wei Liang read its true name before he unsealed the tube. He had been reading the true names of administrative documents for 2 years, first as an outer disciple cataloging sect infrastructure, then as a practice for understanding the operational character of situations. Administrative documents had their own naming conventions, different from technique names or formation names. They were usually transparent, the surface name describing the document's function accurately, because administrative documents were designed to be understood by the parties signing them. The registry document was not transparent. The surface name, at standard legal reading depth, obligation of record, 7 characters, designed to be legible to a standard formation reader at the document inspection level required for legal authentication of inter-disciple agreements. Root, a categorizing function, the kind used in monitoring registries. Vector, directed toward a maintaining authority, with a continuous reporting structure in the character's secondary formation layer. Limit, the stated limit was narrow. The document could not compel action, only compel disclosure of status. He unsealed the tube and read the actual document. The authentication formation embedded in the seal was the relevant piece. Standard inter-disciple documents used a 3-layer authentication, base cultivation identity, current rank verification, and a technique signature that confirmed the signing practitioner was who they claimed to be. He read all 3 layers in sequence, with the resolution that his foundation establishment rank 2 provided. The 3rd layer, The technique's signature authentication was modified from the standard form. The modification was subtle enough that it would pass legal review by any formation inspector reading at standard depth. The character used for technique signature confirmation appeared to be the standard designation. At historical root reading depth, it was not. The character's root structure included a formation connection component that the standard designation lacked, a component that, once activated by the signing practitioner's energy, would establish a sustained connection to the signatory's technique signature pattern and maintain that connection as an ongoing channel. The document would not simply record his identity and ability at a point in time. It would maintain a live connection to his cultivation's technique layer, allowing the maintaining authority to locate him by that layer at any distance. He spent 43 minutes reading every component of the authentication formation at maximum resolution. He worked methodically through each character of the seal formation, reading the surface function and then the historical root structure beneath it, building a complete technical diagram of the document's actual operational architecture. He did this with the same systematic care he brought to the formation analysis work that had become his primary research practice, not rushing past the readable toward the conclusive, but reading everything present at the maximum depth available to him. The tracking function's architecture became clear across approximately 18 minutes of sustained reading. It used a formation connection character that he had not previously encountered in administrative documents, but recognized from the formation theory text Zhou had assigned in the Foundation Establishment Preparation reading list, a character type used in remote cultivation monitoring, typically for emergency location of practitioners who had been reported lost or incapacitated in field missions. The character type created a sustained formation thread between the document seal formation and the signed practitioner's technique signature, which then allowed the maintaining authority to query the thread for location and status information without the practitioner's knowledge or participation. In field mission emergency monitoring, this was a reasonable application. In a registry document for a practitioner operating within the sect grounds under normal circumstances, it was not emergency monitoring. It was surveillance. He confirmed the tracking function's architecture, identified the specific technique signature characteristics it would lock onto, and determined the tolerance ranges within which the connection would be considered valid. The tracking formation locked onto the copy mechanism's characteristic signature, the dark vein activation pattern that was unique to his replication ability and distinct from his base cultivation structure. It was looking for the specific energy pattern of copy activation, not for his general cultivation identity. A practitioner who did not use copy would not generate the pattern. A practitioner who modified the pattern before signing, in a way that preserved the legal authentication requirements while falling outside the tracking formation's connection threshold, would sign a document that passed the legal review without activating the live tracking channel. He cycled his cultivation for 40 minutes in a controlled modification. He adjusted the copy mechanism's signature pattern by a margin carefully calculated to fall below the tracking formation's connection threshold while remaining within the legal authentication tolerance range for technique signature verification. The modification was technically demanding and would not last indefinitely. Over 2 to 3 months, the pattern would drift back toward its natural expression, but it would be stable for the formation contest period and the immediate months following. He signed the document. The authentication registered. The timestamp formation deactivated. The council administrative seal confirmed receipt and validity. He added one notation to his catalog before he rolled the document for return delivery. Registry document signed. Surface name. Obligation of record. Actual name at root depth. The hook that does not let go. Authentication formation includes technique-specific tracking channel targeting copy signature pattern. Modified copy signature applied at signing. Tracking connection established against modified pattern rather than base pattern. Stability window, approximately 60 to 90 days. Shenwuk will believe the compact is complete. The compact is not complete. He delivered the document to the council administrative office and went to pack for the formation contest. The sanction mission to the regional capital gave him 17 days before the formation contest began. He intended to use 12 of them at Lu Feng's archive, working through the remaining sections of the collection that he had not reached in the initial 2-day survey. The technique records in particular had more depth than he had been able to extract in a first pass. Lu Fenghe had documented cultivation technique true names for 40 years, and the cross-referencing possibilities with his own catalog represented the most significant expansion of his catalog technique database since the interlibrary visit. He also intended to find the remaining instances of the distributed character in the city's formation arrays. He had found 3. The regional surveillance network, if that was what it was, would have more. The distribution pattern of the 3 he had found suggested a specific spatial logic. one in each of the 3 primary market districts, each in a junction formation array at a major commercial intersection. If the pattern held, there should be at least 2 more in the residential commercial junction arrays of the 2 remaining market districts. He wanted to find them before the formation contest concentrated public attention and his movement through the city became less anonymous. He packed efficiently. He had learned, over 2 years at the sect, that the preparation for a significant trip revealed more about what the preparer considered essential than almost any other behavior. What he packed: his catalog notebooks, 2 blank notation volumes, the formation theory text he had been working through from the inner library, a spare cultivation supply, and the partial name transcription from the Ancestors Hall distributed character set. He did not pack the jade slip Zhou had given him in month 4, that he kept on his person, as he always did. Its surface name had still not changed from "not yet," but the historical layer beneath the surface had been growing incrementally more legible at each cultivation rank advance, and he intended to be reading ready when it shifted again. He left before dawn on the 4th day and did not look back at the corridor where he had first read the 7 ancient inscriptions, because he had already copied them, and they were filed correctly, and looking at things you had already documented was not a productive use of attention. The road to the regional capital was 7 hours on foot at cultivation pace. He cataloged 43 new true names along the route: roadway formation markers, way station infrastructure, a bridge formation that had been in continuous use for 2 centuries and whose lower maintenance layers showed the accumulated repairs of 17 distinct formation masters, each leaving their own stylistic mark on the work. He arrived in Qingyan before the afternoon administration closing and went directly to Lu Fenghe's archive. The archivist was expecting him. Shenwuk had, apparently, sent a formal introduction slip ahead. Lu Fenghe greeted him with the pleased efficiency of a scholar who had been told a useful colleague was coming and had prepared accordingly. A researcher's workstation set up in the technique records section, with the subfiles he had mentioned finding most relevant during their first meeting already pulled and organized. Wei Liang sat down, opened his catalog to the technique cross-reference section, and began where he had stopped. He was going to find what had been built here 300 years ago, and he was going to understand its purpose before it became relevant in a way that left him without time to understand it correctly. The 60 to 90-day window on his modified copy signature meant the clock was already running, and what came after that window was not a question he could answer with the information he currently had. Chapter 46: The Regional Formation Contest had been held annually in Qingyan's competition grounds for 62 years. Wei Liang had reviewed the last 8 years of contest results on the mission board before departure, identifying the pattern of which sects had solved which types of formations, which scholars had appeared in multiple years' delegations, and what the general direction of difficulty escalation had looked like across the 8 years he had data for. The locked formation this year, the contest administrators had announced in advance, would test advanced application of distributed network theory, a phrasing that meant nothing specific to a practitioner who could not read the formation's true name before the contest began, and meant something very specific to one who could. He read it in the first 6 seconds of the opening ceremony. The chief judge was still reading the problem statement aloud when he finished. The formation occupied a 20-meter platform of flat stone in the competition grounds, inscribed to a depth of 2 inches in a script that was readable to any formation practitioner at standard training level. The formation was visible. The challenge was that it was locked, placed in an active state that resisted all standard modification approaches. You could read the component inscriptions clearly. You could not alter them using the techniques standard formation work employed. The lock was the problem the contest was designed to solve. The formation's true name was 6 characters. Root, a containment formation of a specific subtype Wei Liang had documented in his catalog under bounded enclosure, temporal class, the kind used for preservation vaults and long-term artifact storage where the contents needed to remain stable over extended periods without active maintenance. Vector, directed inward toward a central node that he could identify as the lock mechanism, the node that maintained the containment formation's active state and which, if correctly reset, would release the lock. Limit. The limit was precise and technically elegant, the mark of a formation scholar who understood what they were building well enough to design the release condition with care. The lock released when it received a spiritual energy input matching the formation's original activation signature, applied at the 3 triangulation points that corresponded to the formation's primary structural anchors. The challenge for practitioners without his sight: they could identify the triangulation points through systematic testing, but identifying the activation energy signature required either direct knowledge of the original or a brute force approach that the 3-day format made impractical. He could read both from the limit character. He spent the first day mapping the triangulation points through the systematic testing approach that the other delegations were using, controlled energy probes at different locations, noting which locations produced measurable response from the formation and which produced nothing. He worked with methodical care, generating valid test results and documenting them in the required format. The triangulation points revealed themselves through his testing in the same sequence they would have revealed themselves to any practitioner using the same approach. The difference was that he had known their locations from the first 6 seconds and was spending his testing time verifying what he already knew rather than discovering it. He submitted his Day 1 documentation at the correct time in the correct format. The documentation was accurate. His methodology had produced the documented results. The fact that he had needed no methodology at all to reach those results was not information the documentation contained. The second day, he spent developing a theoretical framework for energy signature identification. This was the genuinely difficult part for practitioners without true name sight. The activation signature was not a standard cultivation technique signature, and deriving it from the formation's observable characteristics required a chain of theoretical reasoning that started from the formation's functional category, temporal containment, bounded enclosure type, worked through the implications of that category for the signature type the activation would use, and narrowed down to the specific signature family that matched the formation's structural architecture. He built this derivation carefully, using only the formal technical literature and the triangulation point data he had generated on Day 1. The derivation was correct and sound. It would stand up to review by any formation scholar in the region. The actual source of his signature identification was the limit character's direct specification. He had not needed the derivation. He had used it because the derivation was necessary to make the solution comprehensible to the judges and verifiable by the other teams. Day 3. He prepared and demonstrated the solution. 3 targeted energy applications at the triangulation points, each carrying the derived energy signature in the sequence specified by the formation's structural architecture. The containment formation's central lock node recognized the activation signature, confirmed the triangulation sequence, and released. The formation's locked state collapsed, leaving only the base containment structure without the active lock. The judges certified the solution. Iron Root Sect won the formation contest for the first time in 7 years, and the delegation received the appropriate recognition. Wei Liang noted 3 things as he left the platform. First, the second-place team, from Cloudspine Sect, had correctly identified all 3 triangulation points by the end of Day 3, but had not found the correct signature family. Their team lead, Du Wenhai, had gotten closer than any practitioner without true name sight could reasonably have been expected to get in 3 days. He was exceptional. Wei Liang added his name to the catalog under Practitioners of Interest, Exceptional Formation Scholarship. Du Wenhai had worked with the urgency of someone who understood the problem structure correctly and simply lacked the final tool to resolve it, which was different from practitioners who had been working with incorrect models and arrived at wrong conclusions through accumulated effort. Being wrong at the final step was a different kind of mistake from being wrong at the first step. The former suggested a practitioner who would, given time and experience, develop the ability to reach correct conclusions independently. Second, Feng Ruyu had been present in the observer section throughout all 3 days. He had not interacted with Wei Liang at any point, which was a behavior pattern Wei Liang recognized from their earlier interactions. Feng Ruyu gathered information from observation rather than from interaction when observation was sufficient. He had been taking notation throughout, a physical notebook, not jade slips, which meant the notation was for his personal records rather than for official reporting. He was watching Wei Liang's approach to the problem, the systematic Day 1 testing, the theoretical derivation on Day 2, the demonstration on Day 3. Whatever he was building from the observation, it was thorough and patient and would become relevant at a time of his choosing rather than at a time of Wei Liang's choosing. Feng Ruyu had been outmaneuvered at the council level and at the territorial challenge level, but he had not stopped gathering information. The observation notebooks would be there when he needed them. Third, there was someone in the observer section on the final day who had not been there on the first or second day. A woman who sat in the upper row without any sect identification and who had watched the demonstration with the focused stillness of someone who was not watching a formation technique demonstration, but was watching the person performing it. Her cultivation technique's true name was readable at Foundation Rank 3 distance. He could not resolve it fully at 40 meters, but the character structure visible in his extended peripheral red suggested something unusual. The root character was in a script tradition he had not encountered at Iron Root Sect or in Lufinga's archive. Not an unfamiliar traditional style, an entirely unfamiliar script tradition, which he had no comparable entries for in any of his 6,000 catalog entries. He filed this under Unknown Practitioner, Observer Category, Formation Contest Final Day, and went to write the delegation's formal summary report. He also added a secondary note. The unknown practitioner's presence on the final day only, combined with the distinctly unusual script tradition of her cultivation technique's route, suggested either a practitioner from outside the region or one who had been cultivating using a method that predated the regional script standards. Both possibilities were unusual enough to warrant continued monitoring if she appeared again, and the question of why she had appeared at all, on the final day, watching not the formation but him, was one he could not yet answer. Chapter 47 The Formation Contest results produced attention of several varieties. The formation scholarship community's attention was the predictable kind, for consultation requests, 2 archive visit invitations, 1 guild associate membership inquiry, all arriving within 2 days of the results. He declined the consultations with standard polite wording, put the guild letter in the working file, and took both archive invitations because archives contained information and the invitations provided access that would otherwise require formal request processes. The other kind of attention was less visible and required more careful management. He had been at Lu Fenghe's archive for 12 days before the formation contest, and he had continued his research there during and after the contest. The archive's regular visitors, a small community of local scholars who worked there several times a week, had formed impressions of him that were consistent and benign. A young formation scholar from Iron Root Sect, here for the contest, doing thorough research in the technique records and formation documentation sections. They knew he was at the 3rd rank of Foundation establishment because it was visible in his cultivation aura, and a practitioner at that rank conducting serious research at a local archive was not unusual enough to be notable. He had been careful about this. His behavior in the archive matched what that assessment implied. The technique records section where he had found the reader's letter was not a high-traffic area of the archive. Lu Fenghe was the only person who regularly worked in that section, and Lu Fenghe was methodical about his own cataloging work and did not pay close attention to what specific materials research visitors were examining unless they asked him questions. Wei Liang had asked him questions about the classification system and about specific historical periods, questions that were consistent with a formation scholar's research interests rather than pointing toward the specific materials he was actually reading. He had been thorough about not appearing to be thorough about anything in particular. He spent the 3 days after the contest working through the technique records more carefully, following leads the reader's letter had identified and cross-referencing against the regional formation map he had been building. The archive's collection on seed formation theory was sparse. Lu Fenghe had not known what to look for and had not had enough encounters with the subject to recognize it as a collection priority. What he had was 2 technique documentation entries whose descriptions matched seed formation behavior when read at root depth, and a historical record from 90 years ago describing anomalous ambient spiritual energy accumulation in 3 cities' commercial districts that the recording scholar had attributed to naturally occurring formation degradation releasing stored energy in a concentrated burst. The 90-year-old record was interesting because it described a pattern. The anomalous accumulation had occurred simultaneously across 3 cities over a 3-month period and had then subsided, as if the formation network had reset after a test. A test run. Someone had run the seed formation network through a test cycle 90 years ago to verify that the accumulation and concentration mechanism was functioning correctly. He added this to his working model. The seed formation network had been tested 90 years ago. The test had been successful. The network had continued accumulating since then, building toward a charge level sufficient for the deliberate early activation the reader's letter had described. After the contest, he also spoke with Ren Xiao, who was in Qingyuan on a separate sect business mission and had attended the formation contest as a spectator. She found him in the archive 2 days after the contest and sat down across his workstation with the directness she had developed since the shifting stone analysis exchange. Feng Ruyu filed 2 separate formal observation reports with the council, she said. One on your delegation performance and one on your conduct during the contest specifically. Both are factual. He described what you did accurately. The reports themselves contain no complaints or recommendations. They're just records. He's creating a paper trail, Wei Liang said. He's creating a very accurate paper trail of what you're doing, so that if he ever needs to make a case that you're doing something he disapproves of, he has contemporaneous documentation. It's a governance technique. It's not threatening in itself. She paused. The fact that he's applying it to you is the relevant part. Wei Liang filed this in the Feng Ruyu assessment entry and thanked her. She stayed for another hour, working through her own business materials at the adjacent workstation, and they shared the archive's quiet without speaking further. He had found, over the past months, that Ren Xiao's presence was easy to be in. She did not require social maintenance the way some people did. She occupied space with the same focused efficiency she brought to everything else. He returned to his regional formation map after she left. He had 14 more cities to account for, and the archive only had formation documentation for 9. He needed another source. He also spent an hour reviewing the technique record section's complete coverage of the purpose unclear category, returning to the 12 entries he had identified as ambiguous at his previous reading depth. At his current cultivation rank, with the historical layer now integrated into his baseline vision, 6 of the 12 resolved clearly. The root depth that had been below his reading threshold now appeared without deliberate focus, and the previously ambiguous entries revealed technical purposes that Lu Fenghe's external classification system had been unable to determine, but that were legible at the depth Wei Liang now read consistently. He annotated the 6 resolved entries carefully in his notation volume, providing the technical determination he had reached and the character evidence that supported it, phrased as technical literature cross-reference, in the language he had been using with Lu Fenghe throughout the visit. Lu Fenghe accepted the annotations with the pleasure of a scholar receiving solved problems he had been carrying for years, and updated his catalog entries accordingly. The exchange felt clean and mutually beneficial in the way that genuine scholarly collaboration felt, even though Wei Liang was not disclosing the method by which he was reaching the determinations. The remaining 6 stayed ambiguous. He documented each one's specific ambiguity, the character elements he could read clearly and the character elements that remained unresolved, and set them aside for future work when his reading depth advanced further. This was the correct approach to research in an area where the tool was the limiting factor rather than the available material. Document what is readable, mark what is not, return when the tool has improved. The ambiguous entries were not failures. They were a list of questions that Foundation Establishment Rank 4 would answer. He also spent time with Lu Fenghe in a less structured way, listening to him describe his 40 years of archive work, the channels through which materials had arrived, the scholars and practitioners who had contributed documentation across the decades. This was research of a different kind. The provenance of the archive's contents was as important as the contents themselves, because knowing where each item had come from told him something about the information's reliability and about the network of people who had been interested in true name documentation for the past 40 years. Lu Fenghe had not sought the archive's materials through any planned collection strategy. They had accumulated through contacts, referrals, donations, and the organic network of scholars who shared an interest in a niche subject. This meant the archive was not a systematic picture of true name distribution across the region. It was a picture of which true name-related events had been notable enough to generate documentation that found its way to Lu Fenghe. The reader's letter had found its way to Lu Fenghe's archive. That was not automatic. Someone had moved it, possibly many years after it was written, from wherever the reader had placed it to a context where Lu Fenghe's collection activity would eventually absorb it. He added this to the provenance section of his analysis. The reader had anticipated that someone would assemble a collection like Lu Fenghe's, or had trusted that the letter would eventually find the right archive regardless of which specific archive it was. The letter had been in the technique record section's purpose unclear subfile, which was the correct location for a document whose surface true name, for the next one, would not register as anything identifiable to a non-reading archivist, but would appear immediately significant to someone reading at full depth. The second archive invitation had come from Elder Bao Jioling, who had more specific coverage of regional formation infrastructure than Lu Fenghe's broader collection. He confirmed the appointment for the following morning and spent the rest of the evening updating his regional formation map to reflect the Qingyan data at the new reading depth. The map was becoming the most complete picture of the regional formation infrastructure that any single practitioner had ever assembled. He added a notation at the top of the map's working draft. This is also a picture of what someone else built in the Brightwater era and has been maintaining ever since. Every formation I am mapping was placed here deliberately by a practitioner who is, by my current best estimate, still operating somewhere in this region, and who now knows I am reading the map. Chapter 48. The second archive invitation had come from a formation scholar named Elder Bao Jioling, who maintained a personal archive at his home residence in Qingyan's Eastern Residential District. Bao Jioling was 64 years old, retired from active formation practice, and spent his retirement organizing the documentation he had accumulated over 40 years of fieldwork in regional formation analysis. His archive was not as large as Lu Fenghe's, approximately 800 documented entries compared to Lu Fenghe's 6,000, but it focused specifically on regional formation infrastructure rather than true name documentation broadly. which made it the most relevant secondary source Wei Liang had available. Bao Juling received him in the workspace at the back of the residence where the archive shelving occupied 3 walls. He was a small man with the focused attention of someone who had spent 40 years looking at things carefully. He explained his archive's organizational system in detail before allowing any access. Formation scholars with their own systems were particular about how visitors approach their materials. Wei Liang listened with the genuine interest he brought to any organizational system he encountered, because organizational systems revealed what their designer considered important and in what relationship to other important things. Bao Jiuling's system organized by geography first, city, then district, then specific formation type, and then by installation date within each type. The geographic primary axis meant that cross-city comparisons required moving between sections rather than finding adjacent entries, which slowed the kind of comparative work Wei Liang needed. He asked for guidance on how to efficiently move between geographic sections for comparative analysis, which gave Bao Jiuling the opportunity to explain the cross-reference system he had built to compensate for the geographic primary axis's comparative limitation. The cross-reference system contained an index of formation types across cities that was organized by type rather than geography. He asked to use the cross-reference index. The cross-reference index contained entries for 43 commercial junction formation arrays in 14 regional cities, organized by the junction array type category. He worked through the index systematically, looking for arrays that had been documented over multiple time periods, arrays whose records showed multiple inspection or modification entries spanning more than 50 years. 11 of the 14 cities had documentation. In 9 of the 11, the commercial junction arrays in high-traffic market districts had multi-period documentation spanning at least 70 years. He ran the root depth cross-reference against the distributed character, using the same verification methodology he had used in Qinyan, checking whether the character used in the stability matrix's standard commercial designation position was the standard character or the substitution. He could not read the archive's documentation directly. These were written records, not formation inscriptions. He was cross-referencing notation descriptions against the character form descriptions that Bao Jiuling's documentation employed, looking for the specific visual characteristic that distinguished the distributed character from the standard commercial designation, a small secondary stroke in the character's upper left register that the standard designation lacked. Bao Jiuling's documentation was precise enough to detect this. The secondary stroke appeared in 7 of the 9 cities' high-traffic junction array records. In 3 cities, the documentation explicitly noted the secondary stroke as a minor formation master stylistic variant commonly seen in this region's older arrays. A minor variant, a quirk that had been normalized into the inspection records through 3 generations of formation masters who had learned to expect it and documented it as regional style rather than as a meaningful character distinction. 7 cities, including Qinyan, with confirmed distributed character instances. Extrapolating to the remaining 3 cities in the regional system for which he had no documentation, and applying the distribution pattern he had observed, the distributed character appeared in every high-traffic commercial array he had checked. The full network was across all 14 regional cities. 47 confirmed instances plus the extrapolated instances in the 3 undocumented cities, approximately 60 to 70 total seed nodes. The cross-reference index's coverage reached 9 of the 14 regional cities. For the 5 cities without documentation, he identified the gap in Bao Jiuling's collection and asked, in a way that was natural within the ongoing research conversation, how the archive had assembled its Qinyan-focused geographic coverage relative to the other cities in the region. Bao Jiuling explained that his 40 years of active field work had been concentrated in Qinyan and the 3 cities within 2 days' travel. He had relied on correspondence and second-hand documentation for the more distant cities, which produced thinner coverage. The 5 cities without documentation in his archive were all more than 3 days' travel from Qinyan. This was useful. The 5 undocumented cities were geographically distributed across the periphery of the regional territory. If the seed formation network had maintained the same node density across all 14 cities, which the distribution logic he had worked out suggested it would, since the mathematical geometry required consistent spacing, then the 5 peripheral cities also had high-traffic junction array seed nodes. He was extrapolating, but the extrapolation was well supported. He thanked Bao Jiuling for his time and hospitality, declined the invitation to stay for the evening meal on the grounds of a prior commitment that was technically true. He had committed to writing catalog entries before sleeping, and walked directly back to his guest accommodation without stopping to read the formation arrays he passed. He had been reading them daily for 3 weeks. He needed to think, not read. and reading interfered with thinking in the way that sustained reading always interfered when what the situation required was synthesis rather than data acquisition. The seed formation network was complete. Not nearly complete, not approaching completion, complete, at a scale that covered every major commercial city in the region. 60 to 70 total seed nodes, distributed across high-traffic commercial junction arrays in 14 cities, all pointing through directional vectors toward a hub that he had not yet located. The natural activation threshold, the point at which the seed formation would activate without deliberate intervention, had been met or exceeded based on his accumulation rate calculations. The deliberate activation threshold had certainly been met. The formation was ready for someone who knew how to activate it. He reviewed what he did not know and had not yet found. The unknown party the reader had mentioned, whoever had been trying to activate the formation in the Brightwater era, and who, by the reader's account, was not the reader herself, remained unidentified. He had assumed the reader was the formation's builder. The letter did not clearly state that. The letter stated that someone else was trying to activate the formation. Whether the reader had built it, maintained it, inherited it, or discovered it was not specified. The formation's activation effects remained unknown. Its accumulated energy was enormous. Its spatial distribution covered the region's commercial formation infrastructure. The purpose, the vector, was still unread, because he had not yet read the complete true name. The complete true name was distributed across the full network through a structure that required reading all nodes simultaneously or reading the hub, whichever was accessible first. He had not yet found the hub. He wrote for 4 hours, organizing everything he had found into a working model with explicit uncertainty labels at each point where his evidence was incomplete or his interpretation was speculative. Then he began composing the message he would send to Master Zhou before returning to Ironroot Sect. He needed Zhou to understand what had been found before anything else happened, because what had been found was not a local formation problem. It was a regional situation that had been developing since the Brightwater Alliance's era, and the senior practitioner best positioned to understand its implications was the one who had known about the reader's termination order for 12 years and had been quietly managing Wei Liang's exposure to the relevant information with the patience of someone waiting for a student to be ready. Chapter 49 Foundation Establishment Rank 3 arrived on the morning of the 14th day at the regional capital. During the early meditation session, he maintained regardless of schedule and travel. The breakthrough was quiet and internally consistent with the pattern he had been tracking across 3 prior breakthroughs. Not a sudden event, but a structural completion. The feeling of a configuration that had been assembling for weeks arriving at the moment when the last required element was in place, and the whole became stable. The site's response was more significant than at previous breakthrough points. The peripheral reading range extended to approximately 40 paces in open conditions, an increase of 12 paces from rank 2, substantial in practical terms, because 40 paces covered most indoor spaces, including large halls and open courtyards. The improvement that he had not anticipated, and that mattered more than the range extension. The integration of the historical layer into his baseline vision. He no longer needed to refocus to access the root depth reading. The surface name and the historical foundation appeared simultaneously, layered the way a text appears to a fluent reader rather than appearing as individual characters that require decoding. The improvement that he had not anticipated was the most significant in practical terms. The integration of the historical layer into his baseline vision. He no longer needed to refocus to access the root depth reading. The surface name and the historical foundation appeared simultaneously, layered in his visual field the way meaning appears to a fluent reader rather than appearing as characters that require sequential decoding. The labor cost of accessing the deeper layer collapsed from a brief deliberate act to an automatic aspect of perception. He tested the boundary conditions of this integration. Could he selectively suppress the historical layer? Yes, with deliberate effort. Useful for situations where the additional visual information would be distracting rather than helpful. Could he access both layers simultaneously on multiple objects without the visual information interfering with each other? At 10 objects in the room, yes. At 20, the clarity began to degrade at the periphery. He would need to develop techniques for managing the information density at the new resolution, particularly in the saturated formation environments like Qingyin's commercial districts. He spent the first hour of the new rank in the cultivation room, rediscovering everything he had been reading for 2 weeks at the shallower depth. The guest accommodations cultivation room revealed itself differently at integrated historical depth. The maintenance formation had been refreshed 14 times in 200 years of continuous use. The privacy formation had been progressively weakened by each of the last 4 refresh cycles. possibly by formation masters who disagreed about how private cultivation spaces should be. The structural formation was standard except for one character in its lower right register that was not in any standard structural formation design he had encountered, and that, at the deeper red, turned out to be a personal signature mark. The formation master who had originally installed the structural formation had embedded their workshop's designation character as a quality assurance marker, a practice that had apparently been standard in the cultivation architecture trade 2 centuries ago and had since fallen out of use. He cataloged all 3 and went to the Southwest Market District. The distributed character in the commercial junction array appeared completely differently at integrated historical depth. At his previous reading level, he had seen the substituted character's root structure clearly enough to identify it as the distributed network designator. At the new level, he could see 4 distinct historical layers beneath the current generation script, each corresponding to a separate installation or major modification event in the array's operating history. The distributed character was present in all 4 layers. It had been installed with the original array, maintained through every subsequent modification, and was as much a part of the array's structural identity as the standard commercial designation characters whose surface form it mimicked. The oldest layer read differently than the current generation character in one significant respect. The historical root showed a connection vector component that was not visible in the surface script. The current generation character was a simplified version of the original, with the connection vector reduced to a subthreshold level that did not register on standard formation inspection. The original character had carried a clearly visible connection vector, pointing toward a specific directional bearing that Wei Liang mapped by triangulating against the 3 node locations he knew in the city. The directional bearing pointed toward the city's western administrative quarter, where the oldest formation infrastructure in Qingyan was concentrated. He added this to the regional formation map. All 3 confirmed directional bearings from the node location's original historical characters. He returned to each and read the historical layer at the new depth, pointed to the same directional cluster, the Western Administrative Quarter, and, specifically, an area that he identified from the city map as the location of the oldest documented building in Qingyan, a structure that predated the current city's establishment by at least 300 years. The formation network's hub was in that district. The distributed nodes pointed to the hub through directional vector components that had been in the original installation and then progressively obscured through generations of maintenance simplification. The hub formation, whatever it was the location from which the seed network had been installed and toward which all the accumulated spiritual energy was directed. The hub visit moved to the top of tomorrow's research list, above the remaining Bao Juling archive session and the final pass through Lu Fenghe's supplementary materials. He spent the rest of the day on 2 tasks simultaneously. The first was the technique cross-reference catalog work he had established as his public cover for the archive visits. He added 43 entries over the course of the afternoon, working with the visible systematic care that characterized his research sessions and that Lu Fenghe had commented on approvingly as the most thorough cross-referencing work this archive has seen in 20 years. He appreciated this. He also understood that the reputation for thorough cross-referencing was a useful cover for the depth of attention he was actually paying to the archive's contents. The second was reading the formation environment of the archive building itself at the new integrated depth. He had been in this building for 12 days before yesterday's breakthrough and had read everything in it at the previous depth. At the new depth, 11 entries he had classified as standard function, adequate, now revealed historical foundations that modified their interpretation. The most significant, the archive building had its own formation history that predated Lu Fenghe's occupation of it, going back to its original construction approximately 130 years ago. The building's structural formation work showed the distributed character in one location, the eastern foundation wall, embedded in a standard structural formation. The archive building was a seed node. The archive building's status went into the distribution map without any immediate conclusion. The archive was a scholarly institution with 40 years of documented true name research. The seed node was a century-old installation. These 2 facts were independent, but their conjunction was uncomfortable, the kind of discomfort that warranted continued attention. He returned to Bao Juling's archive the following morning with a specific request: documentation of the Western Administrative Quarters formation infrastructure, particularly the oldest buildings in that district. Bao Juling's geographic primary axis made this search efficient. That district had its own section in the archive. He found documentation for 14 buildings. In 11 of the 14, the formation inscriptions were in standard current generation script with predictable historical layers. In 2, The formations predated the current city era and had been documented in the regional archive, but not resolved. In 1. The oldest building, which the documentation identified as a cultivation residency from the Brightwater Alliance era, the basement formations had been documented in a 60-year survey with a notation he copied exactly. Several formation inscriptions in the basement structure are in a script tradition not identifiable by current regional scholarship. Character style suggests Brightwater Alliance era or earlier. Function undetermined. He set down the documentation and allowed himself the professional satisfaction of finding exactly what he was looking for in exactly the location he had reasoned it would be. Then he copied all 3 entries in full, thanked Bao Jiuling, and began planning the visit. He had 11 days before his sanctioned mission return deadline. He was going to spend one of them in that quarter's oldest building, and he was going to be very careful about how he prepared for it. Because if the formation network's monitoring function had registered his 3 weeks of research activity, the oldest building in Xinyan was precisely where whoever was paying attention to the monitoring output would be paying attention. Chapter 50. The building was the kind of old that cultivation-heavy regions accumulated when they stayed in one place long enough. 300 years of accumulated formation work expressing itself as a physical character, the way long-cultivated land took on a different quality of spiritual energy density from uncultivated land. The quarter had changed its function 3 times since the Brightwater Alliance era. Cultivation residency, cultivation training facility, and now a civic administrative building housing the city's formation maintenance licensing bureau. The function changes had been accompanied by renovation work. The renovations had carefully preserved the structural formation work of the previous eras while overlaying the new function's formation requirements. 60 years ago, a historical survey team had documented the older layers. Wei Liang visited on a day when the licensing bureau was open and routine business was being conducted. He entered with a formal scholar's visit request, citing historical formation research in connection with a regional formation scholarship project, accurate enough, citing the formation contest as the project's public context. The Bureau's record keeper admitted him to the historical documentation storage area, where the 60-year survey had been deposited, which gave him legitimate access to that level of the building and a plausible reason to be moving through the administrative sections. He read the room as he walked. The licensing bureau's upper floors carried modern formation work, administrative formations of standard contemporary design, exactly what he expected to find in a civic office. The middle floors had a mixed historical character, modern work overlaid on previous era formations whose older character showed through where the renovation work had preserved structural elements. The basement level, which the survey record had noted as housing the unidentifiable formation work, was accessible through a stairway adjacent to the record storage room he had been admitted to. He went down. The basement formation work was in a script tradition he had not previously encountered in its complete form. He had seen fragments of it. In the Ancestors' Hall North Wall inscription, in the 7 unusual corridor formations outside Shinwuk's Hall, in the partial name he had been building from distributed components for 2 years. Here, it appeared in complete, well-preserved inscriptions that had been maintained by the building's structural formation systems without anyone understanding what they were maintaining. He spent 4 hours reading. The basement carried 7 distinct formation structures. 3 were structural, foundation stabilization, water management, environmental regulation. In the same script tradition, but with a standard functional architecture, he could identify from the content even though the script was unfamiliar. 2 were formation records, archive-type formations that stored historical information in the cultivation impression method, the kind that required a practitioner to enter a meditative state and receive the stored impression directly. He could not access the content of these without attempting to enter them, which he was not going to do in a civic building's basement without controlled circumstances and sufficient preparation. 1 was a standard lamp formation, which had been running continuously since the building's original construction based on the historical layer depth, and which provided the basement with a consistent low-level illumination that the current building's administration presumably attributed to some earlier installation they had inherited and continued to maintain. The 7th formation was the one he had come to find. It was the network hub. He recognized it from the directional vectors that all 3 of the seed node's historical character layers had pointed toward, a formation structure at the basement center, installed in the oldest layer of the building's formation history, whose true name he read with the full depth available to him at his current rank. The true name was long, longer than any single formation he had read. 12 characters, organized in a structure that was different from the root vector limit architecture he had been using as his primary analytical framework. The architecture was layered, a primary name of 3 characters, and 3 sets of 3 secondary characters that modified and extended the primary name in different operational registers. Root. The primary name's first character designated the formation as a network hub, a specific subtype of coordinating formation that managed a distributed system. The second character was a designator he had seen in the reader's letter's description, seed. The third was one he had not encountered before, in which he spent 40 minutes trying to resolve. Its root structure suggested something like collection or convergence, a character indicating that the formation's primary function was to gather something. Vector. The primary name's vector character was the clearest element. The formation was directed toward a specific function, not surveillance, not monitoring, not what he had been assuming. The vector character designated amplification. The formation network gathered ambient spiritual energy from its seed nodes, concentrated it in the hub, and then amplified it, directed toward a purpose he could not yet identify, because identification required reading the limit. Limit. The limit character was the one that stopped him. He read it 3 times, checking his interpretation against everything in his catalog that could serve as cross-reference. The character designated existing below naming. The formation network's limit was that it could only amplify a specific kind of spiritual energy, energy that existed below the threshold of true name formation. Unformed energy. The spiritual energy in the environment before it had been shaped into techniques, formations, or artifacts with true names. The formation was not gathering the spiritual energy of cultivation. It was gathering the spiritual energy that existed before and beneath cultivation. The ambient energy of the world before human naming had given it structure and purpose. He held this reading and checked it again, and it held. The formation was designed to gather unformed spiritual energy and concentrate it, amplifying the energy state that existed before true names. He did not yet know what the amplified concentration of pre-naming spiritual energy would do when the formation activated. He knew that someone had spent 300 years building the network required to gather it at regional scale. He knew that the accumulation was complete. He also noted, during the 4 hours of reading, that the basement had a monitoring formation he had not identified in his initial visual sweep. It was embedded in the structural formation of the south wall, using the same substitution technique as the seed nodes in the commercial arrays, a surface standard character whose root structure was the distributed network designator. The monitoring formation here was not a seed node. Its true name was different, root designating it as a reporting node rather than an accumulation node, vector directed toward the network hub rather than toward ambient energy collection. The hub formation that he was standing in front of was feeding information to a monitoring structure that reported to an external observer. Whatever he was doing in this basement, someone else could potentially know about it. He finished the 4 hours of reading without changing his behavior. Changing behavior when you suspected you were being monitored was the most reliable way to confirm the monitoring and reveal your awareness of it to the monitor. He read systematically, documented what he found in his notation volume with the same practiced calm he used in the archive, and when he had a complete read of all 7 basement formations, he ascended the stairs to the administrative building's main floor and exited through the front entrance. He left the building and walked to his guest accommodation without reading anything on the way. He needed to think about what he had found, and he needed to do it without whatever managed the monitoring formation reading whatever he was looking at while he thought. He wrote for 5 hours. When he finished, the summary had one sentence that superseded all the other analysis. Whatever the seed formation was for, it was not for the cultivation world. It was against the process of naming that had created the cultivation world, and it was ready to activate. And somewhere in this region was a practitioner who had been waiting 300 years to see that happen. Whether that practitioner was the reader, the unnamed third party the reader had described, or someone else entirely, he did not yet know. But the monitoring formation in the hub's basement meant that the practitioner now knew he had been in the hub, and that changed everything about what came next. Chapter 51. He returned to Iron Root Sect 11 days after the formation contest, carrying 612 catalog entries, a regional formation map with confirmed hub location, and a question he had been avoiding asking since the second week in Qingyan. The question was whether the reader was dead. 2 years of research had been directed toward this question, and what he had found in Lufinga's archive was not an answer. It was a more specific form of the question. The reader had been alive 40 to 60 years after the termination order that was supposed to have ended her life and her work. She had written a letter addressed to the next true name reader. She expected to eventually find that letter. She had continued building the formation network, or continued operating it, or continued waiting. He did not know which. She had embedded a surveillance node in the hub's basement that reported events to an external observer. Whether the observer who had been receiving those reports across the centuries was still alive, and whether the observer was the reader herself or someone else was the question he had not been able to answer from the archive records or from 4 hours in the hub's basement. The answer was either that someone who understood what he was doing now knew he was doing it and had not intervened, or that the monitoring formation was depositing reports into a secondary archive that no living practitioner was currently reviewing, and that the reader was dead and had been dead for some period of decades, and that the formation network she had built was operating on its own momentum toward an activation that no one living intended or understood. Both possibilities were concerning. The first more immediately, the second posed a harder problem, because an unmanned formation network had no actor to reason with. Zhou Mianxian met him at the outer gate, which was unusual. Zhou did not meet returning mission delegations. He stood at the gate entrance with the careful neutrality of a senior practitioner who was managing something he was still deciding how to describe. Wei Liang read the cultivation aura around Zhou's technique formations out of habit, steady, deliberate, the quality of someone who had been thinking for several days and had arrived at a conclusion he was waiting to confirm. "Welcome back," Zhou said. "Walk with me." They walked toward the inner cultivation gardens, where the ambient spiritual energy was denser and the standard monitoring formation coverage was thinner, a fact that would not have registered consciously for Zhou, but that Wei Liang noted as the choice of someone who wanted this conversation to be private. The monitoring formation coverage in the inner gardens had a gap near the northern water feature. Zhou turned toward the northern water feature. Wei Liang waited. "The reader," Zhou said, when they had reached the northern water feature's outer edge. "You found evidence she survived." It was not a question. He had sent the message to Zhou before leaving Qingyan through the sect's standard communication system, phrased in the careful language of formation scholarship that would read as routine to anyone reviewing the communication log. The specific phrasing he had used, additional historical documentation regarding the archive's earlier researchers, was a phrase Zhou had taught him in the second year of his discipleship as a way of communicating that he had found something relevant to their private research without specifying what. Zhou had understood. The letter is filed in Lu Fenghe's archive under a surface name that would not flag any monitoring system, Wei Liang said. The content describes the termination order's failure. She was still alive at the time of writing. The letter was written with the expectation that someone would read it. She built the surface name to be legible to true name readers and opaque to external reviewers. How long ago was the letter written? The historical layer depth suggests 40 to 60 years. The script shows characteristics consistent with mid-century formation scholarship rather than early century. She was alive 40 to 60 years after the termination order that was supposed to have ended her work. Zhou was quiet for a moment. The spiritual energy in the cultivation garden moved slowly, dense, and settled. 300 years of cultivation work had layered the garden's ambient energy until it was almost a formation in itself. Not directed, not structured, just deep. She may still be alive, Zhou said. Yes. Or someone else may have found the network in the intervening period. Someone who read the letter and understood it. Someone who continued the work. Also yes. The reporting node embedded in the hub's basement. Zhou had received his full written report by Jade Slip the night before. You believe it was directing your presence to an external observer. The formation was active and directing information through a reporting channel. Whether the reporting channel was monitored at the time of my visit or whether the report reached anyone who was watching, I cannot determine. But the formation was designed for active reporting, and it was functioning. Zhou looked at the water feature. The stone basin was carved in a style from 300 years ago, when the outer gate gardens had been renovated. It had no formation work. It was just stone and water. The sect elders need to know about the hub, he said finally. They need to know that a regional formation network exists and has been accumulating for 300 years, Wei Liang said. They do not necessarily need to know that the site found it, or how completely I understand it, or what the reader's letter says about who built it and why. Those details are available if needed. They do not need to be part of the initial report. Zhou turned to look at him with the evaluating attention that Wei Liang had learned to read as Zhou processing a distinction he had not considered but found valid. You want to control the information sequence, Zhou said. I want the sect's response to be shaped by the facts that matter for a practical response. Regional formation thread, unknown activation timeline, hub location identified, rather than by the facts that would lead to questions about my abilities that I am not yet prepared to answer in an institutional setting. Zhou thought about this for a long time. The garden was quiet around them. Draft the report, he said. Show it to me before you submit it. Leave out what should be left out for now. He paused. And Wei Liang, if the network activates before we understand its purpose, none of our information management will matter. Keep that priority in mind. The report draft took 3 hours that evening. He wrote it as a formation scholar reporting anomalous infrastructure findings from the Qingyan research trip, methodical, technical, referenced against standard formation documentation sources. The report described the distributed character in the commercial arrays, the 9-city distribution he had confirmed from Bao Jiuling's archive, the hub location in the Western Administrative Quarter, and the 2 archive formation records in the hub basement whose contents he had not accessed. The report did not describe how he had identified the distributed character. It described the character's presence in specific locations with references to the documentation he could cite. Any formation scholar reviewing the report would be able to go to the cited locations and confirm the character's presence through standard formation inspection work. The report was independently verifiable by means other than true name reading. The 2 things the report did not include: the reporting node in the basement and the reader's letter. The surveillance node was left out because its presence implied that someone was receiving reports about the hub's activity, which would raise questions about why that practitioner had not already intervened, questions whose answers were not available, and whose public discussion would make the regional situation politically complex before Iron Root Sect had any practical capacity to act. The reader's letter was left out because the letter's content involved a cultivation approach to pre-naming spiritual energy that dated back to the Brightwater era that the current cultivation orthodoxy would find disorienting, and that Zhou had specifically said needed careful handling. He showed the draft to Zhou the following morning. Zhou read it with the same careful attention he brought to any technical document and asked 2 specific questions about formation architecture terminology before approving it for submission. The report was submitted to the Elders Council's Formation Infrastructure Committee through standard channels the next day. Wei Liang kept Zhou's final caution in mind as he walked back to his quarters. He also kept in mind the monitoring formation in the basement and what it had been reporting and to whom. Chapter 52. The formal review petition arrived 6 days after his return. He had expected it. Feng Riyu's observation notebooks from the formation contest had not been assembled without purpose, and the paper trail of formal observation reports Ren Xiao had mentioned was the preparation for exactly this kind of documentation-backed formal challenge. The petition cited 7 specific incidents: the territorial challenge outcome, the shifting stone analysis, the formation contest win, 3 resource utilization decisions that Feng Riyu had characterized as pattern of unauthorized capability escalation, and a broader claim about Wei Liang's systematic concealment of cultivation method from sect oversight. The petition requested a formal review before the Elders Council to examine whether Wei Liang's cultivation approach fell within sanctioned parameters. The petition was legitimate. All 7 cited incidents were factually accurate. The characterization Feng Riyu had given them was careful and defensible, not false, not inflammatory, but sufficient to require a formal response. He read the petition twice, once for content and once for structure. The content was the 7 cited incidents. The structure was more interesting. Each incident had been documented with the precision of someone who had spent months building this petition's factual foundation, cross-referenced against sect records that Feng Riyu had legitimate access to in his capacity as a senior council member. The territorial challenge outcome was described using the official challenge registry language. The shifting stone analysis was cited against the formal technique demonstration records from that session. The formation contest win was cited against the regional contest official results. The 3 resource utilization decisions were documented against the formation supply ledger records. The systematic concealment claim was supported by a cross-reference analysis of Wei Liang's officially recorded technique development reports against the observable capabilities that the 7 incidents documented. The gap between reported and demonstrated capabilities was, in fact, present and documentable by anyone with access to both sets of records. This was the most concerning element. Feng Riyu was not making claims that depended on contested interpretation. He was building a case from publicly accessible institutional records and the formally documented record of Wei Liang's cultivation reporting. The case was factually strong. It was also carefully limited to what could be documented publicly, which meant Feng Riyu was not overextending. He was presenting a petition that could withstand review without requiring him to make claims he could not support. Wei Liang read the petition twice in the morning, filed it under the Feng Riyu assessment entry in his catalog, and spent the following 3 hours reviewing everything he knew about Feng Riyu's cultivation technique. The copyability he had developed at Foundation Establishment Rank 2 was double cost and produced a derivation that began integrating his own cultivation structure into the copied form after 40 seconds. In the 40-second window before integration began, the copy was precise enough that an expert in the copied technique could verify its accuracy at high resolution. Beyond 40 seconds, The copy showed structural drift that a formation scholar examining it carefully could identify as derivative rather than native. The technique was real, but it was not Feng Riyu's technique. It was a copy of it, and copies had specific structural differences from originals that were identifiable if you knew what to look for. Feng Riyu knew what to look for. He was one of the most accomplished formation scholars in Iron Root sect, and he had spent 40 years developing his cultivation technique to an extraordinary depth of mastery. He would recognize a copy of his own technique in the same way that an author recognizes their own writing style, even in a paraphrase. Not from the words, but from the structural habits underneath the words. He had, in fact, already demonstrated this recognition. When Wei Liang had used a brief copy during the territorial challenge 2 years ago, Feng Riyu's response in the subsequent months had been observational rather than accusatory. He had not named what he had seen, but he had started the documentation practice that had led to the current petition. He had recognized the copy at the time and had been building toward this moment of institutional challenge ever since. This meant Wei Liang could not use the copy as a direct demonstration. What he could use was the derivation. The 40-second to 4-minute window of integration was the period during which his cultivation structure was being incorporated into Feng Riyu's technique architecture. The result was a hybrid form. Feng Riyu's technique as a base, but with structural modifications introduced by Wei Liang's own cultivation approach. The hybrid form was not Feng Riyu's technique, and it was not Wei Liang's technique. It was something that had been derived from Feng Riyu's technique through a specific process that required access to that technique's true name, which required true name site. The derivation was a documentation artifact. A formation scholar studying the hybrid form could verify that it had been derived from Feng Riyu's technique specifically, not from a general type or a related technique, but from that exact cultivation formation, by identifying the structural inheritance patterns in the hybrid's architecture. He could create a documented derivation and deposit it in the archive with a dating formation that would establish when the derivation had been created. The derivation's existence was not threatening to Feng Riyu directly. The existence of a formation scholar who could produce a documented derivation of Feng Riyu's technique architecture, precisely dated, and filed in an archive accessible to the Elders' Council, that was a different kind of threat. The message that a dated derivation sent was, I read your technique's true name. I can prove when I read it. I can prove the depth at which I read it. If you continue this petition, the Council will be examining documentation of my abilities that includes a verified derivation of your technique's architecture, which will require them to explain how a foundation establishment practitioner produced a structural derivation of a core formation elder's technique. That explanation will inevitably raise questions about true name site that you wanted to raise in a controlled way, but that will now arise in an adversarial context where I have established the ground conditions rather than you. He spent 4 hours creating the derivation. The process was methodical. Copy initiation at full cultivation cost, careful maintenance of the 40-second window before integration began, and then allowing the integration to proceed for 90 seconds, long enough that the hybrid structural drift from Feng Riyu's technique was thoroughly documented, not so long that the integration produced artifacts that would obscure the inheritance architecture. He maintained the cultivation formation throughout the active phase with the focused management he had developed over 2 years of copy work, holding the window stable while his vein lines darkened from wrist to elbow. The resulting hybrid was documented in full formation notation, the standard 5-field format that any formation scholar would recognize, covering character architecture, energy flow patterns, structural anchor positions, and integration interface characteristics. He added a 6th field that was not standard, but that was self-explanatory to any reviewer: derivation source architecture. This field documented the specific structural features of Feng Riyu's technique that had been inherited into the hybrid, features identifiable only in a source with Feng Riyu's specific technique architecture at its foundation. A reviewer examining the 6th field would understand immediately that whoever had produced this documentation had spent a minimum of 60 sustained seconds in close contact with Feng Riyu's cultivation technique at a depth sufficient to produce structural inheritance artifacts. At foundation establishment rank, the only known methods for achieving that contact were either being taught the technique directly by Feng Riyu or having an ability the sect's records did not account for. The first was easily falsifiable. Feng Riyu had not taught this technique to anyone in 30 years. The second was the question the petition had been trying to raise. The dated derivation in the archive was, effectively, the answer to the petition's underlying question, documented in a form that Feng Riyu could examine and verify for himself without bringing the matter to the Elders' Council. The darkened vein signature on his forearms faded over 6 hours as he wrote the covering notation and completed the archive filing. The derivation was in the archive, Now he needed to make sure Feng Ruiyu knew it was there. Chapter 53, he did not send Feng Ruiyu a direct message. Direct messages were logged in the sect communication system, and a direct message to the practitioner who had filed a formal review petition against him would read to anyone reviewing the log as either an attempt to negotiate or an attempt to intimidate, both of which were problematic interpretations. He needed a channel that was not logged. He used xianxia, not directly and not instrumentally. The distinction mattered to him. He had not spent 3 years building a working relationship with xianxia by treating her as a resource to deploy in situations where he needed information propagated through a social network. He had spent 3 years in genuine exchange, technique analysis discussions, research sharing, the specific kind of professional friendship that developed between practitioners who respected each other's work without requiring anything further from the relationship. The value of that relationship was its authenticity. Using her instrumentally would not only be a different kind of act from the ones that had built the relationship, it would be visible as different, to Rin Xiao especially, who had the careful attention of someone who noticed behavioral consistency as a feature of people she chose to trust. What he did instead was report accurately to practitioners who were genuinely interested in the formation contest findings, because the findings were genuinely interesting and because he had been meaning to share them through appropriate channels since returning. The report he wrote was the report he would have written anyway. The only choice was whether to include the methodological note about the derivation's archive location, and that was a choice he could defend on the grounds that the derivation was part of the methodology he had used, documented in a format that any formation scholar could review, and its archive location was publicly accessible information. Including it in a report about formation scholarship methodology was not unusual. It was accurate reporting. He wrote a report on his formation contest findings that included, as a methodological note, a reference to the derivation documentation he had filed and its archive location. He sent the report to the 3 formation scholars in the sect who had been most interested in the formation contest results. Rin Xiao was one of the 3. The report was factual, complete, and provided the derivation's archive location as context for scholars who wanted to examine the methodology behind the formation contest analysis. Rin Xiao would read the report. She would note the derivation. She would note its significance. And she was part of the same social network that included Feng Ruiyu's formal review petition, which meant the information about the derivation's existence would propagate through that network through the same channels that the petition had propagated through. Not as a threat, as a documented fact that anyone interested in the petition's subject would encounter. He also sent a private communication to Zhou, describing the derivation and its strategic purpose. Zhou's response arrived within 2 hours. Appropriate. Keep the formal response minimal until the petition development becomes clearer. He waited. The waiting was the most technically demanding part of the sequence, maintaining normal sect activity patterns while monitoring the petition status through the formal council record system, which updated once each day in the late afternoon. He submitted the routine mission follow-up report on the Qingyan formation contest delegation. He continued the cross-referencing catalog work that had become a consistent feature of his schedule. He attended the weekly technique discussion group that Zhou's disciples participated in, contributing 2 observations on distributed formation arrays that were consistent with his established reputation for meticulous research without being relevant to the current situation. The normalcy was the defense. Any significant change in his behavior pattern would register against the existing Feng Ruiyu observation record as potentially significant, and he was not going to give Feng Ruiyu's documentation practice any additional material while the petition was under consideration. 3 of the 4 formation scholars who received his formation contest report sent back formal acknowledgement within 2 days. Rin Xiao's acknowledgement was the briefest, report noted. Archive location confirmed. Useful methodology documentation. 7 words. The confirmation that she had read the derivation's archive location and had confirmed it was sufficient. For days after his report reached the 3 formation scholars, the review petition was withdrawn. The withdrawal notice was brief and formal, citing insufficient documentation to support the specific claims in the petition at this time. The standard language of a petition withdrawal that acknowledged the petition had been prepared with inadequate evidence rather than that the petitioner had reconsidered their position. It was the most graceful exit available within the formal system. Wei Liang filed the withdrawal notice in the Feng Ruiyu assessment entry alongside the petition and his own analysis of the petition's strategic purpose. He updated his assessment. Feng Ruiyu was a practitioner who understood institutional leverage and moved carefully, who tested situations before committing to them, and who withdrew from positions when the information asymmetry shifted against him. The withdrawal was not a concession. It was a tactical retreat from a position that had become untenable when the derivation's existence made the information asymmetry visible. He would reconsolidate and identify a different position. The paper trail of observation reports remained in the council's formal records. The institutional concern about Wei Liang's cultivation method had not disappeared. It had been paused. This was adequate for the present. It was not a permanent solution. Permanent solutions to institutional concern were not achievable through individual tactical moves. They required either the concern's underlying cause to disappear, which the site would not do, or the institutional relationship to shift into a configuration where the concern became less practically relevant. He filed this under long-term considerations and considered it from a different angle. The withdrawal had happened. He had known it would when he filed the derivation. The sequence had worked exactly as he had designed it. This was the part that required the most careful attention, because sequences that worked as designed had a tendency to produce overconfidence about the designer's understanding of the situation. He had modeled Feng Ruyu's behavior correctly this time. That was not a guarantee of correctness the next time. Feng Ruyu was a practitioner of exceptional capability and institutional sophistication who had been observing Wei Liang for 3 years with the focused patience of someone who expected to eventually find the right lever. The withdrawal meant he had not yet found it. It did not mean he had stopped looking. He returned to the regional formation map. The updated Feng Ryu assessment entry now had 4 phases documented. Initial contact at sect enrollment, neutral, cultivation challenge period during years 1 and 2, escalating concern, territorial challenge and technique demonstration period, focused antagonism, and post-formation contest resolution period, tactical withdrawal with maintained paper trail. The 4th phase was the current state. He projected a 5th phase, future re-engagement, when Feng Ryu identified a more defensible position as inevitable. The question was whether that re-engagement would occur before or after the regional formation network situation required Wei Liang to disclose more about the site than he had disclosed so far. If it occurred after, Feng Ryu would have the context of the network situation when he constructed his next approach, which would make the approach more sophisticated. If it occurred before, Feng Ryu would be working from the same limited information as before, which meant a limited approach. He could not control the timing. He noted the 2 cases and their implications and moved on. The hub location in Qingyan's Western Administrative Quarter was confirmed. The activation threshold had been reached or exceeded. The monitoring formation in the hub basement was active. His next research priority was determining where the formation's accumulated pre-naming spiritual energy would be directed when the activation occurred, and whether there was any action available to him that could affect that outcome. This question had been at the center of his research for 2 years. The answer, he suspected, was not in the cultivation literature or in any archive. The answer was in the hub formation's 2 archive records that required a practitioner to enter a meditative state and receive the stored impressions directly. The 2 records he had not accessed during his Qingyan visit, because entering them in a civic building's basement without preparation was the kind of risk that produced non-recoverable mistakes. He needed to go back to the hub. Chapter 54, the reporting node in the hub basement, directed information outward. He had established this from his 4-hour read. What he had not established, because the hub formation's vector character had required 40 minutes of analysis and had still left him with amplification as the best available reading, was whether the node's reporting channel led to a practitioner who was actively observing, or whether it deposited its reports into a secondary archive formation for later retrieval, or whether it triggered an alert condition that would bring a practitioner's attention to the hub only if specific events occurred. He spent 3 days building a methodological framework for testing this distinction without returning to the hub. The 3 days included 1 day of reviewing every monitoring formation entry in his catalog, 217 entries across 3 years of field work, looking for structural characteristics that would allow him to distinguish between the 3 reporting types from secondary observation. The catalog work produced the framework's foundation, a 12-point checklist of structural indicators that could be read from a monitoring formation's root architecture, each indicator associated with 1 or 2 of the 3 possible reporting types. He had not explicitly built this checklist before because he had never needed it. Reading monitoring formations directly had always been sufficient to determine their function. What he was attempting now was reading a monitoring formation's characteristics indirectly from the behavior of the system it was connected to. The limitations of this approach were significant, and he noted them carefully before proceeding. Indirect observation of a formation through its effects on a connected system was less reliable by a substantial margin than direct reading. The reliability ceiling for indirect observation, based on the literature he had reviewed, was approximately 65% in favorable conditions. meaning that even with the best available methodology, he would reach a wrong conclusion roughly 1 time in 3. This was not adequate for decision-making about a regional formation network whose activation could affect millions of people. It was adequate for building a working model that he could update when better information became available. The framework he arrived at was based on a property of monitoring formations he had cataloged in the technique records section. Reporting type monitoring formations that used live channels consumed a small but measurable amount of local spiritual energy as they transmitted. Formations that deposited into archive records consumed the same small amount on deposit. Formations that operated on alert triggers consumed minimal energy in their dormant state and a significant amount only during trigger events. The commercial junction arrays in Iron Root sect's nearest trading town, 2 hours' ride from the sect, were in his catalog. He had read their distributed character instances during the territorial survey work in year 2. The distributed character was in the standard commercial junction arrays, as in Qingyan and the other regional cities. He could not read the hub's energy consumption from Iron Root sect's location. The hub was too distant for any reading approach he had at Foundation Establishment Rank 3. What he could do was read the seed node's current state, specifically, whether they were in a different energy transfer pattern than they had been when he last read them. Because if the hub had noticed his Qingyan visit and had gone into a different operational state in response, that change might propagate through the seed network's behavior. He read 12 seed nodes over 2 days, using the cover of sect business that regularly took him through the trading town and 2 adjacent market districts. Each reading took between 4 and 12 minutes, depending on the node's location and the density of surrounding formation work that required management. He read each node at 2 depths, the surface commercial formation character to establish the baseline state, and the distributed character's root depth to assess the accumulation transfer rate and directional vector condition. The transfer rates were consistent with what he had recorded in the territorial survey and in Qingyan, steady, not escalating, not declining, in the same mechanical rhythm he had come to recognize as the network's default operating state. The directional vectors in all 12 nodes were still aligned toward the hub's bearing. No redirection, no fluctuation in the alignment angle that would suggest a change in the hub's operational status. The seed nodes were in the same steady accumulation state they had been in during his territorial survey work. Nothing had changed. This was either because the hub's monitoring formation had not triggered an alert state, or because the alert state was isolated to the hub and did not propagate to the seed network, or because the monitoring formation's report had reached its recipient, but the recipient had chosen not to change the network's operating state. All 3 interpretations were consistent with his observations. He could not distinguish between them from the available evidence. What happened 4 days after this analysis was that the hub monitoring formation's reporting channel reached someone who had been waiting for the specific event of a true name reader accessing the hub's formation structures. And that someone, without changing anything observable about the seed network's operating state, placed a probe formation at the seed node in Iron Root sect's trading town that Wei Liang had read most recently. The node he had read last, the node where his attention had been most concentrated, the node that his cultivation or his interaction with the distributed character would have left the clearest impression on. The probe formation was small. Its surface true name was a standard inquiry formation, the kind used to identify residual cultivation auras in formation inspection work. Its root true name was different, a tracking designator, the same root character he had found in the hub's monitoring formation, but without the limit restricting it to pre-naming energy. This probe's vector was directed not toward the hub, but outward, toward the practitioner whose cultivation aura impression it had been designed to find. Wei Liang read it on his next visit to the trading town, 12 days after his return from Qingyan. The probe formation had been placed at the node 3 days earlier, based on the historical layer's depth. It had already found his impression. The vector character was no longer searching. It had locked on. He stood in the trading town's market district for 6 minutes, reading the probe formation with the careful systematic attention he gave to any formation he encountered. He was aware of the market activity around him, the ambient noise of commerce, the spiritual energy fluctuations of formation arrays in use throughout the district. A cultivation practitioner at Golden Core level passing through the northern end of the market who was not paying attention to the junction array Wei Liang was standing near. He read the probe formation against this background with the same focused attention he would have given to any significant discovery, and simultaneously tracked the environment the way he always tracked environments where something significant was present, monitoring for observers, noting movement patterns, assessing whether the probe formation had any secondary components he had not identified on the first pass. It did not. The probe formation was exactly what his first reading had identified it as, a tracking formation with a contact channel, placed by someone who had known with reasonable confidence which node would be most likely to encounter the practitioner they were looking for. The selection of this specific node, out of the dozens of seed nodes in the region, was itself information. Whoever had placed it had access to the hub's monitoring output. The basement surveillance node had detected Wei Liang's reading session, identified the characteristic cultivation or a signature of his particular approach to true name reading, and reported that signature. The person who had received that report had identified the node with the highest probability of re-encountering that signature based on the signature's geographic origin, Iron Root Sect territory, and placed the probe there. He thought about what it meant that someone had not only noticed his hub visit, but had placed a directional probe at the exact node most likely to recontact him. Chapter 55. He read the probe formation's complete true name 3 times, checking each reading against the previous to confirm stability. The formation was small and precise. 8 characters, 2 layers deep, using a script tradition he recognized from the hub basement's archive. The same tradition as the basement formations, the same tradition as the ancestors' Hall North Wall inscription, the same tradition as the 7 corridor formations outside Shinwuk's Hall. The 8-character name organized as root, tracking designator, outward seeking type, plus vector, locating contact. The specific subtype that created a channel between the probe and the practitioner it had located rather than merely reporting the location, plus limit. Contact initiated only when the located practitioner was reading the probe formation. The limit was significant. The formation would not have created a contact channel when he walked past it in a crowd. It created the channel when he was reading it, when he was engaged with it in the specific way that true name reading required, which meant the formation was addressed to a true name reader and had been designed so that the contact would occur at the moment of reading rather than at some earlier moment of proximity. He was reading it. The contact channel was active. The channel was not a voice. It was not a visual formation. It was a character, a single character, holding at the center of the probe formation's vector field, waiting. He read the character. It was in the same ancient script tradition as the formation itself. Its root structure, parsed with the same systematic analysis he applied to any single character, resolved into 4 distinct semantic components. A primary component meaning locating or finding, a secondary component meaning one who reads names or name reader, a tertiary component meaning finally or after long waiting, and a quaternary component he needed to parse 3 times before he was confident in his reading, a component meaning self in the specific grammatical form used. For first-person address in the oldest formal script traditions, the character, assembled from its components, communicated, "I have been looking for you." Not a name, not a location, not a threat or a demand. A statement of search concluded, phrased in the first person, delivered through a contact channel that only activated in the presence of true name reading. The practitioner who had built the probe formation, who had built or maintained or inherited the regional formation network, who had read the reader's letter 40 to 60 years ago or written it, who had been monitoring the hub for precisely this kind of event, had found him. And they were not presenting themselves as a threat. They were presenting themselves as someone who had been looking. He stood in the market district for 8 more minutes, reading the contact character and its surrounding formation with the full depth and breadth of his current capability, noting every structural detail that could tell him something about the practitioner who had built it. The script tradition's age, consistent with 300 years, but showing periodic careful maintenance. The probe formation's energy cost, low, suggesting a practitioner who understood efficiency and did not waste resources on elaborate formulations. The limit structure, elegant, showing the kind of craftsmanship that came from decades of refinement in a specialized area. And one additional detail he noted last. The formation had a name embedded in its foundation layer, not a true name, but a practitioner's personal identifier mark, the kind some formation masters embedded in their work as a signature. The identifier was a single character in the ancient script, functioning as a proper name or title. He read it with the full depth available to him. The character meant the unnamed. He held the reading for a moment and then checked it 3 more times, because a name, even a name that meant the absence of a name, was the most important piece of information the probe formation had communicated, and he was not going to accept an uncertain reading of it. The character was stable. The semantic components resolved consistently across 4 readings. Root. The first component of the identifier was the character for lacking or without, in the grammatical form used for permanent or inherent absence rather than temporary absence. Vector. The second component was name or designation, specifically the formal term for a practitioner's registered cultivation name in the sect system. The combination was precise, someone who was without a registered cultivation name, permanently. Not one who had not yet received a name. Not one who had lost their name. Someone existing in a state of inherent namelessness. The irony was evident. A practitioner who had built a formation system around pre-naming spiritual energy, the energy that existed below the threshold of true name formation, had given themselves an identifier that meant the one without a name. The identifier was not a cultivated name. It was a descriptive term that served the function of a name while refusing the institutional status of one. Across the entire span of their cultivation, the practitioner had never registered with any sect, had never, by the evidence of the identifier, chosen to claim the practitioner's standard designation, or the name had once been different and had been relinquished deliberately, leaving the identifier as a permanent marker of what had been given up. He walked home through the market district, reading nothing on the way, which required conscious effort at his current reading depth. The integrated historical layer had made suppression of the deeper read a deliberate act rather than a default. He practiced the suppression. He needed to be able to move through formation-saturated environments without reading everything he passed, both for the cognitive management of information volume and for the practical concern that extensive reading of formation arrays in his home territory was now a potentially monitored activity. The probe formation's existence meant the unnamed knew roughly where he was. Continued reading of seed nodes would give a precise picture of his movement patterns. He noted this constraint without distress. Every new capability created new constraints. Reading the hub had given him the most complete picture of the formation network he had assembled. It had also made him visible to the network's operator. The visibility was the cost of the information. He had known this was likely and had accepted the cost in advance when he chose to enter the hub building. When he was in the privacy of his own cultivation room, he wrote 3 pages of analysis about what the contact meant and what response options were available to him. He did not write a response to the probe formation. He was not yet prepared to respond. But he noted that the formation's vector channel would remain active as long as the probe formation remained in place. The contact channel was not a single-use mechanism. It was an open line, waiting. Someone who had cultivated for 300 years and built a regional formation network the size of a small river system had found him, introduced themselves with 4 words, and left the line open. Every possible response Wei Liang could make to that would reveal information about his own assessment of the situation. He needed to understand what he was assessing before he revealed anything about how he was assessing it. His 3 pages of analysis identified the following decision points. First, whether to respond at all. Not responding was itself a response. It communicated that he had read the contact character, understood its content, and chosen to not engage, which was different from not having found the probe formation. If the unnamed could tell the difference between those 2 states from the probe formation's behavior, not responding revealed information. He assessed a 60% probability that the probe formation had some secondary indicator that would allow distinguishing between found and not responding and not yet found. Based on the level of sophistication the formation construction demonstrated overall, he would assume the former. Second, what any response revealed about his current capabilities. Responding through the probe formation's contact channel required engaging with the channel's vector at a depth that would, inevitably, convey some information about how he engaged with formation structures. The unnamed had built formations that a 300-year cultivation span had refined to exceptional precision. Engaging with those formations would be like engaging in a technical conversation with someone who had decades more practice at the same specialty. His patterns of engagement would be as readable as his words. Third, what not responding cost him. The probe formation was in a public market district. As long as it remained there, the unnamed knew roughly where Wei Liang was operating. Responding might resolve the information asymmetry in his favor. The unnamed had a great deal of context about him from the monitoring formation's reports. He had 4 words and a signature character about the unnamed. Any conversation was more information than he currently had. He wrote the analysis and went to sleep. When he woke, the 3 pages looked the same and he had not changed his mind. He was not yet prepared to respond, but the window for choosing that response was not infinite. Chapter 56 The copyability changed at foundation establishment peak. He had been tracking the change across 3 breakthrough points, watching the window of stable replication extend each time his overall cultivation rank advanced. At rank 2, 40 seconds before integration began. At rank 3, 58 seconds, which he had verified through careful timed sessions in the cultivation room. At peak, the final stabilization before the core formation threshold, the change was qualitative rather than merely quantitative. The window did not merely extend. It changed its nature. He discovered this 6 weeks after the unnamed's probe formation appeared in the trading town. during a standard cultivation session in which he was using the copy to study the formation architecture of a technique he had cataloged 3 months earlier but not examined in active replication. He initiated the copy, reached the 40-second threshold, and found that the familiar sensation of integration beginning, the structural drift that marked the boundary between stable copy and hybrid form, did not arrive. He held the copy and waited, counting forward, monitoring for the drift's onset. At 60 seconds, nothing. At 90, the replication was stable. At 2 minutes, stable. At 3 minutes, when he finally released the copy because he had held it long enough to establish the new boundary conditions, the technique's architecture was as clean as it had been at initiation. The integration mechanism had not activated. He spent the following week testing the boundary carefully. At 4 minutes of sustained copy, no integration. At 6 minutes, the first traces of structural drift appeared, but slower and less complete than at rank 2. At 8 minutes, integration was underway, but the hybrid form it produced was cleaner than at earlier ranks. The structural inheritance from Feng Ruiyu's technique was more precise. The modifications introduced by his own cultivation structure were more controlled. The artifact of his own architecture was more deliberate rather than automatic. He could, with 8 minutes of sustained contact, produce a controlled derivation rather than an incidental one. At 12 minutes, full integration, producing a technique that was genuinely his rather than a derivation. A technique built from Feng Ruiyu's architecture but transformed enough by the integration process that the original architect would need to examine it very carefully to recognize the source. Not unrecognizable. The structural inheritance patterns were still present at root depth for anyone with true name sight, but not immediately identifiable on surface inspection. He tested the integration at different durations over the full week, also using a second test subject, a technique he had cataloged from the Foundation Establishment Technique Demonstration Archive 6 months ago, belonging to a formation practitioner at Gleaming Mountain Sect, whose technique architecture he had found structurally interesting. The test with an external archive technique rather than a live practitioner's technique confirmed that copy did not require direct proximity during the sustained phase, only during initiation. He could initiate the copy during a moment of close formation contact, such as during a technique demonstration, and then maintain and develop the copy for the full 12-minute window afterward in private, without the source practitioner's continued presence. This significantly expanded the technique's research applications. He cataloged this operational characteristic carefully. He also tested the copy against techniques in the lower ranges of his catalog, standard forms, basic foundation establishment techniques, the kinds of techniques that foundation-level practitioners used as daily exercise routines rather than as specialized scholarly work. The integration mechanism worked the same way at all technique complexity levels. Simple techniques integrated cleanly and completely within 6 minutes. Complex techniques, Feng Ruiyu's architecture being the most complex he had tested, required the full 12 minutes for complete integration and showed more characteristic drift during the intermediate phases. The complexity was not in the copy itself, but in the source material. A more complex technique architecture produced a more complex hybrid during the integration phase, with more structural detail requiring management to maintain the controlled derivation window. He also tested a capability he had theorized since the rank 2 breakthrough, but had not had the window stability to attempt. Copy with deliberate integration shaping. Rather than letting the integration proceed naturally and accepting the hybrid it produced, he tried to influence the integration's direction, guiding which elements of his cultivation structure were introduced into the hybrid and in what priority order. The attempt was partially successful. He could not prevent integration from incorporating his fundamental cultivation architecture's structural habits, which were too deep to suppress voluntarily. But he could delay or accelerate specific secondary characteristics during the integration window, producing hybrids that showed more or less of specific feature sets depending on which characteristics he emphasized during the hybrid's formation phase. The practical application of this was significant. He could produce derivations tailored to demonstrate specific structural characteristics of the source technique, without producing derivations that revealed other characteristics he preferred not to document. A targeted derivation, rather than a general one. The technique required careful control during an already demanding sustained cultivation process, and he could maintain it reliably at foundation establishment peak, but estimated it would become more manageable with practice. He added targeted derivation to the capability development list with the same documentation protocol he used for any technique in active refinement. He had thought of copy as a window, a bounded period of replication followed by inevitable contamination. The window had become a door. He could choose when to close it, and what came through before he did. The strategic implications required a full day to catalog. He worked through them methodically, starting from the most immediate and moving toward the longer-term implications. Most immediate, the Feng Ruyu situation was now different. The derivation he had filed in the sect archive had been created at a specific duration of integration, approximately 90 seconds, that produced a hybrid with identifiable inheritance characteristics. At peak rank, he could produce a much cleaner derivation, one that showed inheritance from Feng Ruyu's technique without the integration artifacts that the rushed earlier derivation had produced. If Feng Ryu or anyone else examined the archive derivation closely and compared it against what Wei Liang could now produce, they would note the difference. The earlier derivation showed the signs of a practitioner working at the edge of their capability, while the current one would show a practitioner with sustained access and controlled technique. The difference in quality was itself information about how the capability had developed. This was not an immediate problem, but it would become one if Feng Ryu retained a practitioner skilled enough to perform the comparison. Next, the research applications. The formation techniques he had cataloged over 3 years had been read from external formation inscriptions, technique demonstrations, and archive documentation. Reading from inscription and documentation gave him the surface name and, at sufficient depth, the historical foundation. Reading during active technique use gave him the full operational signature at the moment of performance. Copy gave him something different. Sustained contact with the technique architecture as it was structured in a practitioner's cultivation core, which was the only context in which the integration-level details were accessible. Integration-level details were the ones that distinguished techniques that looked identical on paper, the same formal structure, the same energy flow patterns, but that performed differently because of differences in how they were optimized for a specific practitioner's core structure. 3 years of catalog work had built the external architecture of several hundred techniques. Peak Copy opened the internal architecture as a research space. The cost remained double. The vein line darkening still appeared, and at longer durations it extended from the forearms to the upper arms in a pattern that would be immediately recognizable to any formation scholar who had reason to be watching for it. He would need to manage his copy sessions carefully, initiating them only in private cultivation environments, timing them to the darkening's fade cycle so that the visual signature was gone before public appearances. At 12-minute full integration, the fade took approximately 10 hours. He built a schedule around this. But the capability was now a research tool as well as a tactical one. The distinction mattered. Chapter 57 Zhou called him to a private meeting 5 days after the peak rank breakthrough, in the same inner garden where they had discussed the Qingyan report. He had not told Zhou about the breakthrough yet. He had been spending the week on the capability testing, and reporting to Zhou was the next priority after the testing was complete. Zhou, apparently, already knew. This was not surprising. Zhou had been tracking Wei Liang's cultivation progress through the standard discipleship review that all sect masters performed, and the energy signature of a peak rank stabilization was visible to a senior practitioner who was paying the right kind of attention. What was slightly more surprising was that Zhou had arranged the meeting before Wei Liang had reported the breakthrough. It meant Zhou had been waiting for it. "Congratulations on the peak," Zhou said, when they had reached the northern water feature. He said it with the mild understatement he used for achievements that were significant and that he had expected to arrive but had not been certain of the timing for. "Earlier than I had projected." The Qingyan work accelerated it. The concentrated formation analysis over 4 weeks, the historical depth integration at rank 3, the peak rank stabilization that had followed naturally from the breakthrough momentum, they were all part of a connected process. The cultivation rank advances were not separate from the intellectual work. They fed each other. He had understood this conceptually for years. Watching it happen in practice was different. "Thank you." Wei Liang waited. "I have been reconsidering several things." Zhou stood looking at the water. Since the Qingyan report, since the formal review petition and its withdrawal, since the response to the Elders Formation Infrastructure Committee. The committee's response. He had received it 2 weeks ago, a formal acknowledgement that the report had been received and reviewed, that the Infrastructure Committee was commissioning an independent inspection of the Qingyan hub location, and that Wei Liang's research findings would be credited as the originating documentation for the regional formation investigation that would follow. The committee had moved efficiently, which was unusual for the Elders' Council, and he had noted this as evidence that the report's content had reached practitioners who understood its urgency. The committee found the hub, Zhou said. Their inspection team was in Qingyan last week. They confirmed the Western Administrative Quarter location and the formation network's general characteristics. They did not have access to the true name of the hub formation. They can describe its presence and its approximate scale, but not its purpose. Wei Liang had expected this. A committee inspection team without true name reading capability would be able to confirm the network's existence and geographic extent through standard formation inspection work. But the limit character's specific restriction to pre-naming spiritual energy was only readable at root depth. The inspectors would find a large accumulation formation with unclear purpose, which was concerning enough to justify continued investigation without providing the specific information that the limit character contained. The committee is recommending a regional coordination meeting, Zhou continued. Other sects with territorial claims in the region will be invited. The evidence will be shared. A collective response plan will be discussed. He paused. Wei Liang, I need to update the Jade Slip. The Jade Slip was the record of Wei Liang's cultivation capabilities that Zhou maintained in his personal archive, the document that summarized, in Zhou's own careful language, what Wei Liang could do and what the sect's administrative records did not reflect. It had been updated 3 times in 3 years. Each update had added something that required Zhou to spend several days deciding how to describe it. Peak rank, Wei Liang said, and the copy window has changed. The integration delay is now approximately 6 minutes rather than 40 seconds. Full integration at 12 minutes. Controlled derivation available throughout the window. Zhou was quiet for a moment. Then, write me a technical description of the controlled derivation capability. I need to understand its limits before I can describe it accurately in the record. I will have it for you in 2 days. Zhou nodded. And the unnamed. The probe formation is still active. Yes. What is your current assessment of the contact question? He had been updating his assessment daily for 6 weeks. I will respond within the month. I need to finish the monitoring framework analysis first. I want to know whether I can estimate the unnamed's current location from the probe formation's channel behavior before I open the channel bidirectionally. Zhou considered this. A month is a long time to keep someone waiting who has been looking for 300 years. It is not 300 years from the unnamed's perspective, Wei Liang said. From their perspective, it is approximately 3 weeks since they placed the probe. I am not the one waiting in this situation. Zhou almost smiled. The expression that arrived when something Wei Liang said was technically correct, but missed the effective point entirely. Before he left the inner garden, Zhou asked one more question, the unnamed's contact formation. Have you assessed what a response would actually reveal about your capabilities? He had spent considerable time on this question. Engaging with the contact channel will reveal that I can interact with formation work in a specific script tradition that predates the current regional standards. It will reveal that I approach the formation with analytical method rather than with immediate response. The time elapsed since the probe was placed will be legible from the channel's delay characteristics. It will reveal the general energy signature of my cultivation approach at the moment of engagement, which will convey my current cultivation rank. It will not reveal the specific nature of the site unless I choose to demonstrate it directly. Can you respond without revealing the site? Yes. I can engage with the contact channel using the same analytical formation engagement approach I use with any formation I read. The site enables the engagement, but it does not announce itself. A very capable formation scholar might infer the site's existence from the depth of my engagement with the formation work, but inference requires a framework for interpreting the observation. The unnamed already knows I can read true names. The hub's monitoring formation would have captured that from my 4-hour reading session. They know I'm a true name reader. They do not necessarily know the full architecture of how the site works. Zhou considered this. Then the response reveals less than you've been assuming. Yes. He had arrived at the same conclusion 2 days ago, but had continued the preparation anyway, because less than he had assumed was still something. I will respond within the week. After I update the Jade Slip. He walked back from the inner garden to his quarters considering what the Jade Slip update meant in practice. Zhou's cultivation record for him was the most accurate private documentation of his abilities in existence. It was also documentation that Zhou controlled entirely and shared with no one without Wei Liang's knowledge. The Jade Slip's existence was itself a record of a trust relationship. Zhou had chosen to document rather than disclose, to maintain the record as a contingency rather than a current disclosure. What the record represented, practically, was a plan for a conversation that Zhou expected to eventually happen, either at Wei Liang's initiative or at a point when the institutional situation made it necessary, in which the Jade Slip would serve as evidence that Zhou had known about the site's full scope and had managed the disclosure process responsibly. The Jade Slip was protection, primarily, for Zhou. If the site ever became publicly known and triggered institutional accountability for who had known what and when, Zhou's record demonstrated that he had been aware, had been responsible, had not been deceiving the sect, but had been managing a genuinely complex situation with the care it required. The protection it offered Wei Liang was secondary, It demonstrated that the site's development had been supervised and documented rather than operating entirely without institutional awareness. He appreciated the care in this arrangement. He also noted that the Jade Slip's protective function would be undermined if the information it contained diverged significantly from what was actually true. If the gap between the record and his actual capability became large enough that the record looked like concealment rather than careful documentation. The copy window extension was the fourth major update. He needed to keep the record current, which meant he needed to keep Zhou current, which was a different kind of accountability than the SEC's formal systems imposed, but one he had accepted when he had agreed to the Jade Slip's existence 3 years ago. Chapter 58. The formation emergency arrived before the month was up. He had been preparing for the response to the unnamed for 2 weeks. The preparation involved 3 parallel tracks. The technical track, which was building a framework for reading the unnamed's formation work at a level of depth that would give him some analytical advantage in a conversation with a practitioner who had 3 centuries of experience in the relevant specialization. The informational track, which was researching the unnamed's formation network's historical records to understand the context that the unnamed would be bringing to any contact. And the strategic track, which was modeling the possible interaction types, what the unnamed might want, what they might offer, what constraints their situation placed on their options, before any actual conversation occurred, so that he could engage with better preparation than the unnamed would likely expect from a practitioner of his rank. The technical track was going well. The informational track had stalled at the limits of what was in the accessible archives. The strategic track had produced 5 distinct working models, each with different assumptions about the unnamed's current situation and goals, and he had been unable to determine which was most likely without more information. He needed more information, and the most efficient way to get it was to respond to the probe formation. He had been preparing to do that within the week when the formation emergency arrived. A commercial junction array in the trading town's central market, the seed node he had been reading most recently, the node where the unnamed's probe formation was placed, went into anomalous operation 16 days after the peak breakthrough. The anomaly was first reported by the Market District's Formation Maintenance Guild through the standard reporting channel to Iron Root Sec's Formation Oversight Office. Junction Array 7, Central Market, displaying irregular energy accumulation pattern inconsistent with standard commercial formation operation. He read the report in the Formation Oversight Office's Public Communication Board, where all regional formation incident reports were posted for practitioner review. He read it at standard speed, with the practice neutrality of a practitioner reviewing regional formation news. He noted that the anomaly description was consistent with what the seed formation would look like to a standard formation inspector who had noticed it was accumulating more energy than a commercial junction array should hold. The accumulation had been below inspection thresholds for 3 years. Something had changed. He went to the trading town that afternoon, arriving 2 hours before the market's standard closing time to give himself a plausible commercial reason to be in the district. He spent 20 minutes at 3 stalls in the market, purchasing formation materials he needed for the next iteration of the copy testing, before moving to Junction Array 7's location at the center of the market's formation infrastructure cluster. The probe formation was still in place on the seed node. He confirmed its presence and condition before assessing the seed node's current state. He spent 4 minutes on the probe formation, reading its structural status and the contact channel's current condition. The probe formation had not been disturbed. The unnamed had not moved or modified it in the past week. The contact channel remained open. The seed node's anomalous accumulation state was immediately visible at integrated depth. The standard commercial formation's energy management system was operating at its design parameters. The surface formation was fine, but the distributed character in the stability matrix position was drawing at 3 times its standard rate, generating a net energy accumulation in the node that the commercial formation's management system was not designed to handle. The commercial formation was attempting to redistribute the excess energy into its standard operational systems and failing, which produced the observable instability that the Formation Maintenance Guild had reported. The seed node's accumulation state had changed. It was drawing at a higher rate than he had recorded in any of his previous readings, approximately 3 times the steady accumulation rate he had documented during the territorial survey. The rate increase was not uniform across the formation's distributed character. Specific subelements of the distributed formation were drawing at dramatically elevated rates, while others remained at the baseline level. The pattern of elevated versus baseline subelements was not random. It was a pattern he recognized from the hub formation's architecture. The specific elements drawing at elevated rates corresponded to the sub-elements that connected the seed node to the hub's primary network channel. The hub was drawing on this node's accumulated energy at an accelerated rate. Something had triggered a drawdown. He spent 40 minutes reading the seed node thoroughly at the new integrated historical depth, building as complete a picture of the current state as he could before reporting to anyone. At the end of 40 minutes, he had a hypothesis. The committee inspection team's visit to the hub the previous week had interacted with the hub formation and initiated a drawdown response. Standard formation inspection work involved controlled energy probes, the same technique used to map formation boundaries and verify structural integrity. If the committee inspectors had applied energy probes to the hub formation without understanding the limit character specification, they might have inadvertently introduced energy that did not fall under the pre-naming limitation. Energy that came from cultivated formations rather than from the ambient pre-naming field. The hub formation's limit restricted it to accumulating pre-naming energy. If it had received a significant input of cultivated energy, the formation's response would depend on what its internal management system was designed to do with off-specification input. Reject it and redistribute the excess, which would manifest as an accelerated drawdown as the formation cleared the anomalous energy through its standard channels. Or attempt to process it, which could destabilize the formation in ways that would be visible to any formation inspector and would generate exactly the kind of anomaly report that had appeared in the Formation Oversight Office's communication board. He spent a second hour reading the node's connection channel to the hub, looking for directional information in the channel's current behavior that might tell him something about the hub's current state without requiring a 2-day travel to Qingyan. The connection channel carried information in both directions. The seed node transferred accumulated energy toward the hub, and the hub sent operational signals to the seed nodes through the same channel structure. The current signal from the hub was different from the baseline signal he had cataloged in his territorial survey. The frequency had increased, and the character of the signal had shifted from what he read as accumulate to something he needed several cross-references to identify correctly. The closest match in his catalog was the character for prepare for transfer. The hub was signaling its network to prepare for a transfer event. The transfer event would be whatever the hub's vector function, amplification directed toward a specific purpose, was designed to produce when the formation activated. He also spent 20 minutes reading the unnamed probe formation, which remained in place and undisturbed. He had been avoiding reading it during the weeks since it appeared, partly because engagement with the probe formation created the contact channel and he was not yet ready to respond, and partly because he had been building the response strategy that would need to be in place before he engaged. Today he read only the probe formation's structural state, not engaging with the contact channel, and found that it was operating normally. The unnamed had not modified it, removed it, or added any secondary components. The line was still open. He reported his preliminary assessment to Zhou that evening. The committee inspection may have inadvertently triggered a formation response event. The seed network was drawing down at an elevated rate. The hub's connection signals to the network had shifted from accumulation mode to transfer preparation mode. He needed to go to Qingyan to assess the hub's current state directly, and he needed to do it before the regional coordination meeting that the committee was organizing, because the meeting's participants would need to know about the trigger mechanism implications before any further inspection work was authorized. Chapter 59, he reached Qingyan in 2 days, using the SEC's emergency mission authorization that Zhou had arranged before he left. The authorization cited formation network monitoring follow-up per the regional formation investigation, accurate and unremarkable within the investigation context the committee had established. On the road, he updated his 5 working models of the unnamed situation to incorporate the new information from the formation emergency. The model that best fit the emergency's characteristics was not the one he had initially weighted most highly. He had assigned highest probability to a model in which the unnamed was an elderly practitioner who had built the network 3 centuries ago, continued to maintain it through a combination of automation and periodic direct attention, and was now in the position of a builder watching their work finally reach activation stage. This model predicted that the unnamed would be actively monitoring the network's current state and would have taken action to prevent or redirect the committee inspection before it provided the formation with a target signature. The unnamed had not done that, which meant either the unnamed had not known about the committee inspection in advance, possible if the monitoring formation's reporting channel had not been continuously observed, or the unnamed had known and had chosen not to intervene. The second option required a reason. The model that fit best if the unnamed had known and not intervened was a model in which the formation targeting an inadvertent target was acceptable or even preferable to some alternative, which required the unnamed to have a reason to want the formation activated toward Yinwu, or a reason to want a practitioner in Yinwu's administrative territory to be exposed to concentrated pre-naming energy. He had not previously considered that the formation's activation might not be an accident from the unnamed's perspective. He updated the working models accordingly. The hub building's basement formation work had changed. He read at the moment he reached the building's entry level. The integrated historical depth that was now his baseline registered the difference immediately. The 3 structural formations were in the same state. The 2 archive record formations were in the same state. The lamp formation was running. The reporting formation in the south wall was in the same state. The hub formation at the basement center was different. The drawdown cycle had been running for 12 days. The 12-character true name's vector character, amplification, was no longer pointing in the same direction it had been pointing during his previous visit. It had shifted, not randomly. It was pointing in a specific new direction, one he could calculate against the city's geography by translating the vector's bearing into compass terms. The new direction was southeast, toward a location he could not identify precisely, but that, based on the bearing and distance estimation he was able to perform from the formation's energy scale, was approximately 3 days' travel from Qingyan Center. 3 days' travel to the southeast. The city in that direction, based on the regional map he had memorized, was a provincial administrative center called Yinwu. The hub formation was redirecting its accumulated energy. It was no longer pointing at a general amplification function. The vector had become directional, specifically directed toward the southeast, specifically toward Yinwu's position. The committee inspection had not destabilized the formation. It had done something the formation was designed to respond to. It had provided a cultivation energy input that the formation had interpreted as a signal. The wrong input by the wrong practitioners at the wrong time had functioned as a key. He sat in the basement for 3 hours, reading and rereading, and arrived at a conclusion that he filed under error in my prior analysis, with the careful documentation discipline he had learned to apply to the moments when his models failed. He had been wrong about the formation's purpose. The error was a specific kind. He had read the vector character correctly in isolation. Amplification was accurate, and had been wrong about what it was amplifying toward. He had assumed the formation was designed to amplify pre-naming energy outward, dispersing it into the region's ambient spiritual field at an elevated level. The amplification dispersal model was the standard framework for large-scale formation energy management, and he had applied it without questioning whether this formation was standard in that respect. It was not. The vector's directional component, the sub-element he had spent 40 minutes on and had finally read as amplification, had a secondary component he had noted as ambiguous and had not fully resolved during his first visit. At the new integrated depth, with the formation's current operational state making the vector's operational channel active rather than latent, the secondary component resolved clearly. The full vector reading was not amplify, but amplify and direct. Amplify the accumulated pre-naming energy and concentrate it at a specific target point, rather than distributing it. The formation required a target. In its dormant state, before the committee inspection, it had not had one. In its current active state, it had acquired one through the inadvertent cultivation energy input the committee inspectors had provided. The formation did not release energy randomly. It sent it somewhere, toward a specific target location defined by the first cultivation energy signature it had received. The vector now pointed to Yinwu because the committee inspection team had come from Yinwu's administrative territory. The Provincial Formation Oversight Committee had its headquarters there, and the inspector's cultivation energy signatures carried the ambient resonance of long-term residents in that location. The formation had used those signatures to lock in its target. Whoever or whatever was at the Yinwu location now had an enormous concentration of 300 years accumulated pre-naming spiritual energy directed toward them, and that energy was in the transfer preparation state he had read at the seed node 2 days ago. The transfer was not yet complete, but the formation had found its target. He corrected his mental model of the formation carefully. The amplification reading he had taken from the vector was accurate, but the prior analysis showed how even an accurate component reading could produce a wrong model when the relationship between components was misunderstood. The word amplification in the vector position of a formation's true name could indicate output amplification, processing amplification, or target amplification, depending on the limit character's constraints. He had read amplification and had defaulted to output amplification because that was the most common formation application in the catalog. Most amplification formations were designed to project something outward. The limit character's pre-naming specification should have suggested the other option. Pre-naming energy could not be freely projected outward because it was, by definition, energy that had not been given directional form through naming. It had to be concentrated, not projected. The reader who had designed this formation had built it to amplify pre-naming energy not outward but inward, toward a focal point. Concentrate, not scatter. Build a dense point of pre-naming energy at a target location, rather than raising the ambient level across the whole region. The question he had not yet answered: what did concentrated pre-naming energy do to the cultivation formations at the target location? The cultivation orthodoxy's entire structure was built on true named formations, techniques, artifacts, sect infrastructure, all of it operating through the principle that naming gave form and function to spiritual energy. Pre-naming energy was the substrate that cultivation had shaped. An enormous concentrated dose of the substrate, applied to an existing cultivation formation structure, could either feed that structure, providing more raw material for the naming process to work with, or destabilize it, by flooding the named formation with energy that existed below the naming threshold and did not respond to the formation's structured constraints. He did not know which. The reader's letter had not specified. The hub's true name had given him the mechanism, but not the effect. He needed to find out what happened to a cultivation practitioner or a cultivation formation that received a massive dose of concentrated pre-naming energy, and he needed to find that out before it happened to whoever was in Yinwu. The formation had used the committee's energy signatures to identify its target. Chapter 60. He sent the message to Zhou from Qinyan that night. After returning to his guest accommodation and spending 2 hours writing up his analysis in the clearest technical language he could produce under the circumstances, he kept the message to Zhou shorter than the full analysis. Hub formation has acquired a directional target, redirecting toward Yinwu district. The committee inspection inadvertently provided the formation with a target signature. The inspector's cultivation energy resonance from their home territory functioned as a targeting key. I assessed this was the triggering mechanism the formation was designed to respond to. The reader's letter described the wrong person triggering the formation at the wrong time. I believe this was the wrong person. The committee inspection was not a hostile actor, but the formation does not distinguish by intent, only by energy signature. The transfer has not yet occurred. I estimate 1 to 3 weeks before the accumulated energy reaches transfer threshold based on the current drawdown rate. Requesting immediate authorization to extend the Qinyan mission and a briefing channel to the coordination meeting's organizers before the next scheduled inspection. The full written analysis accompanied the message. Zhou's response arrived the following morning. Authorization granted. What do you need? He needed 3 things. First, access to whatever intelligence the sect had on Yinwu district's formation infrastructure, particularly any anomalous elements that might correspond to the formation network's activity. The committee's inspection team would have generated documentation about the hub formation that was now held in the committee's own records he did not have automatic access to as a Foundation establishment practitioner from a different sect's territory. He would need Zhou to request formal intelligence sharing from the committee through the regional coordination process, framing the request as research support for the investigation Wei Liang had initiated. Second, contact with the regional coordination meeting's organizers, specifically to introduce the directional target information before the meeting resulted in another inadvertent inspection. The coordination meeting was being organized by the Provincial Formation Oversight Committee, the same organization whose inspectors had provided the formation with its target signature. He needed to reach the meeting's planning apparatus before the next scheduled meeting, which shows contacts in the provincial governance structure might be able to arrange. The message he needed to deliver was simple. Do not send any more inspection teams to the hub until the nature of its trigger mechanism has been analyzed. He could deliver this message without disclosing the full limit character analysis. He could deliver it based on the directional response he had observed. The formation's vector shifted in response to the inspection team's energy signature was a factual observation that did not require disclosing what the limit character specified as the energy type the formation was accumulating. Third, a reason to be in Yinwu that did not require revealing the full extent of what he knew about the hub formation's purpose and mechanism. The third problem was the most complex. He had been managing the information sequence carefully for 6 months, revealing the network's existence to the sect through the infrastructure report, keeping the monitoring formation and the reader's letter out of the report, not disclosing the limit character's pre-naming specification. Each layer of withheld information was defensible. The information was genuinely sensitive, and the institutional apparatus was not yet ready to process it correctly. But each layer also made the next intervention more complicated, because his credibility as a source depended on his previous information being accurate and complete. He was now going to Yinwu on the basis of analysis he could not fully explain without the context he had withheld. The person he was going to Yinwu to warn was someone whose identity he did not yet know, at a location he had only a directional bearing for, in a city he had never visited, representing an organization that had every institutional reason to question why a Foundation establishment practitioner from Iron Root sect was the one delivering a warning about a regional formation emergency. He spent the morning reviewing the hub's current state, looking for any additional information the extended reading would provide. During the third hour, he noticed something new. The monitoring formation in the south wall was operating differently. The reporting channel's vector had reoriented, not toward an external observer, which was where it had been directed on his first visit. The vector was now directed inward toward the hub formation itself. The monitoring formation had stopped reporting outward. It had turned to watch. He read this for 40 minutes, testing his interpretation against the formation's structural details. The monitoring formation's architecture had not changed. Its true name was the same 12 characters. What had changed was the operational direction of the vector channel, a shift that required someone to have interacted with the formation remotely and altered a specific operational parameter. The unnamed had turned the monitoring formation off, or had turned it toward a different mode of operation, or had sent a signal to the formation that had caused it to redirect its attention in response to something the formation was programmed to recognize. Which of these was true, he could not determine. What he knew was that the monitoring formation that had been reporting his presence to the unnamed during his first visit was no longer reporting outward. The unnamed had not received reports about this second visit, unless the change in the monitoring formation's operation was itself the unnamed's way of communicating that they were no longer watching, leaving him alone in the basement with the hub's activated state, removing their own surveillance as a gesture. He sat with this for a long time, in the basement of the oldest building in Xinyan, reading the formation network that someone had spent 300 years building, trying to determine what a practitioner who called themselves the unnamed was communicating by looking away. The monitoring formation's inward redirection carried specific structural information. He read it at full integrated depth, examining every element that could tell him about the decision to modify it. The modification was not automatic. The formation's limit did not contain any conditional logic that would cause the reporting direction to shift in response to hub formation activity. Someone had deliberately altered the operational parameter. They had done it recently, within the last 3 days based on the historical layer depth of the modification. 3 days ago, the unnamed had known he was here or had expected him to return, and had turned the monitoring formation's attention away from its external observer mode. He considered the two most likely interpretations. The first, the unnamed was giving him privacy in the hub basement. The monitoring formation had previously reported his presence and his reading activity to them during the first visit. By turning it inward, they were stating that they would not surveil this visit, that whatever he was doing here was his own business, not information they intended to collect. The first interpretation was a gesture of trust. The second interpretation, by removing their own surveillance capability at the hub, the unnamed was communicating that they were no longer in a position to monitor it, that something had changed in their situation that made the monitoring formation's reports no longer useful or no longer receivable. This interpretation was a statement of changed circumstances rather than a gesture of trust. He could not distinguish between the two interpretations from the available evidence. He added this to the unnamed contact file, marked as interpretation uncertain, continue monitoring for additional information, and stood up from the basement floor. Outside, in Inwu, someone who had been specifically targeted by the hub formation's redirected vector was going to need to be warned about what was coming for them. He did not know yet who that person was. The formation's target signature identified a geographic location and a cultivation energy resonance type, not a specific individual. The practitioner from the committee inspection whose signature had been absorbed into the formation's targeting mechanism would have to be identified, and then warned, and then a way found to either deflect the incoming energy or remove the person from the target location before the transfer threshold was reached. 3 tasks, 2 weeks, no clear path to any of them. He documented what he knew. Hub formation active and targeted. Vector confirmed directional toward Inwu Administrative Center. Transfer threshold estimated at 1 to 3 weeks based on current drawdown rate. Target identity unknown. Effective transfer on target unknown. 5 unknowns for the most urgent research problem he had encountered in 3 years of formation study. He added them to the working model in priority order. Effective transfer was first, because knowing what was going to happen to the target was necessary before he could decide whether to prevent it or redirect it. Target identity was second, because he could not warn someone he could not identify. Hub trigger mechanism documentation was third, to prevent further inadvertent activations. He went to arrange the extended mission's first research appointment. The formation's directional energy was already moving, and somewhere in Inwu, the target had no idea that the bait had been taken. Chapter 61, The Provincial Governance Hall, was empty at dawn on the first morning, which was precisely when Wei Liang had arranged to arrive. He had learned through the tournament arc that high-stakes environments told more truth empty than occupied. An empty venue held its formation infrastructure in isolation, readable clearly, without 40 cultivation auras competing for true name site's bandwidth. He had spent an hour reading the tournament venue's boundary formations before the first match, and that hour had given him information that the match itself could not have provided. He applied the same logic here. 2 days before the coordination meeting, in the pre-dawn hour before the governance hall's administrative staff arrived for their morning duties, he walked through every corridor and chamber of the building and logged every true name he found. 12 formation inscriptions. He read them in order from north to south. Record-keeping array, certification formation, boundary integrity formation, ambient stability array designed to help practitioners maintain cultivation composure during long administrative sessions. A translation formation calibrated to the regional dialects, specialized cultivation terminology, 2 communication arrays connected to a provincial network, a documentation verification formation, an energy consumption monitoring array that tracked when and how much spiritual energy practitioners used within the hall's borders. That one he noted carefully, because it was the kind of formation that could tell observers outside the meeting room how much cultivation each practitioner had deployed inside it, and then the formation he had come specifically to look for. Documentation formation at the hall's center. The true name was standard committee record construction for the first 4 characters, then deviated into something more specific with the 5th, binding testimony. He had seen the character before in the treaty analysis at CH37, where it had indicated a vector oriented toward institutional weight rather than legal compulsion. Here it meant the same thing in a different application. Statements made within the hall's formation range carried more consequence, more social and institutional resonance, more difficulty to retract in subsequent proceedings. The hall was designed to make people mean what they said in it. He added this to his catalog and adjusted his presentation accordingly. Zhou Hanqing arrived the next morning with the sect delegation, and he brought letters that were more comprehensive than Wei Liang had expected. Not general endorsements, specific letters to specific committee members, each tailored to that person's position and what they would find persuasive from a nascent soul elder. Wei Liang reviewed them during the evening meal and found that Ancestor Wei Changqing had prepared them as if he had been briefed on every committee member's individual situation. The Ancestor prepared specific versions, Wei Liang said. He had 5 days and access to a provincial administrative contact who knows the committee membership. Zhou poured tea. He also has a genuine stake. 2 confirmed seed nodes fall within Gleaming Mountain Sect's territorial jurisdiction. He has been unable to determine what they are doing there for 3 years. He will want to remain involved in the investigation. Plan for it, Zhou said. He is not a simple man, and he is not doing this only to be helpful. A pause. He asked me about your ability. Wei Liang set his tea down. What did you tell him? That you have an unusual analytical method that produces reliable conclusions, that I have been working with you long enough to vouch for the method's accuracy, and that the methodology itself is not something you disclose widely. Zhou looked at the window. The capital's formation district was visible in the evening light, a cluster of buildings with formation inscriptions bright enough to read from street level. He told me he had encountered similar situations twice in his cultivation career. Both times, the unusual method had turned out to be more significant than the conclusions it produced. Wei Liang thought about what Ancestor Wei Changqing at nascent soul rank knew about unusual abilities. He recognized the description. He recognized the category, Zhou said. He does not know the specifics. He does not need to yet. The coordination meeting had 41 practitioners. Wei Liang cataloged all 41 techniques in the first 20 minutes, reading them with the peripheral precision he had developed specifically for high-population environments. The technique of holding multiple true names simultaneously in working reading memory, logging them at the edges of his attention while his eyes tracked the meeting's main proceedings. He had built this capacity in the inner library during the 3 days he had spent reading every technique in the inner collection. The outer library had given him 200 entries. The inner library had added 500 more. He had read all of them with the same peripheral focus discipline. By the time the committee's 6 members finished their opening presentations, he had 41 new catalog entries and a working framework for every delegation in the room. His supplementary presentation redirected the meeting from inspection planning to immediate practitioner risk assessment, which was the correct redirection. Ancestor Wei Changqing's letters had done the institutional work before the meeting began. The committee members were already positioned to take Iron Root Sect's technical representative seriously, which meant the technical content of the presentation could land without having to carry the credibility burden itself. He presented the three hypotheses for the hub formation's activation effect, described the vector's directional shift toward Yin-Wu as a consequence of the inspection methodology interacting with the formation's triggering architecture, and explained why identifying the target practitioner was the most urgent research priority. The nascent soul elder's question came after the three hypotheses were laid out. What happens to this target practitioner when the formation activates? That is the information I am working to determine, Wei Liang said. Identifying the target practitioner and assessing the risk to them before the transfer threshold completes is the immediate priority. He paused. I am requesting authorization for a follow-up investigation at the committee's headquarters in Yin-Wu, where the inspection team is currently based. And I am requesting Ancestor Wei Changqing's institutional support for the access requests the investigation will require. The ancestor agreed immediately. That was Zhou's preparation at work. The meeting produced what he needed. He left with access authorization and Gleaming Mountain Sect's endorsement. He also left with an anomaly he had not planned for. Walking through the governance hall's outer courtyard at the meeting's close, he felt a directional signal in his true name sight. A passive artifact emitting a root character he recognized from the probe formation at the sect boundary 8 weeks ago. The unnamed construction aesthetic. Not her presence. She was 3 days' travel away at minimum. But something that had passed through her hands, or been made in her workshop, or carried her formation signature for another reason he could not yet determine. The signal was coming from the dispersing crowd, one of 41 practitioners. He identified 7 possible sources in the southern half of the courtyard. Practitioners who had been positioned to produce that peripheral reading before the crowd motion dispersed the signal range. He did not look at any of them directly. He read from the corners of his vision. The way he read everything he was trying not to appear to be reading. He spent 2 days in the capital trying to narrow the 7 to 1. He engineered proximity through post-meeting social events, read each candidate's artifacts at conversational distance, tracked the presence or absence of the root character in their personal formation objects. He found nothing. The source had either left the capital or been a passive artifact the practitioner was no longer carrying. He could not close the variable. He left for Yin-Wu with it open. He did not enjoy open variables. He also knew that the committee headquarters had a narrower timeline than the unidentified source in the crowd, and that the higher priority problem deserved his undivided attention. He filed the open variable. He boarded the sect carriage, and found himself wondering, for the first time, whether the variable would close on its own, or whether it would find him first. Chapter 62 Administrator Chen Yuewei received him in the governance hall's formal reception room. Someone who had sat in 17 formal reception meetings since breakfast, to judge by the quality of her attention, which was still fully present and entirely unsentimental about it. She read the letters. Iron Root Sects first, then the ancestors. She set them aside without putting them down the way most administrators did. She placed them specifically, with the deliberate care of someone who had been reading letters for 19 years and knew that the letter's position on the desk affected how the conversation that followed would feel, in the same way that a formation's position in a room affected the room's ambient cultivation conditions. She had been running this committee for 19 years. She had learned the small things. She was Foundation Establishment Peak, stable at that level for what his reading suggested was a long time. Her cultivation energy had the settled quality of something that had not changed in several years, maintained at its current level by regular cultivation work rather than being pushed toward advancement. Her technique was a cloud route sect administrative method, designed for managing complex concurrent processes, not for power or combat application. He logged its true name while she reviewed the letters, adding the secondary root designation, system oversight, a specific formation theory term for techniques designed to maintain awareness across multiple concurrent processes without being overwhelmed by any individual one. She had been running the committee as if it were a formation array, monitoring all 12 of its administrative processes simultaneously, which was exactly what her cultivation technique had been built to do. When she finished the letters, her attention settled on him with the particular quality of someone who had been expecting the conversation even before the letters arrived. The supplementary technical findings at the coordination meeting, she said. The vector's directional shift toward Yin-Wu. You described this as a consequence of the inspection methodology interacting with the hub formation's triggering architecture. Yes, that is a more precise conclusion than 6 senior formation analysts produced in 4 days of on-site work. He met her assessment without shifting his posture. The methodology I used is not one I describe publicly. The conclusions are accurate. I am not questioning the conclusions. A pause. She put her hands flat on the desk, a deliberate gesture, the kind that signaled a transition. What do you need? Access to the inspection team's 12 members and to their regular cultivation environments. The hub formation's targeting mechanism locked onto a cultivation imprint from the Qingyan site assessment. I need to identify which practitioner the lock is tracking and assess the risk to them before the transfer threshold completes. He paused. I estimate 3 to 4 days before the threshold completes. The estimate has been compressing. She made a notation without looking away from him. How sure are you of the 3 to 4 day estimate? I have revised it twice in the last 8 days as the hub formation's drawdown rate has increased. My current estimate is 4 days from today, but that assumes the rate stabilizes. If the rate continues to accelerate as the threshold approaches, the window may be shorter. Then you need immediate access. Yes. She stood. He had expected a moment of decision. The internal consultation that most administrators went through before committing institutional resources to an unusual request. She did not take one. She was already at the office's side door, which opened into an administrative corridor. East wing for the cultivation environments. Room registrations are in the facility management archive. I will have the access package ready within the hour. Inspection team profiles, the technical reference library, cultivation space documentation. She paused at the door. Is there anything else before you begin? He considered. He had been going to ask about Tan Biao's documentation access, but the question had a specific edge to it. It was asking whether the committee's internal information channels had been compromised. The decision to ask it required completing the identification work first. Asking now, without confirmation, would alert people he might need to remain unalerted. He decided not to ask. There is one thing, he said. If I need to file findings with your office during the investigation, what is the fastest channel? Her expression confirmed that the question he had asked was the one she had anticipated. Emergency priority channel routes directly to my office. It bypasses the standard 5-day distribution cycle. Thank you. The standard cycle goes through the consulting archivist review function, she said, exactly as if she had not just answered the question he had not asked. Archivist Tan Biao has held that position for 37 years. He reviews incoming committee documentation before it reaches general distribution. She opened the door. She did not look back. He went to the east wing. He would later recognize this exchange with Chen Yuewei as the moment the investigation scope doubled. He had arrived at the committee headquarters to identify a relay target practitioner and assess their risk from a hub formation. He had left the administrative office with something added to that frame. The committee's own documentation channel was had been potentially compromised for 37 years, and the person who ran the committee knew it and had been waiting for a document that would arrive through the one channel Tan Biao could not touch. She had told him about the emergency priority channel before he asked. She had told him about Tan Biao after. The order was deliberate. She had been running a committee for 11 years using a technique built for managing concurrent processes simultaneously. She had been managing Tan Biao alongside everything else. She had needed someone to arrive with documentation she could act on. Wei Liang had brought it. He filed the observation and began his assessment of the East Wing's 12 cultivation rooms. 12 rooms. One practitioner whose technique imprint was currently located somewhere among them, accumulated over years of daily cultivation in the same space. 3 days to read them all carefully enough to produce a reliable identification, beginning immediately, with no time wasted on administrative courtesies he could defer. The identification work took 3 days. Day 1 covered the common spaces, the shared inspection team workroom, the documentation archive, the equipment room, the meeting rooms where the team debriefed after field assignments. 16 cultivation imprint readings. None matched the hub formation's targeting specification. Day 2 covered the technical offices and the East Wing's outer cultivation areas. 3 partial matches. Practitioners whose technique architecture partially satisfied the targeting profile, none of whom were the complete match. Day 3 began in the East Corridor. He read Room 7's door from the corridor. 11 years. The imprint was a decade older than the oldest other imprint in the East Wing, and it was substantially more precise. Not stronger in the cultivation power sense, but more resolved, more finely differentiated, the technique's characteristic signatures built into the room's formation environment at a detail level that only a practitioner who had cultivated the same method in the same space for a very long time could produce. He spent 20 minutes reading it from the corridor before he pulled the registration records. Room 7. Senior Inspector Meiyu Shun. Formation Analysis Division. Core Formation First Tier. 11 years. He stood very still in the East Corridor for the length of time it took him to revise every calculation he had made over the previous 3 weeks. Core formation. He had been modeling foundation establishment throughout. Every risk estimate, every hypothesis assessment, every probability calculation had been built on the assumption that the hub formation's target was a senior foundation establishment analyst, possibly peak foundation, possibly early core formation, but he had not modeled the deep end of the core formation range. He had been wrong about the baseline. Everything needed to be recalculated. He went to the technical reference library. He had 2 days before his scheduled meeting with the senior inspector, and he intended to use them, because whatever the relay attempt required of Mei Yushun, she deserved the most complete picture available. If it was wrong, it would cost her everything. Chapter 63. The Technical Reference Library held records going back to the committee's founding, which predated the current cultivation era's standardization of formation theory by approximately 40 years. The earliest records were in a pre-standardization inscription style that required patience to read, not because he could not read the true names, but because the semantic register used different secondary character constructions for concepts that later formation theory had simplified into single characters, and tracking the semantic shift took attention. He spent the first day on the 17 documented cases of core formation architecture under unexpected external energy input. He organized them in a reading sequence that moved from lowest severity to highest severity outcomes, because he wanted to understand the full range before he looked at the most dangerous end. 7 cases involved technique disruption that resolved without permanent consequence. The technique's architecture destabilized under the energy load. The practitioner experienced a period of reduced cultivation capacity while the architecture rebuilt, and after a recovery period ranging from 3 days to 6 months, the practitioner's cultivation returned to its previous state. These were the lowest severity outcomes. 2 features common to all 7. The practitioner had been informed before the energy impact that an impact was coming, and another practitioner had been present to describe what was happening in real time. 5 cases involved unexpected breakthrough events. The external energy had served as an uncontrolled catalyst, pushing the practitioner toward core formation's next subrank before the practitioner was prepared for the advancement. 3 of these cases ended in successful advancement. 2 ended in failed advancement attempts that destabilized the practitioner's cultivation base for extended periods, 1 for 2 years, 1 permanently. In both failure cases, the practitioner had been alone at the time of the energy impact. 3 cases described what the documentation called spiritual identity disorientation, a term that appeared nowhere else in the reference library's records, and that he inferred, from the case description's content, to mean something between a fundamental cultivation personality shift and a complete disconnection between the practitioner's cultivation technique and their sense of personal cultivation identity. The cases were deeply unusual and not fully documented. He spent more time on these 3 than on the other 14 combined. He made notes on each of the 3 cases, trying to identify what had distinguished them from the other outcomes. The practitioners in all 3 had been advanced cultivators with refined, complex technique architectures. They had all been working in specialized fields: formation research, advanced alchemy. 1 case of a practitioner who had spent 30 years developing a unique spatial awareness cultivation method. The external energy in each case had interacted not with the practitioner's raw cultivation power, but with the specific, refined character of their technique's deepest development. The technique was what the energy had found interesting. The technique was what the energy had changed. He put the 3rd case file down and looked at the shelves for a moment. Senior Inspector Mei Yushun had spent 17 years developing the most precise long-range formation survey capability in the provincial committee's technical staff. 17 years of deliberate refinement in a single technique direction. That was the specific profile of a practitioner whose technique had a distinctive and deeply developed character. Exactly the kind of technique the spiritual identity disorientation cases had involved. He did not add this to the risk framework document. He added it to his personal observation catalog instead. In the margin column, he used for variables that required more data before they could be assessed at any confidence level. Then he found the 17th case. It was in the 7th storage cabinet, 3rd row, in a folder that had been placed at the back of the row rather than organized in the chronological sequence the other folders maintained. The folder contained documentation that cut off mid-entry, the practitioner's identification information, the initial incident description, and then nothing. No outcome, no follow-up, no location record for the practitioner after the incident date. The incident date was 11 years ago. He put the folder down and looked at it for a moment. 11 years ago. Room 7 in the East Wing. She had been assigned to that room for 11 years. He was not certain these 2 facts were connected. He also could not rule out the connection. A core formation analyst whose cultivation environment coincided in date with an incomplete case file in the committee's reference library. It was a circumstantial correlation, not a confirmed relationship. He needed more data before he could determine whether the case file was about Mei Yushun or someone else who had been in the committee 11 years ago. He pulled the room 7 registration records and checked the prior occupant. Room 7 had been assigned to Senior Inspector Mei Yushin 11 years ago when she was promoted from Junior Inspector to Senior Inspector rank. Before that assignment, the room had belonged to a practitioner named Qian Rui, a senior analyst who had resigned from the committee 11 years ago citing personal reasons. The resignation date and the incomplete case file's incident date were separated by 3 weeks. That was too close to be coincidental. He added Qian Rui's name to the personal observation catalog. Then he put the registration records back exactly as he had found them, spine aligned with the other folders, front edge flush with the shelf edge, and went back to the case files. He spent the second day building the risk framework for the meeting. The case file pattern was clear on one point that had no exceptions across all 17 cases. Practitioners who were fully informed before an energy impact fared better than practitioners who received no warning. The difference in outcomes was consistent enough to constitute a reliable finding rather than a statistical correlation. Informed practitioners could stabilize their cultivation posture, set protective formations, coordinate support from other practitioners, and communicate clearly about what they were experiencing during the impact. Uninformed practitioners could not do any of these things. She was currently uninformed. Mei Yushin was going about her daily cultivation work, maintaining her distributed analysis technique in its standard partial active state, and she had no knowledge that a formation 3 days travel away had been building toward a transfer that might affect everything she had spent 17 years developing. He would change that on the morning of the meeting. He wrote the complete risk framework document on the second evening, working by cultivation lab after the library's administrative staff had finished their duties and gone home. The document described the fourth hypothesis's relay mechanism explanation, the 3 alternative hypotheses with their core formation adjusted risk profiles, the timeline and threshold estimate, the indicators he could read through true name site during the transfer, and the intervention possibilities he had identified in theory. He made the document complete. He did not soften the risk profiles to make them easier to accept. She would make a better decision from accurate information than from managed information. He had read 17 case files. He knew which kind of outcome he was working to produce. He sealed the document and addressed it to the senior inspector's office. Then he sat in the empty library for a few more minutes, thinking about Qian Rui's resignation date, and the incomplete case file, and the third row of the 7th cabinet, and the way someone had placed that folder at the back of the row instead of in chronological sequence. Someone had put it there deliberately. Not to hide it, it was still findable. To mark it. The back of the row was where you put a folder that you wanted to be able to find again quickly without anyone noticing you were looking for it. He recognized the filing methodology because he used a version of it himself, in his own catalog, for entries that he was not finished with. Whoever had put that folder at the back of the row was still thinking about it, and they had been thinking about it for 11 years, which was exactly how long the investigation itself had been sitting at the edge of someone's attention, unresolved. Chapter 64. The meeting was at the 10th morning hour in Senior Inspector Mei Yushin's formal office, and she was already present when he arrived, working at her desk with the attentiveness of a practitioner who used her morning hours for the kind of focused work that required undivided attention. She looked up when he came in, closed the formation analysis register she had been updating, and put it at the right side of her desk with the deliberate care of someone who treated her instruments well. He read her cultivation technique's true name in the first 20 seconds. He had read the imprint in room 7 for 20 minutes the day before yesterday, and the imprint reading was good for general characterization. The active technique reading gave him the detail he needed for the full risk assessment, the root character's secondary designation, the vector's precision specification, and the limit. He had been waiting for the limit reading, not self-involving. 3 characters. The third character used the same radical combination as the archive formation's relay access limit, water flow radical, spreading root radical, in the precise architectural description of a technique designed to maintain separation between the practitioner's core architecture and what the technique channeled. He had the fourth hypothesis confirmed at the highest fidelity his true name site could produce. She had built the relay channel architecture into her cultivation path through 17 years of deliberate refinement, without knowing that was what she was building. He needed a moment to file this before the meeting began in earnest. The connection between her limit and the archive formation's relay requirement was not a coincidence he had constructed from insufficient data. It was the cleanest confirmation he had produced in 6 weeks of investigation. The limit character's radical combination was too specific to appear in unrelated techniques. Techniques with the water flow and spreading root combination in the limit position were designed for the same functional purpose from the same formation theory tradition. Her technique satisfied the relay requirement, not because someone had planned for her specifically, but because she had spent 17 years building exactly what the archive formation's designer had described. He also noted that she had not yet asked him about his methodology. She had accepted the preliminary findings at the coordination meeting without pressing, and she had been willing to let the methodology question stay deferred until Qingyan. That discipline would matter when he disclosed the true name reading. Some people received that disclosure as a revelation that reframed everything they had been told. Others received it as a technical detail that refined the existing picture. He did not yet know which type she was. He would in the next hour. He gave her the document when he sat down, before he said anything. She read it with the methodical precision of a formation analysis specialist who did not skip ahead or skim sections she found less immediately relevant. He watched her work through each section and tracked the indicators: posture, expression quality, the slight adjustments in how she was holding the document. That told him what she was processing and at what rate. She reached the fourth hypothesis section and read it twice. He noted the second read. She was checking his logic against her own framework. When she finished, she said, "This derives from true name reading." "Yes. You described it at the coordination meeting as cross-reference analysis with archive documentation. I described the conclusions as derived from cross-reference analysis. The primary source was true name reading. The cross-reference work supplemented it. You disclosed the primary source to me and not to the coordination meeting." "Yes. Tell me why." He put his tea down. He had been expecting the question in some form, and he had prepared the answer in the form that was accurate rather than the form that was most likely to produce a specific reaction. "You are the practitioner the hub formation has targeted," he said. "Any decision you make about how to respond to that situation, including whether to trust the risk assessment, whether to take precautionary measures, whether to consider the relay attempt, must be based on accurate information including the source of that risk assessment." A pause. "You cannot make an accurate decision from an attributed but inaccurate sourcing. I could manage the information differently. Give you the conclusions without the methodology, give you something plausible enough to decide from without the actual source. The 17 case files in your reference library told me not to do that. Practitioners who were fully informed before an energy impact fared better than practitioners who were not." Another pause. "Giving you an accurate sourcing is more valuable to your outcome than keeping the methodology concealed." A three-breath pause. "You read 17 case files in my reference library." "Yes. In 2 days. I read quickly." She made a small adjustment to how she was holding the document. A shift from the assessment posture to something that was not quite relaxed but was no longer in the formal analysis register. "Tell me about true name site," she said. "Not what it produced for this investigation. What it is." He told her. He described it in the same form he had used for Zhou Hanqing, for Rin Xiao, for each person who had reached the question and deserved an accurate answer. He described the mechanics, the 3 capability tiers, the costs, the limits, the inaccessibility of techniques that had no cultivated construction, the blank readings, the inability to read living practitioners' inner natures, the copy cost in visible physical terms because she would see it if it happened during the relay attempt and should not be alarmed by unfamiliar symptoms. She asked 6 questions. All 6 were about limits rather than capabilities: reading range, whether he could assess formation structures through physical obstructions, how the counter-function behaved under active interference, whether true name site was affected by spiritual energy masking environments, what the effective range was for active technique readings on moving practitioners, and whether a true name, once read, degraded over time or retained precision permanently. He answered each one at the confidence level he actually held, which for 2 of the 6 questions was lower than he would have liked. The questions had a pattern he recognized. They were the questions a practitioner asked when they were building an operational model that required knowing not just what a tool could do, but exactly where it stopped working. She was not assessing his capability for general interest. She was constructing a precise map of his limits so that she could build a plan that did not exceed them. "The relay process," she said when she finished the questions. "You would read 3 true names simultaneously during the transfer. The relay's true name, my technique's true name, and the archive formation's content as it comes through." "Yes. The relay process's true name is the primary operational signal. It tells me what the energy is doing, where it is going, whether the transfer is proceeding as designed. Your technique's true name is the secondary. It tells me whether the limit is holding, whether the separation between your channels and your core is maintaining integrity under load." He paused. "The archive formation's content is the tertiary. I will be reading it because it is the information we came here to find, but it is the lowest priority signal during the relay attempt itself. And if the archive formation's content includes something you cannot read quickly enough to log during the transfer." He had thought about this. "I will retain what I can at the processing rate I can sustain. If the content volume exceeds my working reading memory, I will prioritize the foundational elements over the specific entries." He paused. The same principle I apply to any high-speed formation catalog reading. Prioritize structure over detail when the two cannot both be held. She put the document down for the second time. One more question, she said. Yes. The 17th case file in the third row of the 7th cabinet, she said. The one that ends mid-entry. He waited. What do you think happened to that practitioner? Chapter 65. What had happened to the practitioner in the 17th case file was outside his current information, and he told her so. He knew what the file's absence suggested, that something had occurred that someone with access to the committee's documentation records had decided should not be preserved in accessible form. He knew that the removal or suppression of case documentation required access to the committee's administrative filing system, which 3 positions held: the chair, the deputy chair, and the consulting archivist. He knew that Tan Biao had held the consulting archivist position for 37 years and had access to incoming documentation through the standard review function. Which of these facts connected to the 17th case file, and how, remained outside his current picture. The incident date is 11 years ago, he said. Your assignment to room 7 in the East Wing is 11 years ago. She was quiet for 3 breaths. Yes, she said. I am aware of that coincidence. Do you know who had the room before you? A junior analyst named xianxia. She transferred to the Southern Province Formation Monitoring Office approximately 11 years ago. A pause. The transfer was listed as a routine administrative reassignment. I have not examined it. He put this in the framework. xianxia. A practitioner with a distributed analysis technique significant enough to have accumulated an 11-year cultivation imprint in that specific room, the same room that now held Mei Yushin's imprint. A practitioner who had been reassigned out of the committee just before the incomplete case file's incident date. He made a note in his catalog, not the formation catalog, his personal observation catalog, which he maintained separately and which contained the things he was not ready to add to the formation catalog because he did not yet know where they fit. Entry: xianxia, former room 7 occupant, departed 11 years ago as routine administrative reassignment. Possible connection to 17th case file. Possible connection to hub formation's target history. Confidence, low. Data needed. xianxia's technique architecture, current location, specific circumstances of reassignment. I am going to tell you something about the investigation that I have not disclosed elsewhere, he said. She waited. There is a third party involved in the formation network's history, he said. A long-term operator. A practitioner who has been building and monitoring the formation network from outside any of the regional sects for a period that extends back further than the current committee's history. I have not been able to identify this operator with certainty, but I have evidence that they have been aware of the hub formation's relay mechanism and have been attempting to activate the relay for an extended period. He paused. And there may be a fourth party, one that has been preventing the relay from completing, working through institutional mechanisms to redirect practitioners who got close enough to the hub formation to establish a target lock. Her voice was steady. How many relay attempts have there been before me? I do not know. The incomplete case file suggests at least one previous attempt that may have involved the practitioner who occupied room 7 before you. He paused. The routine reassignment of that practitioner, xianxia, coincides in date with the incomplete case file. I cannot confirm a connection, but I cannot rule it out. She sat with this for a long time. The office around her was organized with the particular quality of a practitioner who treated her workspace as a working tool. Nothing unnecessary, everything within reach, the formation analysis instruments calibrated and ready, the documentation system functional and maintained. She had been working in this room, at this desk, for 19 years in the committee and 11 of those in the senior inspector role. She was very good at her work. He was asking her to do something that was not in her work's normal scope. If I agree to the relay attempt, she said, and if the fourth hypothesis is correct and the pre-naming energy moves through my channels rather than into my core, what is the most likely immediate effect on my cultivation? Temporary exhaustion of the observation channels, he said. The channels will have processed a volume of energy substantially higher than their normal operational range. Recovery time is unknown. It depends on how long the transfer takes and how the channel's architecture responds to the load. He paused. If the fourth hypothesis is correct and the limit holds, your cultivation core should be unaffected. The channels may need rest. The core should be intact. And if the limit does not hold, then we are in the dissolution, amplification, or transformation territory. At core formation, any of those outcomes is serious. He said this without softening. She had asked. She was entitled to the answer. She looked at the window. The east wing faced an interior courtyard, and the morning light was still low, coming in at an angle that lit the stone floor of the courtyard in a specific way that suggested the time was approximately 2 hours past dawn. I am going to agree to the relay attempt, she said, without turning from the window. But I have conditions. Name them. Complete documentation of everything you read about the hub formation and the archive formations, formatted for my sealed report to Chunyuewe. The sealed report goes to Chunyuewe directly through the emergency priority channel before we leave Yinwu. She turned from the window. You are in the room during the relay attempt, not at the door, not in the corridor. In the room, positioned to act in under 3 seconds if your reading shows a problem. A pause. And when this is over, when we know what the archive formations hold, I want to know what you do with the information. Before you do it. He looked at her. The conditions were reasonable. The last condition was unusual. It was not a demand for veto power over his decisions. It was a demand for inclusion in the decision-making process before actions were taken. She was asking to be a participant, not a subject. He thought about Rin Xiao's framework, the differentiation between acquaintances, contacts, and partners. He had been working with contacts for 5 years. Zhou Hanqing occupied a different category he had not fully defined. He thought about what category included someone who had reviewed the risk assessment, understood the true name site methodology, named the conditions under which she would proceed, and asked to be consulted before he acted on the outcome. Someone who treated her own involvement not as a risk she was accepting, but as a position she was taking. He did not have a ready word for the category. He filed it for later. Agreed, he said. She picked up her formation register. Then we leave for Qingyan tomorrow morning, she said. Get me the documentation format. I will start the sealed report tonight. He left her office with the agreement in place and one open variable he had not expected to be carrying. The 17th case file, and whatever it meant for the person who had been in room 7 before Mei Yushun. Qian Shui had been reassigned. Qian Rui had resigned. He had 2 names for the same room and an incomplete case file with no outcome, and the investigation was about to accelerate into territory where the second party's past interventions would predict their next ones. 2 names for 1 room. 2 different intervention types, reassignment and resignation, both timed to the hub formation's relay attempt proximity. The interventions had been effective. The relay had not completed. And now he was standing in the corridor outside room 7 with a relay practitioner who had agreed to the attempt and a sealed committee report that would travel through Tan Biao's review function. Whatever Tan Biao intended to do about what he knew, the window was narrowing, and it would cost someone something before it closed, and that cost was not yet visible. Chapter 66. The result might be the formation network using her distributed analysis capability as a channel. Wei Liang sat with this inference for 3 full breaths before he said anything. Across the committee meeting table, Senior Inspector Mei Yushun sat without fidgeting, without glancing at the room's other documents or at the window or at her formation register. She had spent 20 years running long-range formation surveys, which required maintaining patient awareness across multiple distant points simultaneously. Waiting for a briefing counterpart to finish a thought was nothing. He finished building the framework. Then he began asking questions. Your distributed analysis technique, he said. Does it maintain partial active observation channels between active survey assignments? Not while you are conducting a survey, during the inactive periods between them. She tilted her head very slightly. The channels are always partially open. It reduces response latency when a new assignment begins. A careful pause. Are you asking whether my technique imprint is continuous in my cultivation space? Whether the method's energy signature is always present in the environment where I cultivate? Yes. Then yes. 11 years of daily cultivation practice in the same room produces a formation imprint that any trained practitioner would recognize immediately. Room 7 in the East Wing. She studied him with the methodical attention of someone running a calibration test. You went to the East Wing. I identified the Room 7 imprint on my 3rd day here. That was 2 days ago. A brief silence. 3-day baseline surveys produce that level of formation imprint identification for complex technique environments at best, and only with full assessment equipment deployed. Her voice remained level. What you described to the coordination meeting as cross-reference analysis does not produce results on that timeline. I said I would explain my methodology when we reached the hub building in Qingyan. That is still true. He met her eyes. What I need to explain to you first is the 4th hypothesis. It requires your decision, and the methodology question does not. She accepted the deferral without argument. That was the first useful thing he had confirmed about her. She did not press questions that had committed answers pending. She left them where they were and moved to what was actionable. He noted this in the running catalog he maintained of every practitioner he worked with, the personal observation catalog, not the formation catalog. The entry read, Mei Yushun does not press deferred questions. distinguishes between questions with committed future answers and questions without. Comfortable with incomplete information sets while waiting for a committed timeline to resolve. This is a quality found in practitioners who work with long-range formation surveys, where results arrive on formation timelines rather than human impatience timelines. It is useful. He added a second line to the entry. Cross-references with distributed analysis technique limit, not self-involving. A technique designed to maintain separation between the observer and what is observed, in a practitioner who personally maintains the same separation between her analytical attention and the questions she wants answered. The limit was not only in her cultivation architecture, it was in her working methodology. She had built her professional approach out of the same principle her technique was built from. That level of internal consistency was rare. Most practitioners' techniques reflected who they had been when they chose a cultivation path, not who they had become. Hers had deepened into her. He was 2 months into this investigation. He had been operating entirely alone. He had not had a practitioner with this quality in his immediate working context before. He filed the observation and continued, because the fourth hypothesis was what she needed, and the methodology question was secondary, and the problem did not wait. He began laying out the evidence in the order it had accumulated. He started with the hub formation's true name and what the vector had done after the inspection team's survey, because that was the fact that had no alternative interpretation. The vector had moved, and it had moved toward something specific, and what it had moved toward was the only remaining question in the fourth hypothesis. He laid out the fourth hypothesis in the systematic order he used for technical presentations. Evidence first, inference clearly labeled, speculative conclusion marked as such. The hub formation's true name and what it indicated about the formation's design purpose. The vector and its shift toward her technique imprint following the inspection team's survey. The energy transfer threshold he had estimated at 14 days. Then the fourth hypothesis. A distributed analysis technique was designed to observe formation structures without the observer's own architecture becoming involved in the observation. The practitioner could maintain awareness of a formation's energy state from across a region without her own cultivation energy contaminating the reading or the formation contaminating her cultivation. Not self-involving. That was her technique's limit character. It was not a weakness in the architecture. It was a precise design requirement, refined over 20 years of field work. And it was exactly what a relay channel required. Not dissolution of her technique under pre-naming energy load. Not amplification of her cultivation by absorbing unformed energy. Not transformation of her technique's fundamental character into something different. A relay. The hub formation would channel its concentrated pre-naming energy through her observation architecture, using the separation the not self-involving limit maintained between her technique and what it observed, to deliver the energy to wherever the hub formation was pointed, which was the archive formations in the basement. She listened without interrupting. When he finished, she placed her hands flat on the table, a deliberate gesture that told him she was rebuilding rather than adding, restructuring her assessment framework from the ground up. You are saying the formation intends to use me as a transmission channel, she said, not to damage my cultivation or take anything from it, to move energy through it. That is the fourth hypothesis. I hold it with moderate confidence. And the energy destination is the archive formations I have not yet seen. Yes, the archive formations require a relay practitioner to be accessed. The hub formation was built to create that relay. And what the network intends to achieve through the relay, what the archive formations will do when accessed, that is still unknown. That is the central unknown. She looked at the window. Ordinary late afternoon light. Ordinary buildings. If the fourth hypothesis is wrong and the energy transfer interacts destructively with my cultivation core rather than passing through my observation channels, what are the outcomes? Unknown range. The pre-naming energy concentration is substantial. At the low end, technique disruption, the observation channels might lose functional integrity and require rebuilding. At the high end, dissolution of the technique's structural framework. He paused. I am telling you this because you asked, not to discourage the relay attempt. I know. A pause. What would confirm the fourth hypothesis before I commit to the attempt? Comparing the relay requirement's specific character in the archive formation's limit against the hub formation's vector character. I have the limit, requires relay to access. Reading the relay requirement's specificity against the hub formation's energy delivery vector will tell me whether your technique architecture satisfies the requirement precisely or only approximately. And you can make that comparison at the hub building. Yes. She stood. The decision was in her posture before she said the words. Then we should go to Qingyan. I have 8 days. I want to use them to understand what I am agreeing to, rather than learning during the attempt itself. Hook. She drafted the site access request at the committee room's writing table, and she had it stamped and en route in under 20 minutes. Wei Liang watched her work with the economical speed of someone for whom administrative process was a practice tool rather than an obstacle, and he found that he was adjusting his estimate of the next 8 days upward. She moved at the pace the problem required. He had not worked with many people who did that, and the investigation was now entering the phase where the pace would matter most. Chapter 67. The road to Qingyan took 3 days. He used the journey for 2 things: briefing her on the investigation's full scope in the order the evidence had accumulated, and listening. She knew things he did not have: the history of the seed formation network's component buildings, construction across a 90-year span, the earliest structures predating the Provincial Formation Oversight Committee's founding, which meant the network's designer had begun building it before any administrative body existed that might have noticed. She had the provincial records going back to the committee's founding, which was an information base he had not been able to access from his position as an outside consultant. The prior investigation attempts, 3 across the last century, each had cataloged the commercial junction anomalies without identifying their integrated function. The first investigation had used point source inspection methodology and missed the distributed character entirely. They had documented each junction array separately, found each one anomalous but non-threatening in isolation, and filed the anomalies as unresolved formation artifacts of uncertain origin. The second investigation had used standard formation comparison against known regional architecture and found no match. The third, 20 years ago, had correctly identified that the anomalous elements formed a coherent network and had attempted to trace the network's extent, but without identifying a connecting principle. The investigation had reached a data limit and stalled. 20 years ago, 3 years before Mei Yushun had joined the committee as a junior formation analyst. He noted this. When she joined the committee, the investigation had already been formally closed. She had never seen the third investigation's records because the records had been closed before she arrived. She had spent 19 years investigating regional formation anomalies without knowing that the most significant formation network in the region had already been partially investigated and deliberately closed. He wrote in his catalog, Mei Yushun joined committee 3 years after the third investigation closure, has had no access to the investigation's raw records. Her current knowledge of the investigation history derives entirely from the committee's publicly accessible summary documentation, which reflects only the incomplete and closed version of the investigation. This means her analytical framework for the formation network has been built without the critical data point of the third investigation's findings. She is not limited by ignorance. She is working from incomplete institutional records that were made incomplete intentionally. He looked at the entry after he wrote it. Then he added, and she has been doing excellent work anyway. The third investigation's primary analyst, he said. Was it filed as completed or as ongoing when it stalled? She turned pages in her formation register. Completed. The conclusion language says, network extent confirmed, network purpose not determined. Further investigation recommended contingent on new evidence. The recommended follow-up was never initiated. Whose decision was the follow-up non-initiation? A pause while she checked. The committee chair of that period signed the closure authorization. The same chair who authorized the 40-year-old inspector reassignment 13 years later. He noted this. One person had closed the third investigation and had moved the inspector who got too close to the seed node. 2 interventions by the same authority, 13 years apart. The second party had access to the committee's chair position, or had been the chair, or had been able to direct the chair's decisions without the chair's awareness. None of those options was comfortable. Do you know who the chair received his appointments through? He asked. Provincial administration. Standard committee governance structure. She paused. He had an unusually long tenure, 22 years. 3 standard appointment periods. Extended tenures typically require endorsement from multiple administrative levels. Yes. Another pause, longer. I can research the endorsement trail discreetly. It would tell us who had continued investment in keeping him in that position. After we have visited the hub building, he said, I want to read the archive formations before we work backward through the administrative trail. If the archive formations tell us the network's purpose, the administrative question becomes a confirmatory step rather than a primary investigation. She recorded this and turned the page. The road crested the ridge marking Qingyan's district boundary on the third afternoon, and the city appeared below in the late light. The river, the administrative center, the older northern quarter where the hub building sat. He read the hub formation's energy state from the ridge before they descended. The drawdown rate had increased. The vector lock on her technique imprint was stronger than on his last visit. Proximity was doing what he had expected. The closer she came to the formation that had locked on her imprint, the more aggressively the formation drew energy in preparation. He revised the threshold estimate. 8 days from Yinwu, he said. We may have fewer now. Mei Yushin looked at him from across the carriage. You can read the hub formation from the ridge. Yes. That was not possible on your previous visits. No. The formation has intensified its energy state as the threshold approaches. What was readable at 100 paces 3 weeks ago is now readable at several li. A pause. This will continue as we move closer. She made a note. The formation is aware of approach. Formations are not aware. They respond to conditions their designers specified. The energy intensification is a designed behavior. The hub formation was built to accelerate its preparation as the target practitioner's presence registers more clearly. He paused. It may have been like this for every previous relay attempt. Each practitioner who established a target lock would have experienced an accelerating countdown as they approached. And each of those practitioners was redirected before the acceleration completed. Yes. Hook. She was quiet for a moment, looking at the city below. The late light caught the river's surface through the valley. Then she said, the people who redirected the previous practitioners, they knew what the acceleration looked like. They knew the timeline well enough to intervene before the threshold completed. A pause. That means they were monitoring the formation network the way you have been. Not necessarily with the same methodology, but with enough precision to know when a relay attempt was approaching completion. He had not fully articulated this inference himself. He had been circling it. Yes. Then the second party is not just monitoring the network. They understand it well enough to know the threshold timing. Yes. Which suggests they have documentation of the formation's mechanics. Either original documentation from when it was built, or documentation developed through sustained observation. He thought about the 40-year-old inspector reassignment. The third committee investigation closure. 22 years of the same committee chair. Someone had been maintaining institutional cover for an active operation across decades. That required documentation. That required continuity. He thought about what it meant to maintain continuity across that span. A single person could not hold an institutional position for a century. The operation required inheritance, people who had been recruited into the blank slate sex objectives and trained to maintain the same pressure on the same leverage points across generational turnover. The committee chair who had closed the third investigation and moved xianxia was one node in a longer chain. He had not been the first. He had not been the last. The consulting archivist position had been held by Tan Biao for 37 years. That was long for a single person. Long enough that the institutional memory of who had set up the position's access scope and why had diffused into the general assumption that this was simply how the committee functioned. The choke point had become invisible through duration. He found this method of operation more troubling than dramatic action. Dramatic action created witnesses and records. Duration created assumptions. We should visit the hub building, he said, before they had more time to theorize and less time to read the formations that would confirm or refute the theories. The threshold was compressing. Every day they spent in the carriage was a day the hub formation spent closer to activation, and she did not yet know what activation meant for her. Chapter 68. The hub building in Qingyan's oldest district was unchanged from his last visit. The formation energy reading at the entry hall confirmed the drawdown was continuing at the increased rate he had measured from the ridge. The vector lock was strong enough now that he could feel it as a directional pressure in his true name sight, the way a strong cultivation presence felt to a sensing practitioner, except this was a formation's attention rather than a person's. The access approval had reached the Qingyan liaison office before they did. Ancestor Wei Changqing's name on the original coordination letters had produced institutional responsiveness at a pace that surprised even Mei Yushin. The local administration had also, at the liaison officer's quiet recommendation, placed the building under overnight supervision before being asked. She noted this without commenting on it. He went directly to the basement. The two archive formations sat in their corners of the northern half. He had been in this basement 3 times now, and each time the formations produced the same specific quality in the reading channel, a clarity and depth that he associated with dense information storage. The way a room with many books felt different from an empty room, except the difference here was in the spiritual reading channel rather than the physical. He demonstrated the true name reading for her. Not a description, a full demonstration, with the working notation vocalized aloud so she could follow the structure. He looked at the first archive formation and read its true name in the teaching format he had developed from years of organizing his own catalog. Root character designation first, then vector direction and operational meaning, then limit character and what it specified. He said each component in sequence as he read it, building the picture externally rather than internally so she could track the analytical process rather than only the conclusions. Root, Simultaneous multi-location information storage. A formation built to hold more than one kind of record in a single structure. The architectural designation used in third-era formation work for complex archive constructions. Vector, directed inward, toward the stored contents. The formation was oriented toward what it held rather than toward delivering what it held outward. A container in the strictest formation theory sense. It kept things rather than releasing them. Limit, requires relay to access. 3 characters. The first 2 specified the access requirement in general terms. The third character specified the technique type. He stopped. Read the third character, he said. Describe what you see. The shape, not the meaning. She stepped closer and examined the limit character. After a moment, 5 strokes. The upper register uses the water flow radical. The character component I associate with distributed formation work, flow through branching channels from a single source. The lower register uses the spreading root radical, a foundation structure that supports multiple simultaneous outputs. He had not been able to read the third character's component strokes from his previous positions in the basement. He had read the limit's semantic content accurately. He had not confirmed the technique type specification. Water flow radical and spreading root radical in combination. A technique that moved through multiple simultaneous channels originating from a single practitioner source, each channel maintaining independence from the others while remaining connected to the original root. That was the distributed analysis technique's structural description, as precise as if the archive formations designer had been watching Meiyushin work. The relay requirement is specific, he said. The archive formation was not built for any observation technique or any multi-point technique. It was built for a distributed analysis technique with a branching architecture derived from a single practitioner source. The character combination is the architectural signature of the third-era distributed analysis school. He paused. Your technique lineage. My teacher trained under the third-era school's restoration methodology, she said carefully. It is not a common training lineage. There are perhaps 40 active practitioners in this province using the school's structural principles. The archive formation's limit character specifies the structural principles, not the school. Any technique with the water flow and spreading root combination in the same architecture satisfies the requirement. He paused. But that combination is rare outside the third-era lineage. The archive formation was built either with the third-era school specifically in mind, or with the architectural principles that the third-era school happens to use. Either way, it was built for someone like me. Yes. She stood at the edge of the formation for a long time. When she spoke, her voice was steady. You said the hub formation's vector shifted toward my technique imprint following the inspection team's survey. You are now telling me the archive formation was designed specifically for a technique like mine. That the hub formation was designed to wait for exactly a practitioner like me to come close enough to establish a target lock. A pause. The inspection assignment was not coincidence, was it? He had been building toward this conclusion for 11 days without articulating it directly. The inspection was initiated by the committee's standard anomaly flag protocol. The protocol triggered when the formation's drawdown rate crossed a reporting threshold. A pause. The reporting threshold was set by the committee's monitoring standards 60 years ago. The hub formation may have been calibrated to generate a flag when a practitioner with the correct technique architecture appeared in the regional committee staff pool. The committee's protocol would do the rest. Route the inspection to the formation specialist most qualified to assess formation network anomalies. He looked at her. You are the senior formation analyst on the provincial committee. She absorbed this. The formation waited until the right person was in the right institutional position to be sent to it. That is a possible interpretation. And the people who have been preventing the relay attempts, they have been preventing it not just by redirecting practitioners, but by preventing the right practitioner from being in a position where the committee's own assignment process would send her to the formation. Those two pieces had not yet connected in his working picture. They connected now, while she was speaking. The third committee investigation was closed by the chair who later authorized xianxia's reassignment, he said. If the second party has been preventing the right practitioner from reaching the hub formation, closing an active investigation that might have led to formal archive formation site access was exactly the correct intervention. And reassigning the practitioner who independently identified the seed node was a secondary containment measure. Yes, they stood in the basement with the archive formations around them and the weight of the inference between them. The formation was still drawing down. He could feel the vector's pressure as a directional signal in the space between them and the archive formations. The hub formation's energy concentration had increased again since they had arrived, responding to her proximity. The formation had been waiting for this. Whatever the blank slate sex timeline was for preventing the relay from completing, It was compressing. He made a decision in the space of the silence. He would tell her everything. The unnamed, the probe artifact, the 2 centuries of formation network construction and failed relay attempts, the offer of the node locations in exchange for the grammar. He had not planned to disclose this level of detail to a committee inspector, but she had just correctly inferred 2 connected interventions that he had been working on separately for 11 days. She was not going to accept partial information from him now that she had demonstrated she could work with complete information more effectively than she could work with managed information. Then she said, I am going to attempt the relay. Not today, 2 days to prepare. But that is my decision. She met his eyes steadily. Tell me everything you have withheld. I want the complete picture, all of it, including what you think could go wrong. Whatever you have been managing carefully until now, manage it differently. Tell me. Chapter 69, he told her about the unnamed with the systematic order he used for any complex disclosure. Confirmed evidence first, high-confidence inference second, remaining uncertainty third, each layer clearly labeled. The historical documentation from Lufingha's archive. The 300-year-old practitioner recorded as terminated for destabilizing the regional order, with the predecessor organization to Elder Shinwuk's current structure listed as the authority that issued the termination order. The formation network's construction aesthetic, which matched the unnamed's operational methodology, slow, patient, distributed infrastructure built over decades rather than created in a single concentrated effort. The probe formation he had found at the sect boundary, which he described in terms of its formation properties and the conclusion he had drawn, the unnamed was aware of him, was monitoring, had identified him as relevant to her purposes. The 2-century project and its goal. Accessing the archive formations to retrieve true name records he now understood to be the formation network's actual purpose. He described the second party, the evidence of intervention in previous relay attempts, the 40-year-old inspector reassignment as the clearest documented case, the third committee investigation closure as a likely additional intervention. The motivation he had inferred, preventing the archive formations from being accessed, for reasons he did not yet have documented. When he finished, she organized it in the way he had come to expect from her. 3 parties, she said. The unnamed, who wants the archives opened. A second party, unknown, who has been preventing it across at least 40 years and likely longer. And us. Yes. You did not count yourself as one of the parties. I am a variable within the investigation. My interest in the outcome is not yet determined. She looked at him with the calibrating expression he associated with her assessment process. You have conducted 4 weeks of active investigation. You went to considerable institutional effort to build the correct weight for the coordination meeting. You are in Qinyan with documentation, site access authority, and a relay practitioner who has agreed to attempt the access you have been investigating. A pause. You are telling me you do not know what you want the outcome to be. I know what I am investigating. I do not know which outcome I prefer, because the outcome space is still incompletely mapped. He paused. I am better at reading external structures than at reading my own position within them. That is a known limitation. She accepted this without commentary. He found that easier to work within the usual responses. Most people found that admission either charming or troubling, neither of which was useful. Why are you telling me the full picture now? She asked. You have been careful about disclosure. You have an institutional counterpart who has professional obligations to document and report. You are the target of the relay mechanism, he said. You are about to take a physical risk based on information I generated. You are entitled to know the source of that information. He paused. You also asked the right questions throughout this investigation. People who ask what they need to know instead of what they want to know receive accurate information from me. She held this. Then, second question. What are you exactly? He told her accurately. He described true name site without reduction, its mechanics, its 3-tier capability structure, the observable cost of copy with the darkening forearm veins and the bloodshot eyes, the inaccessibility of unmake thus far. He described when it had manifested, how he had learned to work with it, the years of systematic catalog building that had produced his current 900-plus entry reference. He named the practitioners who knew about it in full. She responded with 6 questions in careful sequence. His effective reading range for static formation structures. His reading range for active technique use by a moving practitioner. Whether he could read a formation he had not physically approached. The counter capabilities behavior under active defensive interference. Whether true name site was affected by formation environments designed to obscure conventional spiritual energy reading, and whether a true name, once read, was retained accurately or subject to long-term decay. He answered each question. The last answer, true names, once read, were permanent and precise. His catalog currently held 900-plus entries from 5 years of systematic work. and he could retrieve any of them at the same fidelity he had held at the moment of first reading. She made a note for each answer, compact and systematic. You are the only person who can read the archive formation's contents in real time as they come through the relay channel, she said when she had finished the questions. And you can read the relay process's true name while it is occurring, the earliest possible warning of distress in my technique architecture. A pause. The risk parameters for the relay attempt are better than I initially assessed because of you. The warning window depends on the transfer mechanism speed. I cannot guarantee the window is wide enough for effective intervention. But you are the best early warning system available, positioned in this room rather than at the door. Hook, yes. Then 2 days, she said. Complete documentation of everything you have read, formatted for the sealed record to Chunyuewe. Site security through the local administration. And you in this room during the attempt. She met his eyes with the directness she used at the end of calculations. If something goes wrong with my technique, the person who will see it first should be positioned to act immediately. Not across the room. Not in the doorway. In the room. I will be in the room. She opened her formation register and began the documentation framework. He began working through the first section of the formation analysis document she had requested. He wrote in the professional analytical register she had specified, precise, sourced, conclusions labeled with appropriate confidence levels. He had been writing in this register for 6 weeks, across coordination meetings and consultation reports, and the field documentation Lu Fenghe had trained him to produce. The register was not his natural mode. His natural mode for complex technical material was the observation catalog notation, dense, relational, organized for recall rather than for transmission to a reader without his framework. Writing for transmission required a different kind of discipline. He had to translate the catalog notation's compressed meaning into the expanded form another practitioner could follow. She was doing the same thing in reverse, translating the inspector's report format she used professionally into a document that could include true name-derived conclusions without naming their source. They had been at this problem from opposite directions since the coordination meeting. He wrote the methodology sections so that the conclusions were accurate and the sourcing was imprecise. She wrote the risk assessment sections so that the institutional framing was appropriate and the underlying technical picture was complete. They worked in the same room without interrupting each other. He had not worked this way with another practitioner since leaving the outer sect. After an hour, he finished the relay mechanism section and set the brush down for a moment to review the section's logic. The section was clear. The sourcing was artfully imprecise in exactly the way the committee report required. He looked at the formation analysis document and noticed something he had not planned. The document was better than anything he had written alone. Not in the technical content. His true name readings were his own. But in the structure. She had read sections as he completed them and had asked 2 questions that had caused him to reorganize the risk assessments ordering into a format that was substantially clearer for a reader without formation analysis field experience. In the room, the archive formations sat in their corners and held whatever they held, and outside the building Qingyan went about its ordinary late afternoon as if no formation network threaded beneath its oldest district's cobblestones, as if nothing at all had changed tonight, though everything had. Chapter 70. The 2 preparation days were organized the way he would have organized them himself if he were operating alone, which told him something accurate about how she thought. She divided the work into 3 components and moved through each one with the methodical efficiency of a practitioner for whom complex field preparation was a familiar professional requirement. The sealed report to Chunyuewe came first, a formal document in the professional register of a senior inspector filing a high-risk field assessment. She described the relay attempt's purpose, the risk parameters she had assessed, the precautionary measures in place, and what she was asking the committee to do if the sealed report became the last documentation she filed from Qingyan. She did not write with drama. She wrote with the clarity of someone who had prepared similar documents before less extreme site assessments, and who understood that the document's usefulness depended on its precision rather than its urgency. You have done something like this before, he said, reading the document structure while she wrote. Field formation work involves high-risk assessment situations periodically, unstable formation structures, active energy discharge events, formation interactions that cannot be fully modeled in advance. She continued writing without looking up. The protocol is standard. The specific situation is not. Does the standard protocol help? She finished a sentence before she answered. It puts the relevant information into a form the people who need it can use. That helps. Less with the operational risk than with the sense that the risk has been handled correctly. A pause. You do not use documentation protocols before high-risk situations. I have not had institutional structures to document to. That may change. He thought about this briefly. It was probably accurate. The site security request went to the Qingyuan local administration in the late morning of the first day. The duty officer's response came back within the hour. The hub building would have an overnight supervision detail. No formation energy interference from outside the structure. Restricted access to committee personnel only. She had asked for exactly what was necessary without overspecifying or underspecifying, and the administration had responded to the precision. The formation analysis document he produced for the sealed record took most of the first day. 40 pages, hub formation behavior and true name characterization, archive formation structural properties, relay mechanism theory, risk assessment, timeline of events. He structured the sourcing to attribute the true name-derived findings to cross-reference methodology, which was accurate in that cross-reference work had supplemented the readings, and imprecise in that the primary source for every significant conclusion was direct true name reading. She reviewed the document in the late afternoon. She flagged 7 passages where the analytical precision exceeded what cross-reference work could plausibly produce. He revised the attribution language on all 7. The document became accurate in its conclusions and imprecise in its sourcing. She read the revised version and made no further flags. She did not ask him to make the sourcing accurate. She asked him to make the document usable for someone who did not know about true name site. He made it usable. She accepted it. He noted that he had noticed the distinction between what she asked and what she could have asked, and that he was still deciding how to classify the noticing. On the morning of the second day, he read the hub formation from the street outside the building before going in. The energy concentration had increased again overnight. The vector lock on her technique imprint was now readable from outside the building through the stone walls, a capability he had not had on any previous visit. He stood on the cobblestones and read a formation through solid stone and found the reading clear. 7 days, possibly 6. Inside, he told her the revised estimate without elaborating. "We proceed tomorrow morning," she said. "The documentation is complete. The site security is in place. What remains? I need to run a full cultivation cycle tonight. I want to know my technique's exact current state before I ask it to channel something it was not designed to channel." She set her brush down across the workspace table. "If I go into the relay attempt without knowing the baseline precisely, I will not be able to distinguish distress from natural variation under load during the process." This was accurate.